Chapter 1. Cal. Keep running! The rain nearly drowned out my voice as I yelled at the others. However, I was the one lagging behind everyone else. Bullets whizzed past, missing my skull and sending tiny strands of black hair into the chilly winds. The shots made a small dink as they hit the nearby metal poles. This was my first week in this dangerous city of Titans, known as Jotun, short for Jotunheimer, the land of the giants, according to Norse mythology. Though it was hardly mythology now, not when the giants ruled this city. However, we were not in the realm of the giants, but on Earth. New York, to be exact, or Old New York as the human rebels called it. How the Titans came to Earth was lost in history. Their arrival cracked the Earth, causing a flood that drowned almost every country under the raging seas. The planet could no longer support the lives of billions of humans. War soon followed for the meager resources the Earth still held, until the Titans created the sanctuary cities. Places that shared the planet's resources, where the chosen could live their lives peacefully. The cities proved to prolong humanity's survival. This place, known as Jotun, was one of those cities. A massive metropolis rising above the raging seas. As for the Titans, no one knew what they looked like. Most had never seen one before. No one alive, that is. But they existed, powerful beings from some unknown dimension. Did mankind fight them? Of course they did. It was a long, bloody war that took many human lives. The few rebels who remained still fought on, doing their best to sabotage the sanctuary cities until they were hunted down and killed. Sadly, my mother was among them. The Titans themselves rarely bothered with the humans who lived within their cities' high walls. Like an unspoken arrangement, the humans knew never to approach the mighty castle metropolises perched at the city's highest peak. However, the wealthiest humans lived at least near the castle cities, in a beautiful city carved from marble. I knew it as Level 1. There were 5 levels to the city, the closest to the castle being the most well-off area, and each level descending in location, beauty, and quality of human life. Although the cities kept us safe, it didn't stop people from whispering rumors that we humans were nothing but docile food. Those rumors didn't stop most of us from flocking there for survival. The outside world was hell, teeming with scavengers, hunters, and cannibals. The roving tribes protected their small lands fiercely and without mercy, as the sick, the diseased, and the discarded roamed until death welcomed them. This made traveling between the cities difficult, causing most to remain in one their entire lives. But I braved the long and dangerous journey from the giant-controlled city called Vanir because my old friend Jackson needed me for a job. This job was supposed to set us up for a long time. Now I only wanted to punch the blonde in the face after I got somewhere safe. Now I understand why so many call this place the deadliest giant-controlled city in the world. Although I was partly to blame for the mess I was in, I just couldn't resist the credits we could make from this sale, but I never wanted nor expected to be running for my life right now.
I see a place we can lie low,
Jackson said while opening the unlocked shutters of a nearby shop. Jackson was the fellow with unruly blonde hair and angular features. He was handsome, even with that arrow-shaped scar above his brow. We had been friends for years since Jackson used to live in Vanir.
What do we do? What do we do?
The pixie-looking man with the bird face paced and panicked. His name was Joe. I had just met him that night, though Joe and Jackson had been friends for a while. Jackson assured me the young, fairy-looking guy was just right for the job. He described him as a jack-of-all-trades, but he was a master at nothing to me. He could hack, dive, and fight, but he was above mediocre at all 3. One thing I knew was that Joe, at least, was one hell of a good runner. Joe and Jackson barreled ahead, not missing a single turn through the dark, wet maze. But I was about to get my diver's brains blasted right out of my black, moppy-haired skull. The men dressed in black suits and firing guns at us were... well, I had no idea who they were. Jackson closed the shop doors, but that wasn't enough to stop the handful of men armed to the teeth from attempting to break it open. The only thing keeping it shut was Jackson. His strength was above average because of the overclocked tech implants embedded in his muscles, but even before he got them, he was still the strongest man I had ever met. "Jackson! What the hell was that?" I yelled, full of anger. My heart was racing, and I was hyperventilating. "You said we were diving for that thing, not stealing it from another dive team."
Not now, Cal.
He reached into his pocket and took out the tiny silver ball carved with intricate drawings and what looked like a band of runes carved around the base, this thing that was now the bane of my existence.
Take it and get out of here.
I'm not leaving you behind so thugs can kill you.
Take it and go.
He slammed the damn thing in my hand and yanked me down, crashing our rough lips together in a dry kiss.
I'll see you later.
That kiss was an unexpected surprise. Jackson.
Don't stand there slack-jawed. Go.
Chapter 2. Cal. Reluctantly, I followed Joe and helped him open the shutters on the other side of the small noodle shop, but we could only lift it a little off the ground, just enough to squeeze through, and there was no way we skinny men could let go as the shutter fought against our attempts to keep it up. Shit, I exclaimed. We gotta crawl through. The only problem was it took both of our noodle-armed strength to hold this thing up. We were both petite, thin men trying our best, and neither could match Jackson's power. Jackson's face twisted with indecision. Maybe he struggled with the decision to come over and help us. I didn't want to ruin my friend's sacrifice to carry us more than he already did. Jackson was passing the baton, and I was already fumbling. Useless. Screw it! I dropped to the cold cement floor and shuffled underneath. Joe's grip slipped, and the shutters crashed onto my back, sending ripples in my nerves and causing me to scream out in pain.
Keep going!
Joe yelled, and the weight of the shutters eased up, allowing me to slip free. I reached under the shutters to hold them up to help Joe through. Come on, I got it.
No, I'm staying with Jackson. He may love you, but I love him.
Don't be stupid. What the hell was he talking about? We didn't have time for some old-timey romance movie. Our lives were in danger, and he was talking about staying?
Go now!
I cried in pain when a sharp object pierced my hand, causing me to let go of the shutters and watch as it slammed against the ground with a loud clank. Blood seeped from the wound until it flowed and mingled with the rain. Crazy bastard. Footsteps approached, giving me no time to think of Joe and his reasons for staying behind. Actually, it wasn't hard to tell why. He loved Jackson. He had just said it loud and clear. Now it all made sense why the pixie man seemed to have an attitude when we first met. If he loved Jackson enough to stay, then what did that say about my feelings? I had guessed that Jackson held feelings for me ages ago, but I was always unsure what I had felt for him or anyone. I had never fallen in love before. I've never fallen in love before. There. I had stumbled upon my answer right then and there. I did not love Jackson back. I had entertained the possibility before, back in Veneer. So many people my age were dating and hooking up. But finding another man to do those naughty things with was very limited. At 23, I was still carrying my V-card. I had only gotten into a heavy petting session once at 15, with a boy with smooth tanned skin and golden hair and eyes. We never spoke again afterward. In Veneer, breeding was everything, and they encouraged those with good genes to spread it. Needless to say, I avoided most social gatherings, as they were an excuse to find someone to mate. I was lonely, and Jackson had been so nice and open. But loneliness was no excuse to use someone, and that's all I would do to Jackson. Use him. I would have to turn him down when I see him again. I couldn't think about this now, not when my life was still on the line. I did the only thing I could do, and that's run through the rainy, wet streets, splashing nearby puddles along the way. I ran until there were no more dark passageways, only the bright neon lights of the inner city hub. Even close to 3 a.m, the city was alive with a pulsating rhythm I loved. Veneer was not like this. It was a peaceful forest that covered the old skyscrapers left behind by mankind's glory days. We had little nightlife, and nothing as flashy as these neon-lit structures here. I rushed from the shadows, almost knocking over a group of colorful hookers standing outside a place called the Tic Tac Club. The letters flashed a bright red that could give anyone a seizure.
Bitch, do you want a piece of me?
One muscular woman pulled a switchblade from her orange halter top while adjusting her fiery afro wig. No! I sauntered away, holding my bloody hand. The rowdy crowd of drunken revelers waited for the savory seared meat to come off the hot plate of the Greek food cart. And it was also a decent place to hide. There were no traces of a black suit, so I willed myself into breathing again as I darted away from the food cart. My clothes felt tight on my drenched body. It wasn't supposed to be this way. I'm a diver, a scavenger, and not a thief, and now I was in more trouble than I could handle. I made it to what was now my new home, a small, narrow shop near the red light district. This was the third level of the city, which I was told resembled more of what the old New York slums looked like at its peak back in the year 2077. We had shops, stores, clubs, running water, and decent food. But the water needed to be boiled before use, and the food quality was nowhere near as fresh as the food in Veneer. My dad and I lived in a small 2-bedroom apartment above the small store we owned. I stopped running for a moment and breathed in the musty, wet air before cutting through the narrow gap of buildings leading to my postage stamp backyard and up the flight of stairs, which led straight to my bedroom above. I used the key hidden under the pot to unlock the door. I hope I didn't lead those bastards here. After kicking off my rain-soaked boots, I grabbed an old shirt out of my tote to wrap around my wounded hand to staunch the bleeding. Moving mutely to the bathroom, I tried my best not to wake the old man. Well, so much for that.
Cal,
My old man called to me, his voice weak and gravelly. Shit. I approached his bedroom, hating the odor of sickness inside. If I could snap my fingers and will it all away and see my dad standing before me, healthy and smiling, his skin glowing with youth again, I would do anything. Hell, I'm already doing everything. Hey, Dad, I replied, standing in the doorway to keep the older man from seeing the wound. What are you doing up so late?
waiting for you.
He rested in bed, looking up at the ceiling. He was a frail-looking man, pale and eyes darkened from the sickness. You didn't need to. I'm fine, I said, barely able to see him in the darkened room.
No, you aren't.
He lifted himself up into a sitting position and looked at me. His eyes shined in the moon's dim light.
Do you want to know every parent's worst fear?
They say losing a child. I folded my arms to shield my hand, and how Dad looked at me always made me feel like an unruly child caught with my hands in the cookie jar.
No, it's watching your child struggle to save you, watching them endanger their own lives for your sake. Your mother was so beautiful, you look like her.
He balled his fists and clenched his teeth at the painful memories that bombarded him. I didn't want to hear this story again. The story of how he accepted a terrible job from a Titan to fund their rebellion, which led to my mom's death. He sighed while staring off into the night. He turned to me, tears welling in his sunken eyes. I just want you to live. I sighed, turning away, unable to look at him further. Please get some rest. I'm sorry about this. I closed the door to his room and headed to the bathroom to nurse my hand and stitch up the small, ugly wound. After cleaning the blood from the sink, I changed into some dry clothes. Nothing fancy. If I had anything fancy. Just a simple blue shirt and baggy gray jogging pants. I headed downstairs and turned on the dim lights in the shop. It wasn't much, just a little building on the ass end of town, dedicated to selling the rare goods I found while junk diving in the old ruins in the sea. Most of his shop was full of a few run-of-mill items that were scarce today. A washing machine, printer, cell phones, and other old tech equipment. Things that were lost over time due to the flood and rotted at the sea's bottom. If I could fix it, someone would pay for it, and that's why some people became divers, hoping to cash in on people's desire to stay connected. After all, the internet still worked. It was just a matter of connecting to it, and without a device, a doorway, if you will, you had nothing. Every once in a while, if a diver were lucky, they would find something rare and expensive. I kept these items locked away in the back and only planned to advertise on the black market whenever I could afford it. Jotun wasn't the same as Veneer. In Veneer, we helped each other because we understood that to survive, we had to become one body. It was hardly the best life and could be oppressive in its own way, but after seeing this place and the chaos and confusion that came with it, I didn't know what to feel. There was a certain sense of freedom here, and I became almost addicted to it. But was it worth it? I sat down and wiggled my feet, enjoying the soft, warm squirrel slippers I bought at a shop in Rapture City on my way here. My feet still hurt from the running, but this made them feel better than those damp boots from before. I knew it rained a lot here, but I didn't know what I was getting into. Even now, the drops banged on the shutters and ground outside. It was peaceful, almost enough to lull me to sleep, but I needed to stay awake. I pulled out the small ball that looked as big as a pair of dice. It was a perfect round ball with strange drawings and runes looping the base. This thing had to be vital for a group of men to hunt us down in the streets for it. I couldn't think of anyone who would find this thing valuable except the Titans. Just look at these strange writings. I was sure it had something to do with them. Jackson never told me what this was. Now it was time to find out. I turned on my PC, which caused the many monitors to flash and come alive. Time to go to work. I thought of Jackson for a moment, and hoped he was okay, that he perhaps had a trick up his sleeve to escape, and he would bang on my door for me to let him in soon. There were no police in this city, at least not down here in the lower levels, so there was no one to call for help. And even if there was, what could I say to the police? Help? The men we robbed fought back?
Chapter 3. Thorsten. I longed for the cold, crisp, fresh air of home, the rich soil, the forest and trees. I missed hunting in the woods and running wild and free. My hair was loose and blowing in the strong winds. I had come through the portal to this damnable place because I felt the pull. That undeniable force that would lead one to their fated mate. Instead, all I got was 100 years stuck in this realm filled with dwarves and no sign of my fated one anywhere. This must have been some cosmic joke. One I didn't find funny at all. I had woken up every morning and looked down at the city's spiral maze below and its inhabitants. The dirty muck running along the streets like blood flowing through the veins of a great beast. I thought coming here would be an adventure. I would find my fated one and return home victorious. But this land of dwarves had proven to be anything but a nightmare, and one I couldn't escape from. To make our lives as comfortable as possible, we created our castle cities to accommodate our height and weight. We followed our laws from home. The nobles ruled together as a council. However, some nobles held more power and sway. I was perhaps one of the most influential of them all, a royal prince. A rare breed, as most of the nobles who had arrived with me were dead. Our servants turned on us after seeing opportunities for themselves in this new realm. There were over 30 true nobles when we arrived centuries ago. Now there were 5, including myself. Heeled shoes clicked along the polished hardwood floors until they pressed against the soft white carpet. The music was loud enough to hear, yet gentle enough to speak over without raising one's voice, and the absinthe flowed in an endless stream. A group of 12 comely dwarves lined the far wall, dressed in plain white robes of various styles. I could see the tremble of their hands, yet they remained still as they were told, and waited to serve our kind, who appraised the youth and beauty of these dwarven people. If chosen, they would become a thrall and be escorted to the household of their new master. Most of these dwarves had come from the black market as children and were raised in a school whose sole purpose was to teach them how to entertain. What mattered was their look, manners, and the way they carried themselves. We did not purchase these dwarves to please us sexually. They were mere pets, creatures to be looked at and admired, dressed up in the colors of your house and used as accessories and a symbol of one's power. Good to keep the bed warm and inviting on a rainy night, but to fuck one, even out of curiosity, was going too far. I watched the men and women with nothing but apathy, the same group of people daily, the same fancy environments, the same everything. I wondered what the denizens below were up to in their cheap hovels and rain-soaked streets. Would they be happier if things were different and we never had come here? I'm sure they would. We destroyed their world upon our arrival. Did they think we did it on purpose? Would they even understand the magic behind being able to transport oneself between different realms? Look at me. Speaking as if I'm an expert when this magic had only been discovered 2 years before we made the journey here. One of our magical engineers had accidentally created the Traveler's Rune, killing him. I had built both the portal station the rune would power and a barrier shield to control the unstable rune. I had led the first expedition here, but something had gone terribly wrong. An explosion within the station occurred as we entered this world, destroying this realm and any chance of returning home. I had lost the rune to the intense seas. A young noble with wild red hair braided along the sides pressed himself against the wall, looking like he wanted to disappear inside. He must be new to these parties. His father was old but wealthy, and the young man must prepare to take over the house. I concluded. That meant he would need his own servants and dwarven thralls.
Darling.
The sultry blonde strutted across the room, turning every gaze on her as she did. She knew every man wished they lined her up against that wall in a white robe waiting for purchase, and she revelled in their wild imaginations. Did they wonder what she would look like with her white pearls wrapped around her naked body? She planted a kiss on my cheek.
Did you finally find one interesting?
She purred in my ear. No. I gave her a chaste kiss on the cheek.
Careful, love.
She raised a brow, not at all satisfied.
What would they think seeing you give your soon-to-be mate such a cold kiss?
I don't care what anyone here thinks.
You had better care.
She stood in front of me. Her red-coloured lips formed the perfect pout.
Power here is fleeting. If you're weak, they will eat you alive.
She pulled a small grape wrapped in a soaked leaf from the silver tray as the servant passed by and enjoyed the burst of sweet nectar in her mouth. I glanced around the room. An old Titan male with a great white beard was in the corner with a newly acquired female thrall. Another young man, almost the same age as me, did everything he could to maintain his composure. Still, he looked like he was shitting himself. Or I might eat them, I smirked, only to hear the blonde woman chuckle. Are you here to keep me company or torment me, Frida?
Both.
She smiled, a cheeky one.
My father is eager to meet with you right now. He told me to fetch you post-haste.
She grinned. Just what was she up to? What about? I asked, already eager to bow out. I just wanted one night of rest and relaxation, not sitting in a room mulling over documents and deals. Power had its perks, but it also had drawbacks. Frida's father was one of the most powerful nobles in the city next to me. Despite belonging to a minor house, the older Titan had 500 years over me. He had always called on me to aid him in specific business ventures, but I could see right through him. The old man only consulted with me enough not to raise any brows. The fastest way to make enemies was by making moves on your own.
I think it's about us.
She pouted, once she saw the confused expression on my face.
Our mating, silly.
Ah, yeah. I didn't feel the pull to her, but here there was no time to wait for fate. Joining influential houses was a way to gather and unify strength.
This is what we've been waiting for. Now go in there and make a good impression.
She took my wine glass and stood near one of the golden glowing lights in the room. I opened the white and gold door to a private room where the older man sat alone on the lengthy couch, watching the handsome, well-sculpted dwarven male ride the lithe dwarf female. It wasn't uncommon to purchase dwarves of different genders to watch a show such as this.
Come.
The older gentleman with the braided salt and pepper hair waved me in, and I sat on the couch next to him and watched the grunting couple work up into a frenzy. You wanted to see me?
Yes, I did.
I tore my eyes from the dwarves.
I admit. Back in Odgård just before coming here, I didn't think you would make anything good out of yourself. You're a royal prince, but the youngest of the bunch. I thought you were destined to be run over by the more ambitious. Too spoiled, too much a child still.
He stood and grabbed a glass of absinthe and drank the anise-flavoured liquid. The dry, pungent aroma was a delight, and the bitter taste was even better. The old Titan called Fellman, laughed and downed the alcoholic drink before filling his glass with another. Dwarves preferred to allow water to drip onto a sugar block to balance the bitter notes and lessen the alcohol's strength, but not us. We preferred the strong, bitter drink to anything else dwarves had made.
Do you remember, dear boy, what was it like when we first arrived?
The dwarves climaxed, and the older man turned to the city lights below.
Life was hard on everyone, but it's during these times when true leaders are born.
He sat the glass down, enjoying the heat of the liquor.
I was the one who came up with the idea of these cities. Everyone wanted to hold on to the vague hope we would find the rune in those rough waters. How could we survive after destroying the regions we needed the most? Pussies.
He laughed heartily.
Isn't that what dwarves would call cowards?
He looked to the panting dwarves, who nodded. I agree. I smiled and sipped the drink, enjoying the lightheadedness, but I didn't enjoy feeling this way with this man or even at this party. In the safety and comfort of my own home, sure, I would have drunk the entire bottle. But not here among my enemies, and I didn't care to get drunk while listening to some noble asshole toot his own horn. And no, I disagreed with him.
Building these cities is what saved our asses, and now look at us. We're not just surviving, we're thriving. That's why I admire you, Thorsten. You used your brain and courage in the face of adversity, and now you continue to stand here.
Thank you for your kind words.
Enough ass-kissing. Let me tell you why you're here.
He gestured for the naked dwarves to leave.
I have it on good authority that the madam is still searching for the rune. She has employed several of these dwarven dive teams to hunt it for her.
Now, that was interesting. I take it this concerns you?
Of course it concerns me. It's not as if I wouldn't want to return home. However, think of the chaos it would cause us all if she found it.
He shifted his gaze to me. I knew what he wanted. He wasn't interested in returning home because of how powerful he is now. A minor lord turned king who would give it up. Even if she found the rune, using it without my shield and portal station would be suicide. She's a smart woman. She knows this.
And you believe nothing would come of it?
I'm sure. I held his gaze. Is that all?
Yes, it is.
He sat back on the couch and I stood to leave. Did he know I was secretly building another portal station intending to leave here? I wasn't colluding with the madam, but I also intended to open another portal should I find the missing rune. I'd rather leave than say something and give myself away. We exited the room. Fellman walked over to his daughter, who still beamed excitedly about what this meeting meant. Another titan dressed in a red tunic and loose pants approached. The man with the stark black hair and tight-lipped expression was Gio, the one I mentored, and my heir. It wasn't uncommon for an unmated childless noble to have an unrelated heir, a guardian of the house, so to speak. Their job was to protect the household and act as lord if the true lord traveled far. When you mate and have a child, and that child comes of age, the guardian must step down. These house protectors would be significantly rewarded for their service, even given nobility if they were not already nobles. Gio was my house's protector before joining me on this expedition.
So your presence is requested?
Seems like I'm needed elsewhere.
I want to see you tonight.
Frida grabbed my arm before I could depart. She whispered it, embarrassed by the desperation in her voice. I didn't know when she had left her father's side, but she seemed to sense when I left. If I have time, I assured her, though I wasn't doing a fantastic job. Frida could feel my desire to leave like always.
Remember, I will be your mate. I know it isn't fate, but still, you know how I feel about you.
I know. I pulled my arm from her and departed from the room. Gio handed me my long red coat and opened the umbrella once we stepped outside into the cool, rainy night. I stepped into the large vehicle, careful not to soil my clothing on the damp ground. Gio sat up front, slipping the valet a tip and steering the sizable black vehicle through the drenched streets. My phone rang. This better be good news. What is it?
Sir, they tried to fuck us over. We got 2 of them here, but a third got away.
Everyone called the man on the other end a suit, or, as the dwarves like to call them, MIB. Men in black were cold and meticulous, and hired to take on the dirty jobs we didn't want to do. They typically had a high chance of success, but it must have been a disaster if they called me. Do they have it? I asked, waiting with bated breath.
No, not that we can see. Perhaps the third has it. We're tracking him down.
Why are you doing that? I sighed with frustration, my temperature rising. You said you captured 2. Torture them until they give up the third.
We tried. The bastards are holding out too well.
They won't once I get there. I hung up, annoyed. Why does nothing seem to go my way when I need it to? I asked no one in particular, and Gio knew not even to reply once my mood soured. Chapter 4. Thorsten. The glitz gave way to decay, and there was nothing glamorous about the poor, dirty souls who lingered outside the massive metal tubes hanging overhead, separating the upper district's waste from the lower. The impoverished dwarves raised their buckets to catch the upper level's leftover meals as they reigned above. Half-eaten chicken primavera, spoiled chili, and that recalled salad snack pack that needed discarding, along with some expired sandwich wraps, all flowed down the garbage tubes. We ended up in some seedy warehouse near the lower docks on level 5. It was the home of a black market auction house that sold everything from old technology, lost to the floods, to tech implants, slaves, and everything in between. A suit or MIB waited for us out front and escorted us inside and out of the rain. This place stinks. I covered my nose once we opened a private warehouse section doors. It was filthy, a room they used to store the fish caught at sea. The creature's blood soaked the floor with water and leftover ice. There was also the stench of urine mingled with it all.
Sir, it's the thief we captured. He soiled himself.
You shouldn't go any further.
Gio warned.
You could catch some dwarven disease.
The suit scrunched his nose at the statement, most likely offended at the very idea that he and his kind were so filthy they could make us ill. I'll be fine. I approached the blonde-haired dwarf the suits kept strung up and suspended in the air on chains. His wrists and ankles were bloody and bruised from the shackles. Good. I didn't want to bend over to talk to this dwarf. Blood dripped and rolled down his arm until it reached the dried bloodstains on the ground, near the drain. I don't understand. I finally addressed the injured man. You were the one who contacted me to sell me the item, so why did you renege on our deal? Did another of our kind make a better offer? The dwarf kept his head low and unresponsive. Look at how you avoid my gaze. I'm sure you were a big man when you believed you were cheating me out of my credits. He kept his lips shut and kept his eyes on the dirty ground. Did he have it on him during the meeting? I focus on the shaved head mail in the crisp black three-piece suit.
Yes, he did. However, he panicked when we asked to inspect it.
Then it was a fake?
We didn't have time to verify. He was asking for more money than you originally agreed to.
You really are stupid or ballsy or both. Piss stained the dwarf's jeans. The stinging stench offended my nose. You leave me in quite the situation here. If the item is fake, then you tried to scam me. If it's real, it means you could dive into the abyss, a feat in itself. Or you're that shrewd of a person you stole the device from the dive team who acquired it. I don't like unanswered questions. The petite dwarven male hung near the blonde, his short brown hair wet and clinging to his skin. His teeth chattered. How old is this one, Gio? He doesn't look half bad. Perhaps someone would buy him. If not one of our kind, then perhaps a wealthy dwarf. I hoped the blonde understood what I meant by this threat. The rich dwarves who resided in the city's upper district would buy this male, dress him in leather, and have their way with him. Perhaps a fate far worse than being dressed up and pranced about by our kind. And selling him would be enough to consider my time well spent, but it wasn't money I needed, and selling this bitch would do nothing to console me. But if the blonde thought a terrible fate awaited this smaller, more delicate-looking male, and it led to getting what I wanted, then it was worth it. The blonde pushed air through his teeth, making a disgusted noise. Or perhaps I should? I walked over to the smaller male and gestured for the suits to loosen the chains holding him up. He fell to the floor, trembling with fear. His face was bloodied, and his left eye was swollen and bruised. Snatching him up, I kept my eyes on the blonde the entire time, ensuring the strung-up dwarf knew my intent for his smaller companion.
Please!
The small male cried as I ran my large hand along his body, squeezing his little arse.
You piece of fucking shit.
The blonde grimaced.
I'm sorry, Joe.
He tried to look away. Geo grabbed his face, forcing him to watch. I ran my lips along the nape of his neck, my hands gripping his tender place. His breath hitched despite himself.
It won't work.
The blonde struggled to pull his face away from Geo's grip.
If you hurt him, I swear.
Before the dwarf could finish his threat, I whipped out my pocket knife, a small thing I use just for their kind, and stabbed the smaller male in his slim thigh. Now it was time to bargain.
Ah!
The slimmer one screamed and tumbled to the cold, wet floor. I closed my eyes. This was exquisite. There was nothing like watching the look of total defiance soften into myriad expressions until fear took over. The smaller male gripped his leg and looked up at me, expecting me to show him mercy. They always do. I sliced at him again, blood splattering my once clean and crisp robe, soaking into the red color like a designed pattern.
The one who has your device is a diver.
The smaller male cried out.
We stole that thing. That thing you're looking for from another dive team. It's real, I swear it. Arg! We were going to sell it to you, but we just needed more money.
Joe.
This diver has it. Where is he? I asked, thankful for not having to do more. They brought this pain on themselves for trying to rob me.
I'll tell you everything. If you let me. And Jackson, go. I'll tell you. Where he lives. And how to get him here.
I'll fucking kill you, you Titan piece of shit.
The blonde thrashed himself about like a caged dragon, his fierce eyes on me as if he could tear me apart if we only released his restraints. I could tell he had tech implants and strength enhancers. He probably could give me a good fight if I freed him, but I wasn't in the mood. All I wanted was the Traveler's rune to transport me home.
Sir?
A suit approached with a gun pointed at the blonde's head. No. I need him alive. I kneeled to speak to the smaller male, who shivered in his blood. A stream of urine pooled around him. Tell me more about this diver and I'll let you and your friend go.
You promise?
You and your friend mean nothing to me. The one who has my property does. If you can deliver that person to me, then I'll consider our deal done.
Don't do it, Joe.
The blonde cried out and Geo gestured to the suits to gag him.
He has a shop. In the Neons District underpass.
What does he look like? The smaller male looked at the blonde and lowered his eyes, ashamed.
Jackson, he has a hollow picture of him.
Geo shoved his hand into the blonde's pockets, pulled a silver cord with a bulky oval locket dangling from the end, and tossed it over to me. I opened the small clasp. The small light streamed out, displaying the hollow of a man with full lips, almond eyes, and wild black hair, the sun hitting them just right. My heart lurched like suddenly time sped forward, like a vehicle going downhill too fast, that rush of adrenaline forcing the hairs on my back to rise and tingle to life. The pull, this was it, that feeling which led one to their fated one, but for a dwarf.
Do you know him?
Geo approached, concern etched in his features. I breathed deeply, swiftly closed the locket, and stuffed it into my inner coat pocket. Of course not, he's a dwarf. I then looked at the smaller male. You mentioned getting him here.
Yeah, my brother can help me get Cal here.
I reached for my phone and held it out for him to talk. Get him here, now.
Chapter 5. Cal. A loud banging at the door sent me on edge. I thought of my father resting upstairs, grabbed a small gun under the desk, and peeked out the window into the rainy night. I'm closed, I yelled at what looked like a man and woman around my age.
This is Davy, Jackson's friend. He told you about me.
The man outside said, Show me some proof. The man held his forearm against the glass, showing off a tattoo of an Ouroboros symbol with a trident through it. It was the same tattoo Jackson had, and in the same spot. It wasn't uncommon for dive teams to get tattoos together that represented their team. What are the odds that this guy got a tattoo to trick me? Not likely, as he would be a dead man. No dive team would tolerate someone who wasn't a part of their group to sport their tattoo. I unlocked the door, and he pushed inside, quickly disarming me. He combed his auburn hair into a poof at the top, and the woman was mousy-looking with brown hair and enormous eyes.
What the hell happened?
The man pointed an accusatory finger at me. He dressed like the typical punks around the lower levels of Jotun, black and blacker and some silver chains to bring it all out. "Excuse me?" I recoiled and reached for the space at my hip. Jackson had warned me always to keep a weapon on my body in this city, but new habits were hard to form. I thought the gun was enough, but apparently it wasn't.
Davy!
The mousy-looking woman scolded. Davy reached into his pocket, taking out his phone.
You're Jackson's friend, right?
The mousy woman asked, getting my attention right away. I moved back near the counter to put myself closer to the knife Jackson gave me years ago in veneer.
Don't even think about it!
The mousy woman pointed her gun at me. "Yeah, I am, and he's in big trouble right now." I held up my hands.
Take a look at this.
The man held the phone up and pressed play on what looked like a vid. The place looked dimly lit and dank. The footage was nearly grainy, but there he was, Jackson, chained down and alive.
Hey, all you worthless motherfuckers out there!
A man bellowed on the screen. He and the other men danced about in what looked like clown masks and grungy-looking janitor outfits.
The BOM is feeling mighty damn generous today. Anybody want to claim this turd? Bring at least 500,000 credits. Price negotiable, though, so try to bring more.
The screen went black. Who the hell are these people? I brushed away my disorderly strands.
They're called the Brotherhood of Mercy.
The woman put away her gun and cracked her knuckles, making a loud pop.
If Jackson is with them, then he's in a world of trouble, and we don't have that kind of money.
The last thing he told us before he and Joe set off was about you being in town and needing money.
Davy closed the gap intentionally. He looked like he was ready to attack at the slightest provocation, and I wondered if I could grab my knife in time. It was next to impossible for me to take him in a fistfight.
What happened? Jackson would never let himself get caught by anyone.
He scowled while sizing me up.
But now I see how. You look like his type.
My voice shook. I couldn't deal with the glares and judgments from Jackson's friends. I wanted to ball up into a shell and be alone. Jackson asked me to come here because he needed a skilled diver for a dangerous job. He told me it would pay well enough to get my father's medical treatment. But it wasn't a dive. It was a heist. We stole something from another dive group and went to the meeting spot Jackson told me about. And these guys in suits showed up. They offered us 500,000 credits. Jackson wanted more. They grew suspicious and wanted to verify if we had the item. Jackson refused to hand it over without pay. They got into a fight, and before I knew it, they were trying to kill us.
What else?
The auburn-haired man glared daggers into me. He gave it to me and stayed behind.
And Joe? What about my brother?
He chose to stay with him.
Motherfucker. This is all your fault.
No, it isn't.
I think she was defending me, though she didn't sound convinced.
Where is this thing? Maybe if we hand it over, they will release them.
I doubt giving it to those Mercy guys will do it. They don't look like they would know anything about this, nor have the money these suits will pay, I argued.
How would you know that?
Hand it over.
Davy held out his hand, expecting me to just hand it to him. Jackson gave it to me, so I'm going to keep it. I couldn't look him in the eyes when I said it. Confrontation was not my strong suit. I hated being paranoid, but this whole thing seemed sketchy. How did they know I wasn't with Jackson?
That fucking thing may be the only way I can save my brother and my friend. And you're keeping it?
Those guys weren't the ones after us, I argued back, getting jittery from the confrontation. So why do they have him?
The BOM get their victims from various sources. It's not uncommon for them to broadcast a deal for the return of loved ones like this.
And I told you that these Mercy men were not the ones who came after us. That means the men who captured them handed them off to another group for a separate ransom, which also just so happens to be the same amount as the money we were supposed to make from that deal.
We know it's some sort of trap.
Davy rolled his eyes.
That's why we're going in with a plan.
That plan involves you too.
Davy folded his arms.
What's going on?
Dad stood at the bottom of the stairs. He held onto the banister to keep his frail body up. It's nothing, I tried to assure him. These are just some friends.
My name is Melanie,
The woman answered, plastering an awkward smile on her face.
Davy.
He folded his arms defiantly.
Sounds like some scuffling going on down here.
He wiped his thin lips.
Do I have to wrestle the information from you younglings?
You shouldn't involve yourself,
Davy said, keeping himself in check and hanging his head low. This was perhaps the only time I had seen him carry himself with some control.
You're in my shop and yelling at my son. I am involved.
He turned to me, and I couldn't quite make out my father's expression or what he was thinking.
I knew coming here was a mistake. That's what I get for being too old to fight back.
He sat down.
And it seems as though you're getting yourself into some sort of trouble already.
An epiphany came to me. My dad had years of diving experience and had come across so much treasure I'd never heard of before. If he didn't know what that silver ball was, then no one would. Wait, Dad, can you look at this? I handed it to him after retrieving it from under my desk. This reaction of his was strange.
Where did you get this?
He stared at the ball with little emotion, as if his face became a mask of indifference.
You know what that is?
Davy pointed at the ball, seemingly at a loss.
I've seen this before, yes.
My old man sneered, but kept his eyes trained on the silver in his hands.
Looks fascinating, does it? But trust me, it's worthless.
My dad tried to steady his breathing.
Where did you get this?
Jackson stole it from a dive team who was going to sell it to some rich guy in the upper district. Dad sighed.
There's a chance this person is only after this because he or she believes it is high-quality goods that can make them a lot of money. I say let them have it.
He tossed his hand up and gave the ball to Davy.
Cal, I think I've had enough of this city. Let's go back to Vanna where the weather is much nicer than this. I'll call Mrs. Millen tonight.
What? We need him.
No, you don't.
My dad argued, the heavy lines on his face forming when he was angry.
You just need that thing. Whatever it is you are into, I'll not have you drag my son along.
Dad, I owe it to Jackson to help him. I know he would do the same for me.
Please.
His grip was rough and tight.
I don't have the strength to stop you. I just want you to see reason. Let it be their problem.
I just feel like I need to see this through. I don't want Jackson to think I just left and abandoned him after he stuck his neck out for me. I hugged him, hoping to calm him. Whatever he was trying to hide, I would get it out of him later. I love you, and I know you're worried, but I promise I will come back home, and before I leave, I'll call Mrs. Millen to come over and check up on you.
Cal.
His eyes welled with tears. I knew he wanted to say more, but I also knew that whatever held his tongue would not let it go easily. And his reaction scared me. My father went from stone-faced and silent to wanting to leave. Jackson was in more danger than I thought, and with his friends backing me up, perhaps there was something I could do to help him.
Please make do on that promise, and don't do more than you should.
His voice trembled, and I kissed his trembling hands before heading upstairs to change. Chapter 6. Cal. I sat in the back of the rickety vehicle that bumped, jerked, and sometimes sputtered ahead, causing me to fear if we would even make it to the so-called auction house of these men who called themselves the Brotherhood of Mercy. Whatever this plan they had to save Jackson, I wasn't privy to it, but it involved me and this ball somehow, though it worried me about what we had to do. We turned down a muddy road until we reached a nearly isolated warehouse on the city's lowest level. Most of the city was dark and lonely, with metal shacks lining the narrow road. Only a few spots had working electricity. One of them was the warehouse, with its bright spotlights illuminating the parking lot. The crashing waves washed ashore, dragging the ground sediment into the water. The structure was rusted beyond repair and half falling apart, contrasting with the luxury cars lining the outside. Some cars were enormous, big enough for a Titan. Davy parked near a bush before the black-clad guards posted by the large brown rusted sliding doors saw us.
This is it.
Davy scoped the area and spotted two of the men in black stationed at the entrance.
Melanie, keep the car running. If we gotta go, I wanna go.
Are you sure?
She tapped her foot along the bottom of the rust bucket.
I brought my rifle. If I get a good vantage point, I can cover you.
No.
He paused in a perfect state of indecision. I think I would feel better knowing a sniper has their sights on me. No, I didn't mean it like that. I mean on my side. I stammered, wanting this ordeal to be over. By this point, this ordeal dashed all hopes of getting paid, and the only thing left was to free Jackson and Joe and get out with our lives. But still, judging by my dad's reaction, could that ball be worth more than any of us could have dreamed? I thought of my father's illness and how desperately I needed the money. I suddenly felt anger towards Jackson for ruining the deal. I didn't believe he deserved death or severe injury, but I needed those credits for my father. I was giving up the only thing that could get me the money in time for his treatments. Suddenly, the sound of the rain and the car door opening jolted me out of my head.
Are you sure?
Davy looked at the empty seat next to him. Melanie was out of the car and heading to the trunk. Davy popped the lid as if he suspected her answer, and she took out a long, heavy case.
I guess I got my answer.
He shrugged. I took a deep breath. Davy looked at me as I sat on the back of the mildew-smelling seats, my stomach flipping and my teeth chattering from the jitters.
The plan is for you to get backstage and find Jackson and Joe. You'll be alone and maybe even see some horrible shit. But remain focused on the people you came here for.
Why go through all of this? I shrugged. You saw the vid. They just want an exchange for him.
This isn't just about Jackson. My brother is in trouble too. The goal is to free them both, but they only offered Jackson, so we gotta take my brother back ourselves.
He sighed and continued.
If you find Joe, free him, and I'll exchange this thing for Jackson.
What the hell is stopping them from taking it from you?
Easy. I won't actually have it. I'll hide it by the docks over there after I get you inside.
He pointed at the rickety wooden pier above the crashing waves.
If things go south, I trust Jackson to know how to get you guys out. And Melanie is a crack shot.
Okay. I huffed and got out into the icy rain. The skies were a dark gray, blanketing the city in dark gloom. Davy grabbed me by the arm, crudely pulling me to him.
Your role is some soft little thing I'm selling, so if I slap you around, don't take it personally.
Davy opened the black umbrella to shield us from the rain. He wore a black suit that wasn't as clean or together as he would have liked. The dress shirt had a hole in the back with droplets of blood on the fabric, most likely from the victim he stole it from. I looked for Melanie, but couldn't find her. I doubted the woman cared about my life, but she seemed to care about Jackson, Davy, and Joe. Knowing that was the only solace I felt as I approached the massive structure. My clothes weren't anything fancy, just a simple light gray t-shirt and black jeans, my attempt at dressing fancy. I could do nothing about my unruly strands, so I pinned them back with some clips to get them out of my eyes. The tall, black-clad bald men approached, ordering Davy to raise his arms while I avoided their gaze as much as possible.
Your business here?
Got a sweet young thing for sale. What else it look like?
Davy slipped into the accent typical of the ethnic hodgepodge of the city, which was a mixture of Euro-English, deep American South, and islanders like Jamaica. Everyone here spoke this way, and I realized that they were speaking normal to me because they saw me as an outsider. They were right. I could barely understand them even if they spoke English, but I suppose it solidified even more that I didn't belong here. One man patted me down, his hand lingering on my backside. I moved away and sneered, which only made him cackle.
Yeah, he a good catch, yeah. Go in.
The other leered at me, making me even more nervous and uncomfortable. The lights were dim, but the massive industrial complex was full of people. This was a black market slave auction, but not just for the rich. Factory managers prowled these markets looking for indentured workers, strong men and women who would spend most of their lives paying back their debts. Others were tech junkies looking for some poor, unfortunate tripper who couldn't pay off their debt and was caught by the collectors. Trippers were people with illegal tech implants who became addicted to the drugs needed to keep their bodies from rejecting the implants. They usually couldn't keep up with the payments on the implants. Debt collectors hunted them down to bring them back to the black market to auction off the implants and remove them for another to take. A dark place like this was where they found themselves, on stage and auctioned off like a machine with spare parts. Jackson warned me about places like this. Who knew I would visit something like this so soon? A big man tossed a young red-headed woman on stage. She pleaded for mercy and more time. The auctioneer inspected her, turning her head about.
She's got a renal implant along with some cosmetic changers,
he said to the eager crowd. Once the bidding began, the tech-heavy salvagers raised their hands in fierce competition. Oh God, just get me out of here safely, I muttered, wanting to run out of the room.
I'm gonna sell you to those guys there and they'll take you to the back,
Davi whispered as he walked me over to the large man dressed in a vintage pinstriped suit. The exchange was simple and seemed to go faster than I thought. They exchanged the credits, and my hair rose straight away. Was I just duped? I became stricken with paranoia. He mentioned nothing of me being sold to the auction, even though it made sense, I guess. A tall woman with long dreads swooped up and tied with a colorful scarf stepped forward and slapped a pair of silver cuffs around my wrists, connected by a lengthy chain. She dragged me down a narrow red hall from the auction hall to the back rooms. The gavel echoed in the distance, along with the murmuring hush voices. This didn't seem like the ragged place I had seen in the video. I noticed no one that resembled the rough men with painted faces. Oh God, is Jackson really here? My eyes darted about. I wanted out the moment I was in. Was this worth it? Several filled cages lined the darkened hall near the stage, pitiful men and women who cowered at the suited men who passed by. I couldn't get a good look as the woman pulled me down the opposite hall and threw me into an empty, distressed communal shower room.
Hurry up and get him off, yeah,
the tall woman ordered, but I had no idea what she was talking about, or more accurately put, I was willfully obtuse. I didn't want to face the reality that she was ordering me to get naked in front of her. The woman scoffed, pulled out a knife, cut the fabric, and tore the shirt and pants off my body, exposing me to the cold air in the room. No! I gasped, but the woman continued to cut away my underwear before pushing me forward and taking my shoes off. I could now see the line running along her upper arms and shoulders. Just like Jackson, she had strength enhancers. I danced about on the cold, damp, filthy floor. This was the underworld, where the weak are lost and devoured by the strong. The woman turned on the cold water like she had done this 1,000 times. She grabbed a long brush and ran the soapy tool up and down my body, washing my cock and the crack of my buttocks. After getting rinsed off, she dragged me to a giant blow-dryer to dry my hair and body. She was rough and eager to finish her task. I was just another body coming through, washing, drying, hopefully, dressing and moving on. "Sit!" the woman demanded after struggling to get me onto a stool. She pulled out a comb to tackle my hair, but gave up on the disobedient curls and focused on my face. She pulled a spray bottle with glitter out of a pouch and sprayed my face with it. Oh God, what the hell is she trying to turn me into? A pixie?
If you move, your eye bleed, yeah?
She ran the black liner around my eyes.
You're gonna have smoky eyes and make all the men's cocks drip drip.
Stop! I turned away, having enough of this woman and her dirty makeup. The woman grabbed me hard, threatening not to leave a visible mark, but causing me a lot of pain. I reluctantly settled down, allowing her to finish her work. Once done, she pulled me up by the chain, leading me back to the hallway. Wait! I pulled back as hard as I could, fear draining the color from my face. Don't make me go out there naked.
You ain't the only one.
The woman rolled her eyes, uninterested in hearing another round of begging she maybe had listened to 1,000,000 times.
I got me own debts to pay.
She pulled me into the hall, only taking me a few feet before closing me in a dark room. Oh God! I breathed on the verge of a full-blown panic attack. Chapter 7. Cal. I stood in the room naked, alone, and afraid, recalling the events that led me to this moment as though it would give me some comfort. Fight or flight kicked in, and anger mingled with the fear. Animals, I whispered in disgust.
You are correct.
A voice answered in the dark. I jolted at the strange yet throaty and pleasing sound, which carried a light echo. Hearing nothing else, I thought I was alone.
But necessary.
Yes, the voice was resonant and deep, but also quiet. A scent drifted toward me that, for some reason, made me think of a snowy pine forest and the roar of a crackling fire. For some strange reason, a platter of sliced apples, pineapples, and black currants sat by my side. I wanted to go to that place right now. not just to escape the cold filth of this warehouse, but because I felt someone needed me there. It was too dark to see anything, and whoever was in here with me didn't move an inch. "Who are you? I'm not for sale."
Could have fooled me.
In the dark was a pair of silver eyes. I shuddered. "No."
I won't harm you.
The voice was calm, yet it carried with it a specific apathetic nature, like the person said what needed to be said to keep me from freaking out.
Your friend is in serious trouble, and depending on your decision, you could be too.
I worked up the nerve to speak up. I understand perfectly what's going on. I wish I weren't in this situation, but I am. Shutters raised, displaying a large pane of glass. My heart thumped when I gazed inside, though I was relieved to see ordinary-looking men on the other side. But the scene wasn't quite right. A distressed young girl poured decanters of wine into their crystal glasses. They tucked into the platter of roasted glazed duck, cheeses, and exotic fruits I had never seen before. They laughed as one grabbed the girl, placed her on his thick lap, and poured the reddish liquid down her throat, much to her horror and dismay. None of them seemed to look in my direction. They couldn't see me, but I was no longer comforted by the sight of ordinary men.
Don't worry. They can't see you.
There was something off about his voice, the uncanny valley. He pretended to care but didn't.
Men will always go above and beyond for beauty. But you would know that better than anyone.
And what do I know?
Men like your friend are a dime a dozen in this town. Another tech head with too many implants and making irrational decisions as a result. Like sacrificing his life for a man. But you were smart enough to hide your identity. I had the best agents money could buy looking into your past, and so far, it's like you don't even exist.
I had no idea what he was talking about. I wanted to explain that it wouldn't have been hard to find me, but why give myself away like that? Maybe my dad was behind us not being so easy to track. He was a damn good hacker. "Jackson, where is he?" I said, turning from the silver eyes in the shadows. A small monitor clicked on, the only light source besides the adjacent room's dim lights where the fat cats partied. I turned to look at the man behind me, able to make out what he could look like, and gasped at the broad chest and thick braid of light hair draping his strong shoulders. The couch was oversized and raised high enough for me to use a stepping stool to sit. He crossed his long legs, as well as his fingers that rested on his knee. He was not a lanky man, not from what little I could see. Oh God, a titan. A real live titan was right in front of me. I couldn't breathe. I didn't know what I expected. Perhaps I thought they would look as big as a house or even a building like Godzilla. But no, he was probably 8 feet tall, just big enough to lean when he entered a doorway, body filled and muscled, like an average well-built man, just bigger. Strange, lewd thoughts entered my head, of what it would be like to bed such a man until I pictured the massive cock he must have. Great, now my eyes won't leave his crotch. Just freaking stop it already, brain. He probably thinks I'm a perv now. I glimpsed back at the screen. Jackson lay on the floor, bruised and beaten in a pool of vomit. No other cries escaped his cut, cracked lips, but the demand for more tech drugs. I felt like trash thinking of lewd thoughts without even knowing if Jackson was okay. What did you do to him?
Nothing.
The Titan shrugged.
Like all trippers, he did it to himself. Is that why he asked for more money? For his habit?
He was trying to help me. I gritted my teeth. They must have deprived Jackson of his tech drugs, or maybe fed him too much.
I performed a background check on him. He owes the collectors 100,000 credits. I suppose 500,000 credits split 3 ways wouldn't have been enough for him.
You don't know him like I do. He sighed and rolled his silver eyes facetiously, as though bringing up something like that could be readily accepted.
It's up to you to decide. Will you do right for yourself or him?
What do you mean?
You stole from me, and I don't take too kindly to anyone who would dare do that. With just the click of a switch, I can let those dwarven men see into this room. They'll see you and bid on you in this private auction, and they have appetites you don't want to sate.
That's no option at all.
You can trade yourself. After all, you weren't alone, and someone has to be punished for this crime against me.
Why punish anyone? I tried to reason, tears falling. If we give you your ball, you can just take it and go. And look what you've already done to poor Jackson.
Who do you work for?
No one, I swear. I'm an independent diver. He scoffed.
Come with me willingly, and I'll let your friend go.
Or I can tell you where your ball is in exchange for letting us go. I tried to reason with him, hoping Davy placed the ball where he told me he would put it.
I could let you go, and your friend, and you can scurry back to whatever shithole you come from. But then every rat from that shithole will try to take advantage of me. And that other male Joe has already decided. That's why you're here and why I already have the rune. His brother loves him dearly and was eager to hand it over for his safe return.
Bastard. I knew something was sketchy about him and that woman. Like a fool, I walked right into a trap. And what of Jackson? They just left him here. Some friends they turned out to be. So my only choice is to come with you willingly, or what?
I don't need to punish you all, just one will do. If you come with me of your free will, I will release your friend and clear his debt. We'll give him his drugs. How he finds more is his business. I will warn him never to cross my path again, and I pray he heeds it.
If I say no?
You will come with me anyway by force, and your friend will stand where you are now, and he can sate their appetites, though I doubt he would be their type.
How is that a choice?
One or both will pay.
If I come with you, what will happen? My breath caught in my throat. Are you going to eat me? He laughed.
Ridiculous. I doubt you would taste good, though you look tempting. No. You can work to pay off his debt.
What kind of work? I shuddered to think about what he meant.
In my house?
Like a servant?
Yes.
It wasn't about getting away scot-free, but about selecting the lesser evil. A servant, I whispered to myself. I considered myself a decent cook and cleaned the house every day since my father took sick. I then thought of my father and how he relied on me to be there for him. My dad, would I be able to go home?
Once your debt is paid.
He's sick. He relies on me to take care of him. I paused. What made me think he would give a damn? I learned how foolish it was to expect anyone to care about me in this city. It was all about getting what you wanted and leaving everyone else behind. Even those who claimed to be Jackson's friends left him twisting in the wind, or perhaps they were never his friends. Maybe they were lying to lure me here. My father would die without medical treatment. If I'm going to be working off a debt anyway, then can I add medical treatment for my father to Jackson's debt?
Oh.
I imagined his brow lifting.
Medical treatments are costly.
I know.
A money grubber with a heart. How sweet.
He scoffed sarcastically.
Come to me.
Chapter 8. Cal. He sat there staring at me, waiting for me to comply with his demands. I'm not as naive as I let on. I know what he is expecting. It's written in what he isn't saying. Those monsters in human form had the girl bent and pressed against the glass. I imagined myself in her shoes. The pain and humiliation she must have been feeling was something I never wanted to experience. This is only one man, or Titan. We were alone as far as I knew, but I also couldn't deny what I felt as he reached out his hand to me. My heart fluttered, and I was full of so much anticipation. I felt compelled to comply, but not out of fear but desire. The floor felt like I was walking on a block of ice as I took each slow step toward him. My eyes adjusted to the dark, and I could make out the bits of an extra cushion and shine from the leather. I kept my hands over my cock in some strange sense of preserving my modesty. One large hand covered my ass and gently pulled me in, guiding me between his large, long legs. I could now see him clearly, and my heart fluttered. I didn't expect him to be so freaking sexy. His features were sharp, Nordic, and robust. His white hair swooped back, exposing his large pointed ears. His skin was as white as porcelain. His silver eyes appraised me, a real living Titan in front of me. He muttered something in a strange language and laughed. His breath was as cold as his skin, reminding me of an icy winter in the mountains surrounded by pine trees. He leaned close. No one had ever done this to me before. I was a virgin, and the most I'd ever done was a make-out session, and it only happened once. That kiss from Jackson was my second kiss. Now, I was in a dark room in the middle of a black market auction house with a Titan, and he was doing more than kissing me.
I shouldn't have done that,
he said, gripping me and pulling me away, a tinge of disgust on his face. Several loud blasts echoed from the distance. Gunfire, no doubt about it. I ducked low and rolled onto the floor while he stood. The lights in the room sprung to life, and the door swung open. The other Titan who hurriedly entered the room was just as handsome. His black hair was also braided, long, and tucked behind his sharp, elf-like ears. They spoke to each other in a harsh, fast language I couldn't understand even if I tried. The one I was with didn't even look at me when he removed his red coat and tossed it at me before ordering me in English to hide my tempting nakedness. I complied, not wanting to stick around for whatever was happening. Perhaps it was Melanie. A part of me hoped it was a part of some rescue attempt, that Jackson and I weren't left to rot as I had believed. Look at me, still full of naive optimism. Relying on someone else to save me was foolish. No way in hell was I going to let myself believe any of this was happening in some attempt to spare Jackson or me. I would figure my way out, and when I did, the first thing I was going to do was pack up mines and my father's shit and get as far away from this city as possible. And did he just give me the robe he stained with his... I sniffed it. It was full of his lovely scent. I was going to ignore that as much as I could. The Titan grabbed me by the arm and guided me through the panic-stricken crowd. I cried out when some asshole stepped on my barefoot. We reached the outside. The night skies were as melancholy as they were during the day. Did the sun ever shine in this city? The sound of something whizzing past my head drew my focus. Holy shit, was that a bullet? The Titan pushed me out of the way. Once I hit the ground, I took my chance. With little thought or a plan, I rolled into the crashing sea. I immediately regretted it when the force of the chaotic waves slammed me against the rocks before sucking me into a watery whirlwind. I was a diver used to swimming. My legs were strong, and I could hold my breath for almost 15 minutes straight, but I had never swam these waters. I wasn't prepared for the freezing cold. My chest tightened in response to my veins ceasing up. I had to get out of here fast. Fighting against the waves, I reached the surface and breathed a massive chunk of air. I was too far from the shore to make it back. A golden flame peeked from the surface. I didn't know what the hell it was, but if I could latch onto it before my energy ran out, then that's what I would do. With any luck, I planned to rest and make it back to shore. But the waters had other ideas. A gigantic wave threw me off balance and slammed me against something hard, dislocating my arm. I'm going to die. I panicked. The one thing I knew I should never do. I did it like a fool, and embarrassingly kicked until someone gripped me by the neck and flung me out of the water and onto a rough metal grate.
Stupid dwarf.
It was that Titan bastard. His white hair clung to his face as he snarled like a beast in fury.
You're becoming more trouble than you are worth.
He plopped down. He was bare-chested, his body looking fine, his arms. I imagined them pinning me down. Stop it, you dumb horny libido. His pants clung to his massive thighs. I had lost his coat in the waves and was naked again until I noticed the red and gold-trimmed garment he wore next to me. What was I supposed to do? I said, adjusting the... I don't know what to call this. It looked like it could be a tunic, so that's what I would call it, to cover as much of my naked body as possible. Let you take me? I finished.
I saved your life. You were nearly shot.
He didn't give me time to respond, but I had nothing to say. I suppose I owed him my life if he was telling the truth. He pressed a button on his watch and spoke in that language of his I couldn't understand. The person on the other end replied. I became fixated on the device. Any new tech piece was a cause of awe and wonderment. I wanted to see, use, take it apart, and see how it worked. Is that technology from your world? I asked, resisting the urge to reach out for it.
It's a comms device. It's nothing. You dwarves had this tech too.
He looked paler than before. Dark circles formed around his eyes. He looked sick. What's your name? I asked, hoping to gain some commonality with him. Isn't that what you're supposed to do when kidnapped? Let the other know you are a person too, instead of an object, though I didn't understand how well that would work on a Titan. What are you? I asked when he didn't answer.
A Titan.
That's what we call you, though I get why. But I'm sure you call yourselves something else.
That is none of your concern, little one.
His tone said, don't even try it.
You should focus more on how you plan to convince me that I should bother to take you with me.
Did you think I would just come quietly? You're angry because I took an opportunity to get away from you? You who held my friend prisoner and forced me to... I didn't want to finish.
Look at you.
He said it as though it was plain to see.
What did you really think would happen to you once you came here? You never should have come here.
He sneered and muttered something else in his language.
Why did I jump in after you? I'll never understand.
He grumbled more to himself. Why did you?
I told you I don't know.
He looked exasperated. Did you feel the same as I did? Is that why you touched me?
You felt it too?
He looked surprised. I nodded.
It can't be.
He shook his head.
My fated mate is a damned dwarf of all creatures.
A dwarf? I said, offended. I'm not a dwarf. I'm not a creature in a fantasy novel, but a human.
To us, you are dwarves.
You have dwarves in your world?
No, they are myths. Or at least we thought so until we came here.
Why did you come here?
If you dwarves had the power to open a portal to another world, wouldn't you try it too?
I couldn't say no to that. The thought that an actual portal could take me to another world was intriguing. Was it really a portal? I asked, fascinated. Where is it? Is it like technology or magic? And can you go back whenever you like?
If I could, I would, dwarf.
I'm not a dwarf.
If you say so.
He stretched his arm.
You look cold. Let me warm you.
His offer seemed innocent, but his silver eyes, sharp with sensual desire, said otherwise. I wanted to protest and resist, but couldn't find the right words. The look in his silver eyes was fierce and scary, almost as if he didn't want to say those words to me, but it turned him on to say it. I reached out for his hand. The sound of a motorboat approached. It was the one he called Geo. He parked next to the rail, and the Titan stopped and groaned, annoyed.
Sir!
The black-haired one called out, and the Titan with the white hair spoke to him in their language. Geo lifted me off the rails and placed me in the large boat, and once the white-haired one leaped over the rails inside the vehicle, the one called Geo steered us back to shore, where an enormous car waited. The drive was long, which made sense. I believe Jotun was on record as the largest sanctuary city, created with several sloping layers of its megastructure. The bottom, the closest to the water, was the poorest of the poor, the dregs of society whose homes were made of tin and torn fabric. They fed off the left-behind food wastes of the upper levels. They sorted the garbage into edible food wastes, recyclable, non-recyclables, etc. They sent the edible food waste down into a vat, and at the end, the people who lived in the lowest levels and their filthy trays and buckets to catch the food before it spilled on the wet, dirty ground. Those who couldn't get to the vats had to scrape their meal off the cement, and no one wanted to do that. Above them was the industrial city full of factory workers and indentured servants. They processed the old metals and irons from scraps. They forged new tools, building materials, everything needed for repairs, etc. Next was the central city, which took up 2 levels where most citizens tried to live. Full of clubs and businesses, it resembled something of the old cities. And moving higher than that were the upper districts, which formed into 2 layers. First, the wealthy humans who lived in mansions and luxury high-rises where the sun could penetrate the landscape, making it warmer than the lower cities. Above was the Titan's castle, the warmest and brightest, a megacity in its own right. It was as if the city had opened up all its secrets. Oh, how wrong I was to believe that the area I was in was all there was to offer. It felt like a minor blip of a much larger map. For the first time, I looked upon the lofty towers, the tallest buildings in the city connected by massive halls and arches like a modern-day castle bathed in white stone. Nerves shot through me. I was naked save for the damp tunic to provide some modesty. Other Titans passed by in business skirts and suits, like in the scene from an old movie. I felt even dirtier and out of place in this clean, luxurious area, but this man, Titan, didn't seem to care at all. He gripped me and escorted me through the massive white marbled lobby, garnering stares from the others while we entered the elevator. Thankfully, no one else was inside. Once we reached the large white double doors, they opened, beckoning us inside. Cal, you're not in Kansas anymore. The doors opened to a whole new world, a different world far away from the filth and the slummed-out streets and tech-dope fiends. This was the High Castle. Chapter 9. Cal. The walls were white marble, and the floor and even the enormous staircase were white, which would have given the room a cold, sterile appearance had it not been for the furniture that filled it. Beautiful shades of red and gold accented, small banners cover the stair rails, a red color with golden vines etched along with the wood. Human men and women waited as if they knew he would arrive. They dressed in red and gold tunics, loose pants for the males, a simple knee-high red dress, and a gold belt for the women. All wore soft, plain white house shoes. They lowered their heads until he snapped his fingers and ordered a woman with short, dirty blonde hair to approach.
Get him cleaned up.
Yes, master.
The woman bowed again. He pushed me in her direction. Nervous as hell, I followed with a little fight. However, my mind was already racing with ideas. Yes, I couldn't resist this giant of a man, and yes, I made a deal to come with him, but trusting people in this city put me in this predicament in the first place. Trusting Jackson forced me to behave in ways I never would. I've never been a dive robber. I had always seen those people as lazy and lacking talent. If I hadn't frozen when Jackson pulled out the gun, I would have run away. Maybe those divers would still be alive. Trusting the word of Jackson's friends landed me here. Now, I should trust this Titan to care for my father? I can't do that no matter how much his touch, scent, and the way his beautiful face contorted with pleasure when he comes. When the opportunity arises, I will make my escape. Whatever feelings I had, most likely primal arousal, that would be gone once I'm away from here. I hoped. She led me past the large living room and dining area, down a narrow hall, and slid open an immense door. This room was not as white or pristine, but still clean and well polished. The walls were a dark gray, but the beds and most furniture were white. I noticed the bars on the windows and a small ledge outside.
You can call me boss.
The woman crossed her arms like a school bully, ready for action. Her blue eyes looked down on me contemptuously, though I couldn't understand why. Okay, I replied, to avoid causing any drama.
This is the servants' quarters and wing of the house. We have our own kitchen, dining area, and playroom.
She said playroom with a smile. Curtains divided every single bed. The area contained a simple bed and a small dresser built into the wall, and 3 wall shelves constructed over the beds.
In front of the bed is the trunk you will keep your uniform in. You won't have any other clothing, just several sets of your uniform, pajamas, a robe, towels for washing and drying, and your personal set of toiletries.
The woman spoke with an accent, though it wasn't from the slums. A petite woman with long red hair entered the room cautiously and smiled when she saw me.
Hello, new guy. You got a name?
Cal.
Call me Hannah.
Hannah, don't you have chores?
The master dismissed most of us. I think he's under the weather again.
Then I better tend to him.
I can help our new guy and give him the tour.
Did he call for me?
The woman cleared her throat. She wanted to hear yes, but was deflated when the word no came out of the younger girl's mouth.
Anyway.
Hannah bounced over, each step livelier than the next. She went over to a closet of bagged uniforms and rummaged through them. Are you thralls? I asked, eager to know. They both laughed.
Heavens, no. They are nothing but shameless whores who think they are special to the Titans. Lucky for us, our master has no desire to own one, so we're free only to serve him.
Which makes it so much easier on us,
Hannah added while taking out another bagged uniform.
We've heard the stories from other servants about what it's like to serve those arrogant bastards. You have to damn near treat them like they are the master.
Cook what they want, clean up after them, dress them, do their hair, bathe them, do their makeup, don't mess up or you would get punished, blah blah.
A man's voice cut in. A male servant with neatly clipped black hair peeked in before entering and laughed.
Well, it is like that.
Hannah finished taking out the third bag.
Go ahead and try it on. I know I'm right about the size.
Let him shower and get cleaned up first. And don't forget to give him pajamas to sleep in.
Oh yeah.
I'm Zane.
Cal.
Why were you guys talking about thralls?
He thought we were them.
Hannah pulled out a thinner bag.
You'll also need these shoes. The rubber ones are for the shower room, and these softer ones are for walking around the house. What's your shoe size?
8.5.
A cabinet with a bag of all the toiletries you'll need is in the shower room. Shampoos and conditioners are separate, but take your pick.
I'll give you a tour of the place after you wash and get dressed.
Hannah sat down on one of the beds.
So, how did you get here? You look like you've been through hell.
He didn't come from the school. The master came in just as soaked as you.
Zane's brown eyes widened eagerly for some drama, I bet. You have schools?
Yeah.
Zane looked at me like I had lost my mind.
We all come from the schools, well, more like orphanages. We grew up there.
You grew up at school? I asked, very confused here. My father taught me how to read and write. Sometimes, a kind person in the neighborhood would teach the children, but a school dedicated to learning something was odd.
The mistresses raised us. They taught and trained us to serve the Titan nobles. Many of us came from the streets.
I see.
So, You didn't come from the school.
Hannah went back to why I was there.
Isn't it obvious?
The blonde-haired woman chuckled.
He's obviously some gutter rat street fuckboy looking to be a thrall but got reduced to a simple servant instead.
She approached, forcing me to withdraw. I never was a people person, and I sucked even more during confrontations.
Let's see your track marks.
She reached for the tunic. I don't have any. I pulled away. I don't even have tech implants, so I don't need tech drugs.
Geez, Diana cut him some slack.
The woman reached for the tunic again.
The master gave you his clothes?
She gasped, her eyes bugged out. She almost pulled the thing off, exposing my naked body, when I pushed her hand away from me. What the hell is your problem? I readjusted the tunic. You know nothing about tech implants or why people have no choice but to take the drugs.
Take it easy, guys.
The blonde, whose name I now knew as Diana, laughed as if her actions were light-hearted.
I was only joking.
You should shower and change. The water is hot.
Thanks, I said, grabbing one bag with the towel, robe, and uniform. I pulled the rubber shoes from the bag, slipped them on, and headed for the shower room. The area wasn't fancy, but it wasn't the hole-in-the-wall shower room in that auction house. It was clean, and the shower stalls were more expansive than my shower at home. Inside the booth was a mirror, counter, and a small sink. It seems I could brush my teeth in here. It also seemed like each stall had another door inside, which led to a private toilet. Unfortunately, there were no windows in this area. Once I finished cleaning and dressing, Hannah greeted me. Everyone else was gone, and I couldn't have been happier.
You look cute. You have to let me brush your curls.
She gushed over my tight red pants and the close button-up gold shirt. She unbuttoned the top 2 buttons to show off my chest more. I feel like a doll, I groaned.
You'll get used to it. I can do your hair later, make it look even cuter.
Thanks, I laughed. Her bubbly personality was almost infectious enough to make me forget how I got here.
So, you never told us how you got here.
Long story.
There's nothing else to do here but listen to stories. You can tell us tonight when you meet everyone. The master doesn't have many servants, so we've grown quite close.
She said, leading the way out of the room and down the halls. How long have you been here?
Since I was 16. I'm 22 now, so it's 6 years. How time flies.
Can you leave this place?
Do you mean the apartments or the castle?
Both.
Everything is delivered, so we can't leave the castle, but we can leave the apartments. We have our own cafes and meet-up spots with servants from other houses. We put together events and have a lot of fun. You'll love it here.
Great, I knew I couldn't count on her for help, but she did say they deliver everything. I wondered if I could find a way out of that information. She led me from the servants' wing and throughout the main rooms until we reached the kitchen. This place was massive and airy. The streams of golden light penetrating the windows reminded me of the forest homes on Veneer. I missed the place already, nearly homesick to the core. Nothing had gone right since I got here, just one dreary shit show after the next with the gloomy weather to match. I loved this city, but that wasn't enough. I wanted to swim in the warm blue-green waters and explore its depths for the lost tech left behind. Something smells good, I said, breathing in the savory aroma in the kitchen. Zane, the handsome male servant from before, stirred a small pot of food and poured the contents into a clean bowl, which he promptly covered with one of those fancy dome thingies.
The master is ill tonight, so there won't be much to do on your first day,
Hannah said, picking up the tray and handing it to me.
So that you don't feel we made you dress up for no reason, you can take the master his meal. Soon we'll get back into the groove of things.
Seeing him again so soon was not something I wanted to do. I was afraid of losing control of myself. A powerful force was pulling me to him, wanting to be comforted in his massive, powerful arms, but I guess I had no choice. That nervous jolt ran through me again, and I wanted to drop this damn tray and make a run for it, but I doubted I would get very far in this colorful get-up. Just be patient, you idiot. It then occurred to me that this was food meant for a Titan. Just what the hell did they eat? The thought of him munching on a bowl full of blood and guts was enough to make me feel a bout of nausea coming my way. What is this? People? Please don't say people. Zane laughed.
I thought the same when I was a kid.
I thought they ate kids.
Hannah chuckled.
It's meat. He eats a lot of it. The other servants have said the same. Meat is the bulk of the diet. You cook it like anything else. He also likes his vegetables lightly steamed and some fruits. This is a light meal, a vegetable stew. Still, I took care not to overcook the vegetables, but they have a different idea of overcooked to us. They prefer them practically raw, so it's steamed enough for a crisp bite. The broth contains no salt, and we have cooled it to keep from cooking the veggies in the bowl. The drink is a hot apple cider. If you're a good cook and remember most of this, you could have the easiest job in the house.
Well, I do like to cook, I said, hoping to get this job rather than cleaning up behind someone. Not that I plan to remain here anyway.
Go on, take it up and make a good impression.
I think the time for first impressions is over. I groaned once again, reminded of what happened earlier. Where do I go?
I didn't have time to show you the upstairs rooms. The master's room is at the end of the hall. You can't miss it.
Careful not to spill the tray, I headed upstairs. The long and spacious hallway stretched out before me, decorated so splendidly. The walls were paneled in rich, dark wood, intricately carved with swirling floral patterns. Thick burgundy carpets ran the hall, muffling the sound of my footfalls. Every few feet, golden electrical sconces protruded from the walls, housing candles that filled the space with a warm, artificial flickering light. Massive portraits in gilded frames lined both sides of the hallway, depicting Titan nobility, men and women with haughty expressions. Beneath the portraits, side tables held vases of freshly cut flowers, perfuming the air with their delicate fragrance. A chandelier of crystal and gold dominated the ceiling at the landing, casting a cascade of rainbow prisms across the walls. It felt like I had stepped into a fairy tale, surrounded by beauty and luxury at every turn. As I made my way down that lavish corridor, I felt like I was in the court of some great king, a far cry from the dirt and muck of the lower levels. At the very end of the hall was a massive doorway. She was right. I couldn't miss it even if I wanted to. I passed what looked like a large bathroom, but the door was cracked, so I could only make out bits and pieces of the interior as I walked by. The door to the next room was also cracked open enough that I could see that it looked almost like a dance studio, with what looked like sheer curtains inside. Curiosity took over as I sat down the heavy tray on a small table in the hall and pushed open the door. Like the area downstairs, the room was white marbled, but the soft rugs were red and gold, along with the sheer curtains hung from the high ceiling lining the circular floor beds. Pillows that looked like they came out of a bohemian desert. Vanity dressers lined the wall's far side, but I saw no makeup, combs, or anything else I would imagine would fill this furniture. There were a few walk-in closets, but they too were empty and waiting for the clothes that would fill them. This most certainly was not a dance studio. What the hell was this place? Or more importantly, did those windows open? I ran over to the windows, but there were no handles to open them. I could see the city landscape outside, the black smoke billowing from the distant factory levels, the wild sea, and the people passing by like tiny dots on a map. There has to be a way out. I moved the curtains, checked the corners, and saw a small box attached from the wall to the window with hinges. Seems like I could unscrew the panel if I had a screw. Maybe the fork could do it. I wasn't as good of a hacker as my dad, but he taught me a thing or two. If I could cross the wires, then perhaps I could.
I didn't know dwarves could fly.
The voice was enough to seize me in place. It was like I turned to stone right then and there. I didn't want to turn around and face the owner of that resonant voice, but I couldn't stare outside forever. He caught me, no doubt about it, and I felt the fool for having acted so recklessly. He stood in the doorway, wearing a clean red and gold-trimmed robe. He must be in love with the color. His hair was dry and hung loose and draping over his shoulder. I wanted to run my fingers in it.
How fitting you would run to this room. Do you know what this area is?
I got lost, I said, walking toward him, my head coming to his crotch.
It's a thrall room,
he said, not moving from the doorway. He looked tired. Maybe he needed to lean against the wall.
It's where the thralls sleep and play, where they doll themselves up to look pretty for me.
It's empty.
Not anymore.
I walked right into that. I thought you were sick, I said, hoping he would return to bed.
And I thought you were supposed to bring me my meal.
I got
lost.
I knew he wouldn't believe me, but I had no other excuses. Sorry.
Of course you are.
He stepped back. A breeze blew in, ruffling my shirt, and I turned to see the windows opening until it opened completely. What the hell?
Now you will have all the time in the world to figure a way out of here.
Wait! I ran for the door, and he slammed it shut in my face. He quickly closed the human door with a lock. I tugged on the handle to no avail. Wait! Let me out! I knew nothing good would come of this. He opened that window for a reason. Shit! I went to the opened window, half expecting a creature straight out of the Cthulhu mythos to jump inside and tear me apart in its little tentacle teeth. I looked outside. The smell of the city air wafted in. Not pleasant, but not the worst. Most of it was the damp air and the sea's salty scent, which I would love if it were not mingled with industrial pollution. The sounds of the city overwhelmed me. There are so many titans in one place. And there was no ledge, nothing to latch onto to escape, nothing but an abrupt drop to my demise. There was nothing else to do but sit down on one of the plush-pillowed beds and feel like an idiot for having wasted my first chance like this. Patience was a virtue after all. I needed to learn it. I wondered how long he would keep me locked in. My body ached when I laid down like a load was taken off the joints, and I closed my eyes. I couldn't tell you now the time between closing my eyes and falling asleep. Perhaps it was that instantaneous.
Chapter 10. Thorsten. This was impossible. How could a dwarf be my mate? It had been centuries since I had come here, and yet, the moment I looked upon the face of that dwarven male in the hollow, the revelation hit me like Thor's hammer. I made him please me to gauge my level of disgust at the possibility of that truth. However, no such revulsion came to me. Instead, I wanted to drive my cock into his petite body. I wanted more. To feel him, smell him, taste him, and hold him. I wanted to grip him by his mop of inky black hair and listen to him moan the moment I take him from behind. The heat of him was enough to drive me insane. To want such a thing with a lesser being was no different than fucking an animal. That was what we believed. Thralls were meant for entertainment at parties. Strong arms holding up lithe bodies, stiff cocks dripping and ready to dive into the pussy or ass of their kind. These shameless debaucheries lasted for hours. The most involvement we would have is directing our pets to take the positions we wanted to see them in. But to touch them sexually, to join in, these were forbidden sins. Dwarves were animals. What we saw on display was the rutting of mammals. We were above that, or so we all said. If any of our kind lowered themselves to fuck a dwarf, the Council of Nobles would exile them, or worse, put them to death. Smaller cities didn't choose exile or death, but placed a stamp of degeneracy on their record that would follow them to any city they wished to live in. However, the fact that these rules were in place meant some of our kind had committed the act before. A degenerate. I suppose that's what I am now. I rather liked the sound, but I only touched him, frotted with him. I didn't actually fuck him, so it's not as if I'm beyond saving. But why did I bring him here, knowing the problems he would bring? Maybe it was some unconscious form of self-sabotage. Besides, I wouldn't still be at the top if I followed all the rules. If he was my fated one, perhaps these dwarves were not just animals. I needed to know, to understand. Giving him up was not an option. I had no plans to take him to any of the hosted parties and no desire to see some dwarven stallion moaning on him, and I highly doubted he wanted the same. He wasn't even a true thrall. It showed in every ounce of his being. That's what excited me the most. As much as I wanted to take him in that room, my performance would have been as lifeless as mating one of my own. My limbs felt like liquid lead ran through my veins. I could only drag myself from my bed when I heard him rummaging in the thrall room. The thought of breaking him down to the point of begging for my cock was tempting, but ultimately in my condition, I couldn't do much of anything. I was the weakest of my father's sons, the youngest of 14 children. I came here to prove myself. I was always sickly and prone to these bouts of illness. I knew swimming in that water would make me sick, yet I still dove in to save my so-called fated one. I dragged myself back to bed, repositioned the heating light, and pulled the electric-heated blankets over my body. I hated this damn realm, and this damn weather. Erdgord was also cold, but the air was light, and at least we had heated summers with unmatched scenery. Here, it was too grey and dreary and raining. Perhaps this realm was beautiful before we destroyed it with our arrival. But even so, understanding how it happened wasn't enough to make me happy to be trapped here. Geo opened the door as though the thing would fall apart at the slightest touch. "Is the rune verified?" I asked, not willing to lift my head from the soft pillows.
No, sir. The verification was only at 3% when I had to abandon the task. I had to remove it from the shield.
"Do you have any idea what you could have done?" I asked, the anger rising. "You could have destroyed it."
I know. It is verified as we speak. However, if it fails, I will take responsibility.
This was the last news I needed to hear right now. I wasn't even strong enough to punish the bastard right now. Estimate?
Maximum time would be 72 hours.
Fine. I've waited hundreds of years to find that rune. 72 hours is but a drop in a bucket in comparison. Get some rest, Geo. If this is right, we will have even more work to do.
Yes, sir.
He stopped at the door before taking his leave.
Sir, the shooter at the auction was a friend of the dwarven blonde we had in custody. The suits reported seeing them flee the scene with him.
A half-hearted chuckle escaped my lips. It doesn't matter. I care nothing for that dwarf. You can cancel the payments to the collectors.
Sir.
He bowed and exited the room. So, some dwarves do care for each other, which surprised me. Most were so eager to sell each other out for the slightest pieces of gold that I couldn't remember the last time one of them stuck their necks out to save another. And yet it happened twice in one night. First, my new mate desires to save his father's life, and now the blonde's friends have saved him. However, there was still a mystery. That shooter was a fine marksman, as bullets hit the walls above everyone's heads. Enough to spook the crowd, but hardly anything near kill shots. However, 2 bullets were on a trajectory toward my mate, a clear headshot. If I hadn't pushed him out of the way, he would have been dead. If the goal was to rescue the blonde dwarf, then why try to kill my mate? I swear he had more attempts on his life than I did.
Chapter 11. Cal. Days later. Water was my passion, but I couldn't live on water alone, and so far in the past, I have no idea how many days. That's precisely what I was living on. The skin on my knuckles was red and broken from pounding on the door. That open window was looking more and more inviting. Perhaps these titans enjoyed tormenting humans. Banging on the door for another few hours was something I no longer had the strength to do, and my voice was hoarse. The floor was wet from the rain spilling inside. The curtains blew from the wind, and I was cold. The only comfort was crawling under the blankets of the massive floor bed to keep warm. Was he watching me like some sick fuck? Watching me die in his pretty room? I stared at the ceiling, my mind on my father, and how worried he must be for me. My promise to return home was in shambles. The door groaned open. Was he letting me out? It wasn't him, but the titan with the black hair and immaculate black robes, his skin a stark white color the black accentuated. He stared at me through the sheer fabric surrounding the floor bed, and I looked at him, not knowing what I should do. He dropped a crimson and gold tunic and pants, a small bag, and red dress shoes on the floor.
Thorsten expects your presence at dinner. Clean yourself up. I won't come for you until you do, and if you refuse, you will continue to sit here and starve.
He closed the door. I wanted to scream, to tell him and his boss, master, whatever, to go fuck themselves. I pictured myself escaping and leading a revolt to end our Titan rulers once and for all, but that was just a fantasy. The reality was that if I didn't do as he said, I would starve to death. There was no getting around that. I picked myself up, grabbed the items left for me, and then went to the big bathroom, where a large floor tub and shower room with several stalls waited. The small bag contained some toiletries and cologne. After my shower, I sat in front of the vanity and combed my hair. I dried it with one of the blow dryers in the room. Once I dressed, it didn't take long for the door to open. It was the blonde-haired woman who seemed to have a nasty attitude before. Now, it didn't appear that attitude went away any time soon, but amplified 20 times over as she stared daggers into me. She made me feel small. Although the door was open, I feared moving toward it.
Got your wish, didn't you? Now you're the master's whore.
She turned and walked out, and I followed, wanting to protest but having nothing to say. Hannah, Zane, and a few others lined each side of the vast hall with a chill of their gaze. They watched me. My stomach churned at the savory aroma of food wafting about in the dining room, and it filled me with desperation to eat again. The blonde choked back her whore rhetoric to introduce me with,
"The thrall has arrived."
The servants who lined the walls upstairs followed behind and lined the majestic dining room's walls. I knew Hannah and Zane and the bitch. Still, there were 3 more faces I hadn't seen yet, and I wondered if these 6 made up his staff's entirety. I suppose I would have been servant number 7 until I screwed up. The Titan master of the house sat at the end of a lengthy dining hall table. A little step stool waited next to the chair on the opposite end of the table. That must be for me. When I sat on the cushion pillow to give me some height, I felt like a child being allowed to sit at the grown-ups' table. It didn't help that I was totally uncomfortable surrounded by so much gold and glass. Fancy clothes or not, I was just a pauper trapped in a palace. The spread of food made my mouth water. Sure enough, meats and vegetables looked like the main courses. Steamed veggies, cubed braised beef, colorful rice, and other morsels waited for me to devour. The fried chicken legs with a creamy-looking sauce drizzled on top looked incredibly delicious. His eyes watched me like a hawk. His hair was no longer loose but braided back again.
If you take a bite right now, you won't be eating again for a long time.
I wish he hadn't said a word. Reluctantly, I dropped the chicken onto my plate and resisted the urge to lick my saucy fingers. Instead, I wiped it with the nearby napkin, wondering if it was allowed. I just wanted to fucking eat.
Did you enjoy trying to escape? Have you gotten it out of your system?
I thought I was a servant. I looked from the servants lined up near the wall and back to him. It was my understanding that you allowed us to leave the apartments. I didn't want to address my stupid escape attempt. Next time I won't be so careless. If I had a next time.
You were.
He allowed me to get away with it, I think.
Until you changed the terms.
I just wanted...
Of course, your poor, sick father.
He leaned back in his oversized chair, his silver eyes somewhat more vibrant than before.
Hold one hand out while attempting to escape with the other isn't wise.
There's no guarantee you would help, and I'm learning not to trust anyone in this city.
Speaking of your so-called friends, they broke your lover out. Seems they really cared about him.
Jackson is free, I exclaimed. Good news, or it should have been, but that only means I traded myself for nothing.
How does it feel, knowing you did everything for nothing?
His words mirrored my thoughts. If it saves my father's life, then it wasn't for nothing.
That's what I want to hear.
He breathed and leaned forward again, his sharp chin resting on his hands.
It's official. I will pay for a doctor to treat your father, and you will become my first thrall.
What am I expected to do? I thought of what happened at that water-buried statue, the way he held me close, and the feeling of him being so near. Was he expecting more of me?
Entertain me. It's not a hard job.
He chuckled for a short time and gestured to the food.
Now, you may eat.
I reached for the meat on my plate, not giving a damn if I had a fork or not, before I could put the hot, crispy meat in my mouth.
Stop.
He had a smug smirk on his face. He's toying with me, and I wasn't in the fucking mood for it. I was hungry, and my patience was fast running out. Still, I placed the damn meat back onto my plate, and this time I licked my fingers, which caused my stomach to rumble at the delayed meal. Now, if he tried to tell me to go back to that damn room without eating, he would see firsthand what a gutter rat would do for the sake of survival. My eyes darted to the cutting knife among the silverware set placed near me.
Insolent.
He whispered with a hiss, but he didn't seem angry. More like he was mocking me or something. What the hell do you expect? I haven't eaten in days. I had enough of this shit already. He said nothing in return. He just picked up a piece of food, white with dark spots, something I'd never seen before, and dropped it on the floor. I heard the feet of the servants shuffle. I looked at the blonde bitch, and just the smug piece of shit expression on her face was enough to force me to stay put. Still, his gaze was stronger than hers, and I felt the embarrassing weight of expectation on me. I finally stood, walked over to the slippery thing, and placed it on the table.
With your mouth.
He gave me a 1,000-yard stare.
I want you to crawl on your knees to the fruit and clean it up with your mouth.
He must have known what my expression meant.
You are my pet after all. Isn't that what they do?
Fuck it. Grabbing a handful of the chicken, I stuffed it into my mouth like one of the beggars in the lower levels running a smash-and-eat feast at the third-level street vendors. I heard him yell something in his language, but I didn't care. I would stuff as much food in my mouth as I could. I think I laughed like a crazy person, and when I looked at him, I noticed a smile on his lips as Gio pulled me away. So, I was back in what I believed to be my room, this time with handfuls of chicken in my hands, which I wasn't letting go for anybody. I laid my spread on the vanity table and chomped at the food until nothing but bones remained. Then I licked my fingers clean of the spicy cream sauce.
Take off that outfit. I'll have a servant dry clean it.
Gio entered the room. I ignored him and continued to clean my hands like a wild animal until his patience ran out, and he tore off the garment until I was naked. His expression shifted to something I couldn't describe, and as he attempted to reach out for me, I recoiled from his touch. He pulled back and didn't speak another word. He just left the room, closing the door behind him, and I heard the lock fall into place. I looked at the window. It was closed again, too. Great. This was one of those instant regret moments. He was right when he said it wasn't very smart to ask for aid when I didn't intend to deliver on my end. I could argue all I want about not trusting anyone, but if there is the slightest chance he would make do on his promise to save my father's life, then wasn't my pride a trivial price? What the hell is wrong with me? Why did I do that? Was it because I didn't want the servants to look down on me any more than they already did? Or was it because I was stiff from him ordering me to pick up that piece of fruit with my mouth? If being some beaten dog was some kink for me, then holy shit, was I not eager to find out. Chapter 12. Cal. That blonde bitch Diana entered the thrall room. It's like sneering was the only expression this woman had. I went to the bathroom to see if there was a towel or something I could use to cover up, and also because I wanted to wash my hands. I noticed my servant uniform was gone, and there were no other clothes here, which meant I was going commando until he let me out again. Great, and I meant that very, very sarcastically.
Are you happy you got what you came here for?
Diana put the used sheets into the bin near the bed. What bug crawled up her backside? I get it. They didn't want to serve a thrall, and maybe they felt betrayed because they thought I was a servant. I wanted to prove that I was different, and even if I could have been stuck in here for another few days, it wasn't enough for her to give a damn. Maybe none of them did, and I didn't know why I expected it. Just leave me alone, I replied. Just clean up my shit so I can sit in here and starve half to death in peace, I said, wrapping a clean towel around my waist.
Almost done. Whore.
She smirked and turned her back to finish smoothing out the sheets. That was it. This was the last whore I wanted to hear out of this woman's lips. If I would die a miserable death in this room. The thought of her sneering over my corpse and calling me a whore was not the lasting impression I wanted to leave behind. Like the thousands of other humans who lived in this world, I was a survivor. I didn't ask for this any more than she asked to be a servant, but if she didn't care to understand that, then fuck her. I reached out to grab her, to yell those words in her face, and toss her from my room. But someone had gripped me by the arm before I could reach the girl. It was my so-called master. The sudden movement caused Diana to turn to face us. How the hell did he move so fast?
That will be all, Diana.
He gestured to the door. She looked at him for a long moment, her hard features softening for the first time, her skin tinting a light pink. Now I understood. She was in love with him. I wasn't just some thrall, but the one taking her man away. Well, at least I now understood where she was coming from. Did he return her feelings? Was he a handsy master doing whatever he liked with his servants, and she liked it? I didn't know, but I couldn't fight my own green-eyed monster lurking in my heart. She finally left us alone, but it wasn't long before Hannah wheeled in a cart of something delicious smelling. She didn't look at our master or me as she closed the door, and when he told her to lock it, she did it without hesitation. He let me go, tossing me to the floor bed, grabbed the oversized chair, and sat down next to the cart. What I ate was scarcely enough to fill my stomach, and smelling the food here drove me crazy. But I knew he wouldn't just give it to me. Would he repeat his order from before, but in private? Did he suspect I would comply if no one were watching me?
I admire your fighting spirit.
He smiled, showing off his perfect white teeth.
I wouldn't want anything less from my mate.
He lifted a small silver dome lid and picked up a thin gold band with a sizable lovely emerald stone attached from the cream-colored porcelain plate.
However, I can no longer allow such a distraction in my house, and starving my thrall is not the reputation I wish to procure. It's also not much fun to watch.
He held out his hand for me to come to him, and just like that rain-soaked night in the dark waters, I couldn't resist him. The collar snapped around my neck with the jewel facing the front. I heard a locking mechanism and a small beep, and my eyes widened with alarm. What the hell was this thing? It wasn't an ordinary piece of jewelry. "What did you do?" I said, backing away from him. The band was tight, but not enough to restrict my breathing. He stood and removed one of the sheer fabrics that covered the massive floor bed, most likely to get a good view of me, as I struggled to free myself from this device.
I want you to pay close attention to this little demonstration.
He pulled a similar jewel from his pocket and held it up. He said something in his language, and 3 rapid beeps followed a sharp needle sprung from the back of the jewel. He held it as close as he could, and I could see tiny beads of amber liquid coat the pointed end.
It's a highly effective poison, meant to kill in mere seconds. You won't feel a thing, I promise.
My heart beat faster than ever. A chill rolled across every nerve as he stood above me, showcasing the thing that would kill me like a devil if the devil was a gentleman. "Take this off," I whispered. "Take this off now." I sank shamelessly in despair. "I won't try to escape. I'll stay and do whatever you like." I tried to think of how the thing worked. It locked into place, that much was sure, but I couldn't stop myself from panicking long enough to think of anything else. I envisioned that needle piercing my throat and injecting its deadly venom inside. He tossed the jewel to the table like it was nothing.
I need a fighter, but also a loyal creature.
He sat back down, ignoring my tearful cries to remove the collar. He released another domed lid, revealing a smaller spread of the same foods from downstairs. He picked up the same piece of fruit and dropped it on the floor by his feet, and this time, he didn't speak a word. I knew what he wanted, and even with this damn thing around my neck and what it implied should I disobey, I still felt myself hardening. I indeed was a degenerate. But now we were alone, no sneering, mocking eyes looking down on me, and none turning away in shame. Just a pair of silver eyes burning into me with anticipation. Looking away wasn't an option. I couldn't look away as I crawled step by step and took the mildly sweet piece into my mouth, avoiding touching the floor as much as possible. Keeping my eyes on him, I bit down. The taste was unlike anything I'd ever had before. He chuckled and picked up another piece.
I didn't say you could eat it.
He held the next piece in his large fingers. He placed the fruit carefully into my mouth, and this time I was reluctant to chew until he nodded for me to do so. My cock was now as rigid as a rock, and I kept myself bent over so he wouldn't see what this play was doing to me.
Eat whatever you like. Get strong.
I grabbed the knife and fork and went to town, stuffing my face with meats and vegetables, which I noticed were overcooked. Some fruit, especially that white and black spotted one, he made me eat. He watched me without a word, but I could see the massive bulge in his pants. He waited until I finished the last bite and passed me a napkin to wipe my mouth.
Now, it's time for your training.
When can I expect my father to get medical treatment? He raised a brow.
So far, you have earned nothing from me. In the short time you've been here, you've tried to escape, shown poor manners and a lack of regard for me, and you've almost assaulted my head servant.
Shit.
I know it's a part of our deal, but if you think you will help your father by behaving this way, then you are mistaken.
He pulled me close to him until I was nestled between his enormous legs. I pressed my hands against his hard chest to balance myself. I didn't want to be this close to him. smelling his delightful scent and feeling his cool breath against my face. With this collar on, I have no choice but to do as you say.
The fact that I have to use this collar is reason enough to make you prove yourself.
I didn't know what to say, and he laughed at me, but it wasn't mocking.
Do you know what the role of a thrall is? They are our dwarven pets. Beautiful, precious little things. You should see how they perform at the parties our kind throws for them. I've only been to a few, but they were something else, watching them rut all over each other. The things they would do.
He ran his finger across my cheek and lips, igniting the heat in me as he did. I closed my eyes to steady myself, hoping to calm this fire burning inside. Not even thinking of the collar around my neck and how he had me at his command helped. It only made this need to have him inside even more. I was sick in the head. I could only grip his neck, bury my face in it, and take in his icy mountain forest scent. Something was off. You know that strange sensation of being watched. There was a pair of blue eyes through the crack in the door belonging to Diana.
Chapter 13. Thorsten.
Am I really the first human you've been with?
I thought he was asleep, but when I looked down at the small dwarf male in my arms, his light green eyes were staring up at me. I wanted to devour him, but saying that may frighten him. To think my fated one was not only a dwarf, but a male one, at that, was unbelievable. Male fated ones were rare, but not frowned upon so long as one of them would accept the worm. The worm was a tiny creature the willing male would absorb into his body, creating a womb capable of carrying a child. But how would a worm work on a dwarf's body? How would he carry a Jotun child? He was about the same size as our preteens, and our newborns were 2 times larger than the average dwarf baby. Were there ever cases of dwarven women birthing a baby above average? If so, perhaps he could at least do that. But he was still a man. Too much uncertainty hung in the air. I've waited centuries to find my fated one, and it was as if fates had played a cruel joke on me. He may never give me a blood heir, which meant that if I died right now, Geo may get everything. Geo was an ambitious man, as all men of the lower class were. Ambition and a drive to rise above their station were usually the reasons a lowborn accepted the job as guardian of the house. However, there is such a thing as too much ambition, and I feared Geo was tilting the scales to the point of bordering on becoming a danger to me. I kept him around because ultimately, I planned to leave this place and did not care what he did with this house, and I was going to make sure my servants left my service with enough money to take care of themselves. I knew that nothing scared servants more than a regime change and serving a master they did not know. Geo would take what I left, after I had gathered the riches I planned to return home with. But his patience was running thin, and so was mine with his small bouts of insubordinations. Therefore, I was going to marry Frida, produce an heir, and get rid of him as a backup plan if this rune was just another fake. But now that I have potentially found my fated one, how can I marry Frida and promise my loyalty to the gods? We Titans married for life. The dwarf... No, his name is Cal. I should begin calling him that. Cal's body was stiff, as if he were ready to bolt off me if I gave the slightest reason to do so. Perhaps he wasn't comfortable with me yet, not that I could blame him. Truth be told, I didn't want to collar him. It wasn't even typical to use a collar on a pet. Many of them were loyal when they entered the house. Especially a good one, as many of them were shrewd and knew that their lot could change from good to bad in a heartbeat. Not to mention that there were few places for a pet to go without their masters. There was the salon where they went before a party to have their hair, makeup and clothing chosen by a professional. There was a cafe where they could relax and taste freedom, and then a club where they could go dancing. Jotuns were not permitted in these places, which gave the pets a degree of false liberty. Servants wore bands on their arms. These bands contained the sigil of the house they served, and they could not remove them without the word of their master. Cal's collar was a variation of that servant's band. I told myself that his behavior warranted this contraption, but I think more than anything, I got off on owning him and claiming him as mine. My unruly street pet who I have to tame and make mine. Yes, you are. I finally answered him. Sex between our races isn't encouraged. He chuckled, his small hands running along my naked chest. We shared the large floor bed, both of us naked under the valley of blankets.
The only difference we have is the height and your pointy ears.
He reached up to play with them, dangling the small band ring I had embedded in my flesh. Still, your kind are considered lesser. I've never hesitated to state this to any dwarf I've ever met, yet here I was, hesitating. I waited until his breathing slowed, the sign he was sleeping, and slipped from the warm bed. After getting dressed, I left the room. Once I reached the bottom floor, Diana was there, my head servant, waiting for me as loyal and attentive as ever. I knew what she wanted from me, but I never had the inclination to give. But her feelings were not reasons enough to get rid of her. She was good at organizing the other servants and keeping them in line. She took 2 days to remember all of my favorite foods. She was good at what she did, and I needed her to be just as good for my new mate, if she could keep her emotions and desires in check. Diana, you can go to bed now. Tomorrow, you will wake Cal, bathe him, and help him prepare for the day. Take his measurements and order clothing for him, and everything else a thrall needs. Make a list of his favorite foods.
Sir.
She cut me off. Her blue eyes desperately searched mine.
With all due respect, I know how difficult it was for you to maintain this house. I've seen you challenge the most powerful nobles among you and reign supreme.
She gazed up at the banner of this house.
Whenever I see this banner, I am proud. I can walk with my head high, knowing I serve you, and I will serve faithfully. However, this man threatens everything you've worked hard to keep.
Tread carefully, Diana.
Aren't pets supposed to be above servants? He wasn't trained at any school. What happens if he has to accompany you in public? He's a street.
That is enough, Diana. I gestured for her to leave me. Do not presume to tell me what to do based on your rank in this household.
I have served for a long time. I know how things operate here, and a thrall must represent the household. They must know etiquette and carry themselves with grace, and they should never be taken to bed. If the others find out, they will exile you or worse.
Diana, perhaps I've become far too lenient with you. You are a valuable servant, and I have always valued your input, but it is causing you to forget your station.
I apologize, sir.
She bowed low and hurried away to the servants' wing.
She is right.
Geo appeared from one of the back halls, skulking about and eavesdropping. This habit of his was growing bolder. Not you too.
She's only looking out for your best interests. Word will spread of that dwarven male's presence whether or not you like it. Hell, they were whispering the moment you two entered the castle, soaking wet, you shirtless, and he wearing an obvious Titan garment. They have been watching your apartments for quite some time, wondering when this mysterious wet dwarf will come out. They know it isn't like our kind to kill one and sully our home with their blood, so why bring one here in the manner you did? If you plan to keep him a secret and to yourself, that failed the night you brazenly walked him through the front door. They will expect a debut if he is a thrall, as you say. Is he a virgin? Not from what I've heard upstairs.
Geo, you should know more than anyone not to push me around in this manner.
Like Diana,
Don't say you care for me.
Is it not your plan to leave this place and return home if that rune is true? Did you not say I was allowed to remain here and take full control over this house once you did? If you are exiled, it voids your living will, and the council will get everything. If you're put to death, they would force me to join you. Is that dwarf's ass that good?
If anyone learns about this degeneracy, I would know who to blame. I narrowed my eyes to him, hoping he understood the threat. Once he took over this house, he could run it however he damn well liked. But as long as I was in charge, I would alleviate the nightmare of these lands in any way I wished.
I have no intent to inform the others of your actions.
He said actions as if he was swallowing bile.
I am just as invested as you are in reopening the portal back to our realm. Of course, my goal is to remain, but I have family back home that would like to join me here.
I walked away and pressed my finger against a small panel on the wall for the needle to take my blood, and watched the hidden door open to reveal my secret room filled with recovered runes and tech from our world. Inside, I had the rune inside a shield. Without the shield, the rune was an atom bomb waiting to explode. Now, because of that damned dwarf Fellman hired to create a bunch of forgeries of the Traveler's rune. The barrier was also now used to verify the real one from the fakes. If the silver color turned black after spending a few hours inside, it was a fake. I slammed my fists against the console once I saw the black ball. I remembered my prior conversation with Fellman about the madam and the possibility she, too, was searching for the rune. If so, I would need to visit her and take a chance on recruiting an ally. I need to see the madam.
That woman is a recluse who already has Fellman as her potential enemy. You may as well resume searching for that dwarf who made these fakes and get him to talk.
If I did that, then every one of our kind will wonder what I was looking for.
Do you believe they would stop you? You're not the only one who misses home.
I squeezed my brow. Geo was an intelligent man, but he could also be foolish. Geo, since we've come here, at least a handful of former servants have gained wealth and status they never would have achieved if they had never come here. Do you believe they would be eager to return home and be reduced to a servant once more? Or men like Fellman, yes, he was a noble but from a minor house, and now he is the king of an entire city with other nobles waiting to eat the crumbs from his hands. You think he will give up that power? I scoffed. No, that's why he paid that dwarf hacker to forge the runes, to throw anyone searching for them off.
Fine.
He folded his arms, giving up.
Madam is having one of her famous soirees in a month. She invites only nobles. With pets.
Shit. That was the last thing I wanted to hear, but there was also a reason they never invited me to many of these parties. I've never had a reason to attend, but now I do, and I have a thrall now, one in need of a debut, it would seem.
Chapter 14. Cal. I couldn't remember the last time I slept so well. These beds may have been on the floor, but they were perhaps the most comfortable I've ever slept in. The space beside me was empty from what little I'd seen after opening my eyes in the dim-lit room. But I slammed my lid shut when I glimpsed a figure coming towards me, and I didn't think it was Thorsten. Maybe I'm ridiculous. Thorsten has servants, and we made a mess in here, so of course they would come to clean up, but I couldn't shake my instincts telling me I was in danger. The footsteps were heavy as the figure approached. I could feel the indent in the pillows. This scent was also different. There were no icy pine forests and mountains, no crackling heat of fire, but a sour smell and weeds pulled from the ground and left to wilt in the rain. A large hand grazed my thigh, but it wasn't smooth like Thorsten's touch, but rough. The hand drifted and stopped just at my limp dick. My body froze like one of those flash-frozen food items at the market, and every nerve was on edge. His hot breath on my cheek, his voice ragged and haggard from his laborious breathing. The hand retreated fast once the doors opened. The pillows filled out again, and smaller steps replaced heavier ones. Tears welled up in my closed eyes. I wanted to scream and run out of there, but I was too afraid to move, much less open my eyes. That was until I heard scissors scrape together. Diana? My eyes shot open, and I rolled away from her and checked my hair. Thankfully, it was still on my head. Why are you holding scissors? I looked around to see if anyone else was with her. It couldn't have been Thorsten. I knew his smell and his touch. Maybe it was Geo. He was the only other Titan in the house.
I'm your servant as well. What better way to serve than to give you a much better hairstyle than that of a wild animal? Something short and neat would look nice, a style befitting our house.
I can do my own damn hair, thank you. I grabbed my towel, wrapped it around my junk, and left the bed. Look, you need to leave and take whatever fucked up feelings you have with you. I could have stopped there, but I wanted to make it hurt. Did you have fun watching us have sex? Were you picturing yourself in my place? I laughed, and her face shifted and contorted with fury. I hope you pictured having a dick and some balls between your legs to make it more real.
Excuse me, I must clean your nasty stains off these sheets.
She put down the scissors, and I realized how stupid I was to insult someone holding a weapon. But what could she do that wouldn't end with her facing the consequences for her actions? In other words, I was relying on Thorsten to keep me safe. I'll leave you to it.
You must think you are such hot shit. Do you think all these beds are for you and you alone?
She smirked.
Soon he will fill them with others like you, men who are younger and more beautiful. Handpicked and trained to be by the side of one of the most powerful men in this city, our master. He'll soon realize that some street whore can't compare. That is the only thing that will bring me any joy right now, watching you be discarded and forgotten.
I didn't reply. There was nothing to say after that. What could I say? That I was the best. He loves me. He would never bring anyone else to replace me. I didn't know if any of that was true. For all I knew, I could bathe and return to a room full of women. How would that make me feel? Hurt, betrayed. He never promised me anything other than medical attention for my father. It's a business deal. Did I forget that already? I was allowing this strange pull toward him to muddle my mind. I needed to get it together. A large black trunk sat in the center of the room, where the tray of food used to sit, and I opened it out of pure curiosity. It was full of clothing that looked like my size. They were all tunics, thick coats for the winter, robes similar to what I'd seen Thorsten wear, some shoes, and what looked like pajamas and underwear. The fabrics were cotton in red and gold colors. These are either his favorite colors, or they represent something. I didn't know anything about nobility either in this world or in his. I took a tunic, red with gold Greek designs trimmed on the long sleeves and bottom edge. I left to shower and change. Diana had left once I re-entered the room. My fingers and toes were prunes by the time I finished. I slipped on the soft house shoes and left the now cleaner room, and it didn't take long before I ran into Hannah and Zane, who was cleaning the hall. I wanted to say something, even a simple greeting like, "Wow, it's actually sunny outside for the first time" or something. But nothing came out. I feared rejection.
I don't care.
Hannah faced me after wiping a nearby glass table.
About you being a thrall? I mean, I don't like it, but you don't seem like a bad person.
Yeah, you seem cool, but then again, I'm not into this whole thrall-servant war shit.
Zane shrugged and finished sweeping up. Thanks. I didn't know what to say or if you guys hated me. I fidgeted.
It's fine.
Hannah waved me off.
You don't want to keep the master waiting.
I went downstairs and passed a strange old woman by the door, who looked like she was stuck in the old-time era of the Roaring Twenties. Her black fur draped over her shoulders, the diamond-beaded hat draped over her head, her black hair shining. It was apparent she was using dyes. Thorsten entered the main living area dressed in a long, light red tunic and loose pants, and tossed his tablet on the couch. And I hated how he made me feel with every simple gesture.
Cal, meet Mrs. Winters, your etiquette coach.
Hello, sir.
She bowed as if forced to do so, her facial expression not betraying her thoughts, perhaps? I didn't know. I'm just gonna assume everyone who meets me hates me. Ma'am? I bowed too, and Thorsten laughed.
You don't have to do that.
Thorsten laughed and headed out the door, leaving me alone with the woman. I folded my arms, already on the defense. So, here to teach me to be less of a gutter rat?
Yes, the first step to Zen is knowing what you are.
She took off the fur and tossed it onto the couch. The first step to what? I said to myself.
People tend to live their lives in denial of what they are. They want to be more than just another creature in their little bubble of the world. But that is what we are when it's all said and done, just little specks of lives that are born and end in our own little corners. I can tell by the way you move you lack confidence in your new station. Most thralls try to impress me upon seeing me, their way of letting me know my services aren't needed.
Well, I wanted to say I wasn't really a thrall, but maybe I shouldn't say that.
Of course, you're not a real thrall, child.
Her voice trembled, but not because of fear or sadness. It was just the byproduct of age.
You are a street rat brought into a world you know nothing about.
She eyed the collar around my neck.
I feel sorry for you,
she said, her eyes more expressive than her face.
For you've drawn one of their attentions to you in a way I've seen only once.
This has happened before? What happened?
The Titan fell in love with his thrall, a beautiful woman, Not more than 20 years ago, they were found out and hunted down. They knew what would happen if captured. They committed suicide.
She jumped away from the topic quickly.
It may not end well for you, too. Right now, let's focus on the here and now. You need to learn how to behave in your new world.
She guided me to the dining room. The servant set the table for a feast, but there was no food, though I could smell it coming from the kitchens. She directed me to sit, but not at the head, but at the side.
During a dinner, even if you eat with other thralls, you will not sit at either head of the table, but on the sides.
She directed my attention to the setup of the silverware and plates. Which ones were for slices of bread and butter, which knives and forks to use, and how to place my napkin. There was no way I could remember all of this.
Remember always to pass a dish to the right.
She sat down and demonstrated the motion by passing a large plate to me, and watched as I pretended to pass it to another. She then instructed me to hold a wine glass using the stem and excuse myself to the bathroom. I'm going to make a fool of myself. I sighed, overwhelmed.
Of course you will. It's all about making less of a fool of yourself, love. Bring out the morning meal.
A servant wheeled out a cart of food and placed the items on the table in the center. Even the breakfast had to be something fancy. He lifted the lid, revealing a row of sausages and another plate of scrambled eggs. He stacked English muffins with jam butter, clotted cream on the side, rare steak, roasted potatoes, orange juice, and the customary water. Who the hell could eat all of this? I mumbled. She instructed me on reaching for the plates to grab the food I wanted, advising me to avoid the steak because of the dripping blood and juices. The next few hours, I delved into walking and posture, sitting and rising, how to greet the nobles if called upon, and so on. Yeah, I was convinced I would make a big fat fool of myself once this was all said and done.
I've had many students, but you are by far the worst.
She finally scoffed once I tripped on my foot.
You have 1 month to get ready for your debut.
I don't think I can do this.
It doesn't matter what you think you can do or not. You simply have to. We have a few days before your expected debut. Let's call it for right now.
She grabbed her fur and left me standing in the room alone. After she left, I reached for the front door to see if I could open it when it flew open. And as if he had been waiting outside the entire time, Thorsten had returned. He placed a bag on the table in the living room. Imagining him going grocery shopping was weird. I need to talk to you about something, I said before he picked up his tablet.
I'm sure your lessons went well.
It was horrible. I think I will fall on my face.
Then I will replace her.
No, it's not that. She's great. I just suck.
You do suck.
He smiled.
But in a good way.
I looked away, my face turning red.
You'll do well. None of the thralls knew how to do anything. That's why the school exists. They had to undergo training, and Mrs. Winters has been training them for years.
If you say so, I shrugged. But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. Something happened when I woke up this morning. Were you playing some trick on me? Like feeling me up? A glass shattered nearby, disrupting our conversation. Hannah was bleeding. Blood squirted from her wrist, spraying the walls.
I'm sorry.
I rushed to her, putting pressure on the wound.
I'll get the medkit.
No, I'll handle this.
Gio rushed into the room, taking her wrist and ushering her away.
Clumsy girl.
Thorsten shook his head.
You need to bathe and change.
He pointed to the blood all over my tunic and hands.
I hope she didn't have a disease of the blood.
Yeah, I'll get cleaned up. Thorsten ordered the other servants to clean up the blood as I headed toward the servants' bathroom. He wasn't far behind. He said nothing as he pulled up my tunic and dug his hand inside my underwear. Chapter 15. Cal.
They're all talking about you.
Who?
Out there.
He gestured languidly to nothing, his voice haggard. We finished making love in his bed and rested there. I was thankful he moved us because I was looking like a prune.
They would expect me to allow one of Fellman's stallions to mount you.
What? I lifted my head from his cool chest, confused. What do you mean?
It means what I said.
Will you let that happen? I was afraid of doing this with anyone else but Thorsten.
Perhaps I'll tell everyone you're directly from the gutter. That would make them clutch their pearls for sure.
And what would happen after that? My anxiety over going to this party increased tenfold.
They would wonder what was wrong with me. Perhaps they would be curious how a street rat fucks and try to make you perform anyway.
Perform what?
Thralls fuck for our amusement. What we're doing now is sick.
It's not as though you look all that different from me.
Still, dwarves are beneath us. You're like pets, or so the council says.
I don't even want to think about what you're thinking.
We will transport your father to a superb hospital tomorrow morning, and they will tell him that it's because of you. If you have a message to give him, then tell me now.
Tell him I love him and hope to see him soon.
Will do.
Where is this hospital? Is it here in the city?
That's on a need-to-know basis.
When I woke up, he was gone, and this time no one was in here. I didn't want to see Diana again. I didn't have time to talk to Thorsten about what happened before. I also wondered if I should just forget about it. If I were to gain some perspective on my own, then I can't believe it was Thorsten who touched me before. When we were together, he's been gentle when he needed to be and rough when I wanted him to be. Perhaps love was behind his touch, and while I've been in awe of Thorsten's strength, I've never feared him to the point of my body locking up. This energy was different. It had to have been Geo. But why? And should I tell Thorsten? I didn't know what to do. But what if he tried something again? Thorsten cleaned me out well, but I was so sore that I bet walking would be a painful chore. I wanted to lie in bed all day long and have Diana bring me my meals. Oh, how jealous she would be while wheeling that cart into her precious master's quarters to serve me in his bed. But that would just add fuel to an unnecessary fire, and like I said before, I didn't want to see her anyway. I didn't want to dwell in negativity. I just wanted to find the silver lining behind my predicament, which wasn't difficult to find. My father would get the care he needed, and being with Thorsten wasn't bad. We had a rough beginning, but I couldn't deny how he made me feel. I wanted to rest my head on his big shoulders and rely on him. I think I was even falling for him. But I should know better than anyone that this world wasn't that kind. He held all the cards, and maybe I just wanted to drown in the fantasy that he was doing all of this because he loved me, but just didn't know how to express it. The truth could be that I'm just an easy tool to use and discard, and I had to steal my heart for that future. I saw my robe draped on the arm of the chair in the room. He must have gotten someone to bring it in. I covered myself and tried to walk straight to the thrall room to shower and get dressed, but my ass was destroyed. I headed to the thrall bathroom to clean up. As big and beautiful as Thorsten's tub, I wanted to shower and wash my hair. Everything was going fine until I squirted the shampoo bottle on the edge of my scalp. I had planned to squirt it all over, as my mop required almost an entire bottle just to wash properly. But once the creamy liquid hit my skin, it seared into my flesh, burning and cooking it. Screaming, I dropped the bottle and ran to the water to wash it off. But it only heightened the burning pain and caused the thick liquid to enter my right eye. "Thorsten!" I yelled and slipped from the shower and onto the floor.
Cal!
I heard his voice through my screams and ran from the bath, tripping on the floor. "It's burning!" I yelled, the pain unrelenting.
Get the doctor!
He ordered before lifting me in his arms and running with me downstairs.
Here, take your hand away.
He instructed, which I reluctantly obeyed as the pain made me want to shield the area on impulse. He laid me on the island in the kitchen and I heard him hiss in pain.
Acid,
he said as if he couldn't believe it. After rummaging around, he sprinkled something on me, placed me in the industrial sink, and ran freezing water over me. The pain persisted, though not as much as before. He tilted my head back and poured what I now knew was salt water inside my eye when the liquid ran into my mouth. The pain had ceased, but he still ensured he washed it away. I shivered. He trembled. He then wrapped me in something soft and carried me in his arms. He muttered words I couldn't understand the entire way while I cried and asked to see my father. Putting me in his bed, he ordered Hannah to bring my robe, which he slipped on me, and it didn't take long for a human doctor to come. He spoke with a thick Jotun accent, and I could scarcely understand a word he said, but he bandaged me and placed a medical patch over my eye. When I asked him if I would see out of it again, he and Thorsten headed out of the room without speaking a word. I knew who did this. There was no doubt in my mind. That bitch never wanted me here, and was obviously jealous of my relationship with Thorsten. I didn't know what type of power I had, but I didn't care anymore. No amount of drugs could take away the still lingering pain in my face and eyes. And there she was, her face between the crack of the door, like the fucking troll she is. My head was woozy from all the meds, but there was no way in hell I was going to allow myself to fall asleep while that bitch was in this house with me. I charged for the door, and she ran from me down the hall and hit the stairs while I tumbled down the last few steps after her. "You fucking bitch!" I hollered, and grabbed at her hair so I could pull her down and wail on her good. My father taught me never to hit a woman, but there was nothing in his lessons about what to do when a woman disfigures you with fucking acid.
Stop!
Thorsten pulled me away, and I still took a few of her blonde strands in my fingers. Geo held Diana back as she flung several curses my way. "Let me go!" I yelled, fighting fruitlessly for my freedom. "It hurts!" I screamed, and he released me. I wasn't in much pain. I just wanted him to let me go. I was done fighting and putting up with this shit.
Cal!
Thorsten called to check on me to see if I was okay. His white brows knitted. The look on his face broke my heart, but I didn't want pity or concern right now. The only thing I wanted was revenge. "I want her gone," I pointed at her. "If I have any power here, then I want to use it to get rid of her once and for all."
What the hell are you saying? You think I would be dumb enough to hurt you?
You tried to cut my hair when I was sleeping, and what a surprise, you then put something in my shampoo. She looked from me to Thorsten.
Master, I love serving you.
"Fuck you, bitch," I yelled, not giving a damn how much she begged and pleaded with Thorsten. Nothing would make me happier than to see her walking out of that front door. Geo released her and stood aside.
Geo, call every servant in the house here.
Yes, sir.
Diana continued to plead her case that she would never be so stupid as to hurt me, but it was all lies. She had no problems threatening me, calling me a whore, and making sure I knew I had no place here. She had allowed her obsession with Thorsten to drive her to hurt me, and I didn't give a damn about whatever lies and excuses she spun. "I swear, if you're still working here, you'll regret it, so you might as well leave now," I said, meaning every word. "I'll show you what a street rat can do." All the servants arrived and lined up in this great marbled room like jurors presiding over a trial. The color drained from Diana's face, and she suddenly became silent. I stopped talking as Thorsten narrowed his gaze at me. He wanted me to shut up. Tears fell from Diana's eyes as she looked up at Thorsten, her eyes pleading, yet she did not speak a word. Thorsten looked at me, then back to her.
Perhaps I've been a terrible master,
he said, addressing the servants in the room.
You've all grown so used to only taking care of me. Preparing my meals and so on, introducing another element into this house was like pouring hot milk on cold creamed eggs without bothering to temper them first. Some of you have been able to adapt, but for others, it's been much harder to let go of the past or accept the lot that fate has given you. You plot and scheme for power you can never have, and it has caused you to make idiotic choices, even if you do not entirely see it that way.
He seemed to address the small group more so than anyone, and I wondered if there was more behind the scenes than I realized.
Diana, you are now stripped of your title as head servant, and all rights, privileges, and protections of this house are no longer yours.
She lost it and wailed uncontrollably. Her voice fell into a clear accent of the lower city as she mumbled a string of gibberish before hollering about how much she loved him and served him faithfully. She pointed an accusatory finger at me.
He turned your mind against me, against everyone here. You're ruining yourself and this house for him. You will lose everything when they find out what you are doing.
Goodbye, Diana. You've served me with all your heart,
he said passionately. He then muttered a short phrase in his language.
No,
Diana yelled as if she understood those words. At this moment, I remembered the poisoned needle embedded within the jewel of my collar. He had mentioned that the servants had something similar on their armbands. Oh gods, what have I done? The light fell from her eyes before she keeled over onto the cold marbled floor, unmoving. "What?" I said, my voice trembling with shock. Thorsten ignored me and turned to the others.
Every last one of you will suffer the same fate if you displease him. Contact the disposal unit. Tell them to treat her kindly. And I would like her ashes brought to the house once it's finished.
He headed upstairs and I followed, unable to keep up with his long stride. What just happened? I said, following him to his room. I knew what happened, but I needed to hear from him.
What does it look like? You wanted her gone, and now she's gone.
Wait, no, I never said kill her. I didn't want that.
What did you think would happen? That I would let her go?
Yes, I wanted her out of the house, not dead.
We fire no one in a noble's house, little one. I thought someone as well versed as you in the hardships of life would know that nothing is ever so simple here.
He sneered as he removed his sash and flung it on the bed.
If I had let her go, another noble would have taken her in and forced her to spill whatever she knew while living here. Or she would be hell-bent on her revenge against you that she would do something foolish.
Those bands on their arms and of course my own. You never intended for me to leave this place alive. The revelation was like an anchor drop into the sea. When I walked through the threshold of this luxurious cage, he had never intended to let me go.
I never promised you anything, pet.
He stroked my cheeks and chin, his touch gentle as usual.
Do you feel sorry for her? Even though you believe she injured you, took your sight away from your right eye.
My head was swimming with doubts. Did she do it?
I don't know. You didn't give me time to investigate before declaring her guilt to the entire house.
Then you should have let her live to make sure?
And why would I do that?
He asked, astounded.
All it would do is send the message that you have no power to determine their fate, and if she didn't do it, and someone else did, then it would only make them bolder. Now he or she understands that your words carry weight with me.
Do you think she did it? I asked again, tears welling in my left eye, but my right remained dry behind the medical patch.
And I will repeat my answer. I do not know. She had overstepped her bounds anyway, and stupidly painted a target on her own back by antagonizing you. She knew more than anyone where she lived. And yes, I will still investigate, to be certain.
I can't believe this, I sighed. Was she from the slums too?
When I met Diana, she was going by the name Rhea. She had snuck to the upper levels and tried to rob me. I caught her and told her that if she could sneak into the school and pretend to be a servant in training, then I would hire her. She did it even though she was deathly ill. I brought her into my house, treated her sickness, and she has served me ever since.
He was still for a moment and heaved a sigh.
Maybe everyone in this house is destined to die.
He sat down and ran his hand over his face. I wanted to refute it, but I couldn't. I was set up and sold, and then shot at, and almost drowned. I don't want to believe in that type of fate, I muttered weakly.
I doubt fate cares. Do you believe we're destined to die soon?
He didn't look me in the eyes when he asked. His voice no longer carried confidence with it.
Of all the titans who arrived here, you, a dwarf, my fated one. I know this will lead to my ruin and even death, and yet I can't stop myself from wanting to touch you and hold you near. Perhaps it's fate guiding me to my end.
Cut that out, I exclaimed, worried about where his head was at. There is no such thing as fate or destiny. I wanted you to take me because I think you're attractive. I hope you think I'm attractive too. Your people created a stupid rule so they could look down on anyone who isn't them. They could just as easily say the rule was false and rethink it. You don't need some cosmic fate for all that. If they punish us, then it's because they want to reinforce their prejudices. And Diana isn't dead now because of fate. It's because she just couldn't.
Stop talking.
He turned to me, the light going out of his silver eyes. He gathered me in his arms and held me close, burying his face in the nape of my neck. I wrapped my arms around him. I didn't know the right words to say to him to make him feel better. I know now that I will be far more careful with my words and actions going forward so that this never happens again. Chapter 16. Cal, 1 month later. Hannah became the new head servant, and Thorsten made no mention of acquiring any more servants. No one spoke of Diana, not even a whisper, and it was perhaps the most peaceful time I've had since coming to this house. My face and eye were healed, but my vision was too blurry out of my right eye. The dark green color was now a very pale green. I kept a patch over it. The chemicals left a burn scar from the corner of my right eye to the edge of my hairline, which was now missing a small patch of hair like a one-sided widow's peak. The acid singed most of my hair around the patch, and my hair was too short to cover it, so I cut my hair to match the length. I now had very short hair with a stupid bald patch near my forehead. I never in my life thought I cared about my looks. I believed I was above it all. That fancy clothes and perfectly clipped hair were for vain, stuck-up playboys, yet here I was, using my subpar makeup skills to patch up the scarred, discolored skin on my head. It didn't work all that well. Hannah entered the room with a cart of small chocolate desserts. Like the others since that day, she barely said 2 words to me, attentive yet quiet. It pissed me off, but I also expected it. "Can you fix this makeup?" I asked, trying my best to extend the first olive branch.
Yes, sir.
She timidly took the brush in her hand and began to work on my skin. "I heard you went out to the market this morning. How's the weather?" Ugh! I cringed at such a generic topic, but I had nothing else to go on. I haven't set foot out of the apartment since I got here. No trips to the places where thralls mingled. I didn't know how to ask, and I was afraid to meet the other thralls as if it would solidify that I was one of them. Did I look down on them?
It's gloomy, but the sun is shining.
Ah. Silence was easy, but I wasn't interested in the easy route. "Hey, why don't we have a get-together or something? Invite all the servants here to the thrall room, and we can raid the kitchen and shoot the shit." She didn't reply, which I guess meant a hard no. "Speak, damn it!" I demanded with a slam to the vanity, causing her to jolt and drop the brush. Regret engulfed me. "I'm sorry, you don't have to say anything. You can go." I stood and straightened my tunic and walked out of the room. Just what the hell was happening to me? This place was driving me crazy, that's what. Sitting in this damn house day in and day out with nothing to do was driving me insane. When was the last time I was able to swim? I wondered if Jackson was okay, and I missed my father. I finished my lessons with the old woman, and there was no need for her to come back. Whether I was good at showcasing what I had learned remained to be seen. Thorsten didn't tell me much about this debut, just that I was to have it. He avoided all discussions about it, preferring to kiss me or ask me questions about far-flung topics to throw me off. I didn't think he was looking forward to it at all himself. Zane chopped up an array of vegetables in the kitchen, stopping when I arrived. "Carry on," I gestured before opening and closing the fridge. "Need any help?" I asked, hoping this would be a good icebreaker that would lead to busying myself.
"No, sir,"
he replied and continued to work. "I'm a decent cook, and I know some recipes I used to make."
"If you tell me what you like, I can make it for you."
At least his tone was more natural than everyone else's. "Or I can make it and let you try it out, and maybe you can imitate it." I hated this.
"If that's your wish, sir."
Gio's entrance saved me from this conversation.
"I knew I saw you come in here."
"Yeah. I tried avoiding this one as much as I could."
"Your debut is tonight."
"What?"
"I'm sure Thorsten informed you of that 3 days ago."
"I don't remember." I shrugged, feeling some pain in my stomach from the nerves.
"I'm here to escort you to the salon to prepare."
"Oh, okay." It was the first time I had breathed air that wasn't blowing into my room. It was as if I was in my own personal bubble, and something had popped it, and I was like a newborn introduced to the world, even if that introduction was controlled. The castle was like its own city. The roads and walkways were paved in pale white stone, gleaming under the afternoon sun. Luxury shops lined the streets, displaying exquisite wares in their windows. Glittering gold jewelry, vibrant silken scarves, and leather goods with rich patinas. Cafes spilled out onto the streets, with wrought iron tables and chairs filled with animated patrons dining al fresco. The aroma of freshly baked bread and coffee lingered in the air. Street vendors sold bouquets of bright wildflowers, their fragrance mixing with the scents of cinnamon and vanilla. The architecture was stunning, with graceful arches, domes, columns, and balustrades. Fountains centered many of the piazzas, spraying cool mist and the soothing sound of running water. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw ice cream. I've never had ice cream before, only shaved ice with flavored syrups poured on top. I felt enveloped in an atmosphere of elegance, pleasure, and beauty. This was a place for strolling and savoring. Good food, good wine, music, and art. A place of culture and refinement. A person could get lost in the charm and splendor of this city. Titans and humans mingled and went about their lives, only stopping to stare at me, and for the first time I felt truly scrutinized.
Hurry.
Geo instructed to follow him inside the Victorian-designed building. It reminded me of a good number of structures built in veneer, wood and stone, asymmetrical shapes with decorative trimmings, and steep, multifaceted roofs. When we entered, the perfumes hit me straight away. Mannequins adorned in lengthy gowns, wigs rested on top of wooden heads, and shoes, and more galore, were there for the taking. The plush cream-colored ottomans and soft white cotton candy-like carpet made the place look like a lounge rather than a salon. Further in, I saw a pink neon light bar and purple bar stools. This was a thrall salon where the so-called masters couldn't enter. A human woman with enormous tits approached. Her lengthy red and black dress bunched up in her jeweled fingers as she barreled through the hall toward us.
"Hello, Master Cal of House Salverson."
She bowed low and held her hand for me to take, which I did. I looked at Geo, confused.
Salverson is your master's surname.
I nodded.
"You can wait outside."
She turned to Geo, as if she was telling a pest to leave.
I beg to differ.
He folded his arms.
I won't interfere with your business, but my mentor told me to remain here to ensure his safety.
"But this is a pet salon. No harm could come of him here."
He still gave me my orders. If you don't like it, you can contact my master and inform him of how you don't like it.
The color drained from her face and she swallowed hard.
"Fine, just wait outside. The other pets have finished selecting their attire for the evening anyway."
Allow me to say a few words to my charge before you whisk him away.
"Yes."
She bowed her head a tad and walked away from me, and Geo approached. His dark eyes sharpened like a bird of prey, making me uneasy.
Do not think of making my job harder than it needs to be. If you run off, I will find you and inform Thorsten of your terrible accident while making your escape.
And you would be a fool to hurt me, I said, unwilling to coward to this man. I'm his mate. He loves me. Even if I ran, he would forgive me. I know it. I said more as a revelation to myself than to Geo.
I have half a mind to take you myself.
He stared at me, and now I backed away from him, and a creepy smile formed on his lips. Are we done?
I'll wait outside.
I didn't like him at all. A thought had occurred to me. What if he was responsible for my injuries? The human woman returned once Geo left and led me to the back, past the bar to a room full of mirrors, soft chairs, and vanity tables that looked like a backstage theater production. I wish I could say I was alone, but the room was full of beautiful, lithe women and men, and some men with the physique of an Amazon warrior. Like actors behind the stage, they each had their way of preparing for the show. Others oiled their naked chests, some dressed like beautiful dolls ready for display in a shop window. Others wore all black and leather and silver chains. What the hell have I walked into? I thought, taking an empty seat and trying my best to ignore the 1,000,001 stares I received from everyone in the room. They whispered to each other, small, hushed voices going 1,000,000 miles a minute. I didn't want to be left alone in here with them, but I had no choice as the woman excused herself, promising a clerk would come and take my measurements and check on me soon. Servants patrolled the room with trays of finger foods and what looked like glasses of wine. I wasn't hungry. I was too damn scared to eat. I heard someone call me a slouch, and another remark about my scarred-up face and eye patch. The words I heard about me were hardly flattering. Scarface, slouch, one-eyed freak, balding, and the list went on, taking my self-esteem with it. I wish I had a good comeback, but I just didn't. I felt like shit since that incident 1 month ago. I wish I could say I was so selfless that I only felt bad about causing Diana's death. Still, I hated how I looked. I avoided the mirror unless it was to fiddle with the makeup to cover the burn scar or add drops to my cloudy eye. The doctor said the chemicals seared my tear duct shut, and to keep my eye from drying out, I needed the drops to keep it moist. I didn't want Thorsten to touch me for the first week. He respected me enough to leave me in peace. Still, I was also lonely, and drowning in my thoughts about my appearance, and the fear he wouldn't want me again ate at me. I had nothing but my own feelings about Thorsten to confront. I enjoyed the way he treated me in bed, and what it meant outside of it. He was willing to talk and listen to my rants and fears, trying to placate them the best he could before he left me in peace. Why didn't he get rid of me? Obviously, I was an inconvenience that caused more pain than pleasure. Did he genuinely believe we were fated to be? And what did that even mean? I was used to surviving by my own will. I had no concept of something happening by the will of the cosmos. It sounded beautiful, lovely, and I wanted to believe it. But that also meant believing that we would meet some tragic end.
I'm so sorry.
A young woman stood near my vanity, adjusting the thick black glasses on her pursed, freckled nose.
You're new, and well, we needed to add you to our system along with your measurements, but the computer is acting up again, so I must do everything by hand.
I can fix it, I said, a smile plastered on my face. I hadn't touched a piece of tech in God knows how long, and this was just what I needed to. I don't know. I needed to regain a portion of myself I felt I was losing. I stood and left the room, leaving the harsh murmurs behind. The woman tripped over her feet to stop me, but my desire to reclaim a piece of my old self pushed me to do something tech-related. She finally gave up and gestured to the small office where the faulty computer sat. Missing the feel of my fingertips hitting the smooth surface of the keys, I played around with them longer than I should have. I shut it down, picked up the dusty desktop, opened it, and cleaned it until I spotted the faulty graphics card. There's a replacement at my shop, but I don't think I can get it for you.
Oh no, it's fine, really. Now that I know what it is, I can order one.
Yeah, I said, almost forgetting I couldn't just grab one at my shop. Well, you should also clean out your PC more, or it will overheat. Alcohol is a cheap alternative, and if it's an older PC, then you may have to replace the thermal paste, too.
Will do.
She looked around.
Please go back to the dressing room. If she saw you dirty like this, she would...
I would what?
The woman in the long dress approached, pushed her out of the way, and peeped into the room.
What is going on?
Her PC needed to be fixed.
How dare you use a pet as a servant?
She rounded on the woman. Wait, I wanted to fix it. I tried to explain.
Get out now.
She crudely pulled the woman from the room. Wait, it's not her fault! The woman ushered me back to the room.
I'm so sorry. We will give you the royal treatment for sure. Please inform House.
I said stop it. I pulled myself away from her. She tried to stop me, but I threatened her. I told her if she didn't let me play on her computer, I would tell my master to punish her. I placed my hands on my hips, ramping up the snotty bastard act.
Oh.
She clutched her long string of diamonds.
Well then, I will forgive her.
Thank goodness. The last thing I wanted was a repeat of last month. The clerk returned with me to the back, took my measurements, and checked out the scar on my face.
You can't embarrass your master by walking around like this,
she said, heading to the cabinets and picking out what looked like liquid latex. She removed my patch and gasped. Damn, am I that fucking hideous?
No, it's just nothing.
The woman with the lengthy dress entered, carrying a small box.
This was just delivered to the salon, for your eye.
I nodded, but had no idea what it was. Was this the reason Thorsten was out earlier today? The woman applied the latex, gently covering the skin, and then used a liquid foundation to blend it with my skin. After she applied my makeup and went to work on my hair, washing, drying, and styling it, I was handsome again, or maybe I always was, but I don't know. But nothing could be done about the bald patch.
Now let's see about this box.
Inside was a single contact that was dark green, the color of my eyes. Inside the pupil was a golden tree in the center and a golden ring. I slipped it on. It was strange, but a much better improvement than the patch. They picked out a red and gold Gothic Victorian men's suit. The others stared wide-eyed at me and murmured about the house I belonged to, and I enjoyed listening to their hushed voices transform from mock laughter to jealous scorn.
Chapter 17. Thorsten. Even arriving fashionably late yielded no surprises and no significant missed events. just the typical affairs between noble houses. Who joined what house when arranging the dreaded mating ceremonies, and which nobles had the most beautiful pets? Taking a shit is more exciting than this place. If I didn't need to be here, I would be in the comfort of my own home with my mate. Mate, I enjoyed the context behind the word. I have a mate, a stunning mate. Even with the scar that he needlessly tries to hide from me, even if his hair is no longer a mop. He was still more beautiful than anything I've ever seen before. If only he knew the rage lurking deep inside of me, that those who plot against me would be so brazen as to hurt him. I had underestimated the enemy within my house, and my mate suffered for it. Spies from another house were also not uncommon here. We all had them. I had my spies in the homes of prominent noble families, and they had theirs in mine. I wanted to clean the house, purge every servant, and end Geo. If only Cal and I remained, I would be fine. But then everything I've worked so hard to achieve would be up in smoke. They would say I've gone mad, and Cal and I would have to flee this place, and they would hunt us no matter where we had gone. If only my mate knew what a trapped rat I was too. For the first week after some piece of shit sabotaged his hair cleaner, he wanted nothing to do with me, and I didn't have the heart to force him, so I left him in peace. The second week he slept beside me in my bed, saying nothing when he entered my chambers. In the third week, we made love, but it was a rushed and ultimately unsatisfying action that stopped when I cupped his face, and my finger grazed the small patch of missing hair. He hated my belief in fate and what it meant for both of us, but every incident only strengthened that belief. I didn't speak to him about it again. I wanted him to trust himself and me. I wanted to remove all doubts and fears from him. This would be my burden to carry. And the possibility of this dark fate made me more desperate than ever to seek an alternative. I wanted to take Cal home with me. We would go directly to my ancestral home, surrounded by my things. I would gain my own servants and guards. He would be safe and cared for, but ultimately, he would be confined to my castle. My only other option was letting him go, and the thought of that tore at my heart.
Thorsten!
It was Frida with the perfect deep red bow lips and pale illuminated skin.
Where were you? I thought you would revel in attending one of these balls.
I'm thinking about work.
Work? How could you? Look at this place.
She gestured to the massive light covered in colourful jewels, shining in the immense white stone and light green draped room like a kaleidoscope. The stone figurines pranced around the large bowl in the open garden, pouring the colourful, steamy water inside.
There's a beautiful maze outside, made of towering rose bushes, where soon-to-be mated lovers go to steal kisses.
She smiled at me, yet her eyes begged me to join her. When I didn't reply, she let my arm go and placed her hands on her hips. Her way of gaining control now was to be bossy. I didn't hate her for it. It was just her personality. I knew that much, and her fixation on me was my fault. I used her, gained access to her friendship, gave her empty promises, and through her, she kept her father at bay while I solidified my power.
I haven't seen you since father permitted us to mate.
She scoffed, still feeling the sting of my rejection. I've been busy.
The rumour mill has been abuzz with the news of your thrall since you entered the castle looking like shit. What happened that night, by the way?
Nothing to concern yourself with, but I thank you for the concern.
Ugh, fine. Keep it to yourself.
She clicked her teeth.
Your first pet turned out to be a dwarven male, but not a stallion. I've always thought you would get a stallion. He's not from the school, I hear.
How do you know he didn't come from the school? I asked, teasing her. But I was also curious how this much information had leaked.
The others don't know him.
Word travels fast, I said, sipping heated wine. Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
She folded her arms. And who will question me? I'm one of the most powerful men in the city.
One of the most.
planning to use Daddy to force me to give up my new toy.
We discard toys all the time. Why would I go through so much trouble over future garbage?
She walked up close and placed her hand on my chest.
But it matters where the toy came from, and these particular toys are meant to be graceful and entertaining at will.
She sighed and stepped back.
My only concern is us and our mating.
We'll do it soon.
You're the first man I've ever wanted to mate. I want to move in and prepare for our children. Don't keep me waiting too long.
Soon, I promise. Hopefully, I will be long gone before she gets sick of empty promises. Though it would be simpler to take Freda as my mate over a dwarven male, it would keep Fellman off my back for good, and Freda was a noble, a Titan noble, and a female. There would be no fears of what the worm would do to Cal, and hell, would he even be open to it if I asked? Endangering Cal's life for children was not worth it, but I wanted children someday. I saw her, the one I came to this dreadful party to see, the madam. The old woman who hid away from her kind only to emerge with one of these spectacular balls. Her house colour pattern was silver and pale green. She wore her hair in 2 braided buns on the side of her head, littered with small red bows to match her flowing ball gown. I needed to get to her or find out where she was going. She graced her parties with a passing appearance in each section of the rooms and gardens before retiring long before the party ended, and no one would see her until the next party. She slipped into the balcony area of the ballroom, which a guard blocked. At least I now knew where she was hiding.
Ladies and gentlemen,
an announcer bellowed over the microphone. The crowd parted to either side of the room. An usher approached, a small dwarf even by dwarf standards.
Sir, your pet and all the new pets making their debut will be introduced soon. You must stand at the stairs and escort him.
Shit. I didn't know this. I hoped there wasn't anything else I had to do. I was far too focused on his training that I had forgotten mine. I joined the others and waited for the list of new thralls to join their masters, and I watched as they escorted them around the room, showcasing them for all to see. The announcer had no long drawn-out name for Cal. He was simply Cal Crane, and I couldn't stop smiling when all eyes fell on him. I noticed they covered the scar and the patch of hair with a gentleman's top hat, but it wouldn't have mattered to me if he had left it alone. I held out my arm for him to take, and like the others, I escorted him around the room. But I didn't give a damn about anyone else. I didn't even want him here. I wanted him locked away, far from everyone here. He looked up at me, and I looked at the lens I bought for him, a symbol of my house displayed proudly for these bastards to see. When he tried to part ways, I held on to him. I had forgotten they must have instructed him to join the rest of the pets in an adjacent private room. I wanted to whisk him out of here but let him go. My work here was too important to do what I should have done, to say to hell with these people and this party, to hell with everything. The introductions were over, and I was alone again and hated it.
He's pretty in a damaged sort of way. Is that what you like? Damaged toys?
Freda approached from behind once music filled the area again. It gives him character, unlike the half-dead puppets you all call pets. I wonder if I did a good enough job of hiding the fact that I wanted to kill her for insulting my mate.
He is a little beauty.
Fellman approached.
Perhaps we can arrange something between us. I have a stallion that would be perfect for him. He's handsome, big, and primed for fucking. I put a chastity belt on his cock, and he hadn't been able to come in 2 months so far. What I wouldn't give to watch him unleash his fury inside your lithe prince.
He's undergoing training. I thought he could perform tonight, but I've changed my mind. I watched as Cal entered the next room to take a seat when one of those pets held his foot out, causing him to trip and stumble. He regained control and swung at the male, slapping him across the face. The music ceased for a moment before picking up again.
Oh, you think that's funny?
Freda scolded me for laughing at the incident.
He has spunk, that's for sure.
Fellman smirked. I told you he still needed training, I said, and walked away. I needed to catch the madame before she retired to her guarded chambers for the night. There was no way I would get past her guards at the stairs to the balcony, so I climbed towards the upper level, away from the crowd, to catch her alone above. She was alone with a cart of snacks and wine by her side. She immediately noticed me but did not yell or alert her guards from what I could see.
I haven't had a handsome man attempt a private rendezvous since I was a young girl. I guess I must still got it.
She smirked. Madam. I bowed and sat down to avoid the guards or onlookers. I didn't mean to disturb you like this, but this is the only time I will get to meet with you.
And please tell me what was so important that you needed to meet me. Being seen at one of my events satisfies most nobles. You watch your whores prance about and you leave and come back for round 2 or 3.
She shrugged disinterestedly.
Though you have never attended before, the moment I saw you, I wondered if you were here for another reason besides clout chasing.
Can we speak privately?
We are private, sir. That's why I'm up here.
I sighed. Do you remember when the portal station was destroyed? A piece of the structure also entered this world. The explosion blew a massive chunk of it into the seas in this region. She laughed.
Need more lost tech, shield builder? There's plenty on the black market. I should call my damn guards to throw you out of here if all you're going to do is waste my time chasing more wealth.
I could tell I had lost her. She was an old and tired woman. She was one of the oldest titans in the city, and one of the few like me, who was nobility long before the destroyed portal stranded us here. The upstarts who sought to take advantage of our predicament assassinated most of the other true nobles. That was why I needed Frida and Fellman, but the madam stood alone or appeared to be. She proved that she could not be dispatched easily. I needed more to offer than just the promise of more wealth. I've rebuilt the portal, and it works, just as I did back home. All I'm missing is the rune to power it. I thought I had it, but it turned out to be a fake. There were all my cards. I hoped Fellman's fears about her proved true, that she too was searching for the rune to return home. If she has already found it, I must convince her to give it to me.
Bullshit.
I passed her the storage drive full of pictures of my progress without giving away its secret location.
You know I have no way of confirming this now, so let us speak as if this proof is real. What would tracking down that structure do?
You know I was the one who built the shield to house the rune. I know it is far too powerful to break over an explosion, but I've allowed forgeries created by Fellman to sidetrack me. I will trust my own skills now, and I'm sure that shield is still in the station with the true rune inside.
Do you have an idea where it could be?
For the longest time I suspected the abyss, though I'm unsure. But the instability of the rune's power could be the reason why that place is so difficult to map and dive. She stood.
Come with me.
She led me out the balcony through a door behind us. We travelled down an insanely long corridor until we found ourselves inside a room full of tech, ours, and the dwarves. She called on a titan, with braided brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard, and passed him the storage device. We waited until he called for her, and she could see my evidence. I waited until she returned.
I won't be foolish enough to ask where this portal of yours might be.
She sighed.
You are further along than I am. Don't look so shocked. Did you believe you were the only one desperate to return home?
You know what will happen if the others find this.
I am well aware. I have friends who also desire to leave this hellish realm behind. I'm not alone. We now have a common goal.
I came here hoping to use your advanced tech to find the station. How come you haven't done that yourself?
I had my own personal dive team, but someone killed them not too long after they reported finding the rune.
She looked at me knowingly.
Now I know they died for a fake, like many of my other teams.
I had no direct cause in that. The divers I bargained with for the rune had stolen it from what I now know are your people. I didn't think they would resort to murder.
Losing them was a major setback for me. It's not every day you come across talented dwarves who are also trustworthy and not in some other noble's back pockets.
She huffed.
But I still have my equipment, the best of them all. No other noble has acquired my wealth in tech. I just need the people to use it.
She led me from the room, and we came up to the ballroom area, a little away from the ballroom.
It will be difficult to find untainted dwarven divers, but I'll probe the area. Since it's both location and retrieval, we would need a damn excellent team. And I will use every connection I have to keep your house safe. I know Fellman wants your power for his own.
She hushed and looked about.
We are being followed.
I apologize, madam.
Gio approached from the shadows with a bow. I wanted to kick his ass out the window, but I couldn't allow her to see I had no control over my own man. No, it is I who needs to apologize, I said with a bow. One can never be too safe here.
And here I thought you possessed some integrity.
She spat.
And you wonder why I never leave my rooms. He's not much of a spy.
No, I am mostly just a servant, but I also made myself known because I have a solution to my mentor's and your problem.
Oh, this is lovely. I won't even ask how much you've heard. I will make arrangements to ensure every word out of both of your mouths is rendered false.
Her demeanour grew cold. Please, madam, this man is Gio, my heir. He's here for protection, both of ours and nothing more. She seemed to settle down, but only slightly. I could tell she was still tense and ready to act if needed.
How could you solve our problem, assuming you know what it is?
I assure you, I have only followed you around the ballroom and here. You mentioned the need for dwarf divers you can trust. My mentor has such a diver, a very talented young man who cannot betray him. He is here, the thrall you saw earlier.
Gio. I wanted to tear his fucking heart out and eat it.
Perfect. Bring the thrall to the pool room for an interview.
Now? I asked, shocked.
Well, he can either put his mouth to good use for an interview or out there sucking on some stallion's cock.
Chapter 18. Cal. Something told me the hard part was far from over. The hot topic of discussion in this small parlor room was sex, 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 and more sex. The well-oiled, muscle-bound, self-proclaimed stallions bragged about their techniques for taking a bitch. Others explained some new moves they had practiced for weeks. It was like one grand production, and these were the actors preparing to enter the stage and perform for the adoring crowd. I, on the other hand, tapped my feet against the wooden floor and fidgeted with my sweaty hands. I just lost my virginity a month ago. Now I was expected to have sex with some random person I didn't know, and maybe even women too. Shudders. The only thing that kept me from hauling ass to that open garden and climbing the gates to freedom was that I didn't want to make Thorsten look bad. A part of me knew he would never approve of someone other than him as my partner. A man entered the room and called out 3 names, thankfully not mine. One of the muscled hunks approached the door, along with 2 women who twirled their ruffled dresses and prepped their spiral-curled hair. I was curious about their expectations, but I wasn't the only one. We piled at the door to get a good view of the ballroom floor, and the servants were now set up like a stage with seats surrounding the center. The muscled thrall grabbed the blonde first and tore at her dress, and by the look on her face, they did not expect it. She slapped him while the other woman, with light brown curls, backed away without leaving the stage. He wrapped his big hands around her throat, slamming her to the wooden floor of the stage. She beat at his thick arms, her face paler than the powder she had on before a bluish undertint appeared. The other girl, distraught and not knowing what to do, jumped onto his back, beating on his head until he shook her off like an ant. Is anyone going to stop this? This is so uncomfortable. The woman flailed her arms about until her limbs fell limp at her sides. He released her and stood. The audience gave a round of applause before transferring credits and speaking in their language. It didn't seem as if anyone here understood.
Oh no.
One foppish man covered his mouth. What's going on? I whispered to him.
What does it look like? They're testing the strength of their stallions and taking bets.
Holy shit. I backed away from the door. Now I was ready to bolt. Did Thorsten know this would happen?
Cal.
I turned to the sound of a familiar voice. It was Gio.
Your master requests your presence.
My stomach dropped, but I didn't want to think of the worst-case scenarios of why I was being summoned. Okay, Relax and calm down, I breathed. Find out what it is. Then panic. I followed him out the other doors away from the ballroom and the stage, and when I thought this place couldn't get any more majestic, I was walking down a red and shiny green hall littered with old paintings on one side of the wall, while the other side was massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the sea. He opened the large door at the end of the hall and gestured for me to enter, and I did cautiously. The door led to curved stone steps, which I traveled until Geo stepped ahead and opened a door at the landing, which was off to the sides, almost as if hidden. I entered what looked like a bath area with little choice, and turned to Geo, afraid and ready to run.
Get changed into that swimming gear.
He closed the door and stood there, watching me. I grabbed the simple navy blue Speedos off the wall. They looked about my size, but I saw nowhere to change. I can't do this with you looking, I said when he didn't budge from the door.
Just get changed, and don't keep your master waiting.
I turned and removed my shirt and pants, but hesitated on my underwear. I couldn't help but feel creeped out by him watching me, especially now that I suspect he was the one who had felt me up that morning.
This.
He approached from behind, running his fingers along a scar on my back I had gotten during a diving accident years ago. Hey! I backed away, almost tripping over one of the benches.
Must be a sensitive spot for you.
No, I just don't want you touching me. I quickly slipped off my underwear and put on the suit as fast as I could.
Once Thorsten leaves this world, everything he owns will be mine,
he said, stepping away.
His apartment, the wealth he gained here, his servants, and even his thrall.
My breath hitched, but I didn't want it to be so obvious.
I've never fucked one of your kind before. It will be an experience.
You will never lay a hand on me, I sneered. Did Thorsten mention leaving? I couldn't remember everything that's happened so far. Fear crept over me like tiny bugs crawling about my skin. The thought of Thorsten leaving me behind, returning home, maybe never to return, left me numb. I told myself that I would never rely on anyone and that I would steel my heart for when he ever decided to toss me aside. When did I grow to depend on him so much? I suddenly felt hot and tried to control my aching heart. The room whirled about me like an old carnival ride. I latched onto the walls to steady myself before following Geo from the area. He led me to the next room, and I could already see the water reflecting off the tiled walls. Thorsten was there, and an older Titan female sat next to him.
You're dismissed, Geo.
Thorsten looked at him as if he was not pleased with him at all, and the other bowed and closed the door.
Let's get a good look at you.
The woman called me over to the row of cushioned benches overlooking the pool. I wasn't sure if I should come up the steps, so I remained at the bottom near the pool.
Well, you certainly can pick them. I'll give you that.
Thank you, I said, barely getting the words out.
What is that around your neck?
I looked at Thorsten.
My collar.
She nodded as if understanding what this was.
Loyalty undoubtedly won't be a problem here,
she said, folding her arms.
How long have you been a diver?
Since I was a kid. I used to do small jobs to help my father and his crew, like swimming through small spaces to place hooks they would use to remove larger pieces of rubble.
Were you afraid? That sounds dangerous.
I was born in water, like a lot of kids with diver parents. They didn't teach me to fear the sea. She nodded while Thorsten remained silent.
What's your record?
220 meters free diving, and 23 minutes even of holding my breath, I replied, having tackled these questions before from potential clients.
Do you have a crew?
No, I said, thinking of Jackson, but Jackson wasn't a part of any past crews I was in, and the one time he called me to join him, it was for a robbery, not a diving mission. I've never officially had a crew. I helped my father until he could no longer dive. Afterward, I was enlisted into other teams and allowed to take whatever I found personally, like every man for himself crews.
Do you only do retrievals or item location? If so, what equipment would you use?
Yes, and it depends on how large or small the object is. Most clients would tell me they want something like a cell phone. I can do some out-of-water research on the hotspots where other divers have found similar objects and go from there. If it is more specific, like a family heirloom, I would ask the client for the general location of the item. That's much harder, but I can perform out-of-water research of the area and purchase maps.
And if the area is unmapped?
Then computer imaging equipment is the best option to map the terrain. It's far more expensive and requires a boat large enough to house a crew. We may also need infrared gear and sound.
Sound?
Sonar navigation tech can map undersea topography and the movements of both animals, ships, and even the shifting of unstable buildings and so on.
Have you ever mapped the abyss?
I moved to Jotun recently, but I have heard of it. It's located in Old Times Square. It's claimed a lot of lives.
I see.
The woman appeared to think.
Prove your record right here and now. I'll time you.
I looked at the pool. I would need a weight to hold on to keep me under. The woman nodded to the stack of weights along the wall, and Thorsten got up to get one for me. "What is this about?" I asked him, once we were away from the woman.
What does it look like?
A diving interview? Am I going to be diving soon? I smiled, unable to contain my happiness. His stern expression became warmer, and he leaned in as if to kiss me, grazing my cheek with his hand before walking away with the weight and tossing it in the water.
I'll begin the timer once you're under.
I sat down at the edge and kept my eyes on the weight, not wanting to expend more energy than needed to reach it. I was concentrating, keeping my mind off all my worries, fears, and doubts, clearing my mind until it filled with the sights and sounds of the sea. Gripping the weight, I closed my eyes again, loving the weightlessness of my limbs, the scars, my hair. None of it mattered now. I saw my father smiling at me, and Jackson cleaned up and doing well. The people I left behind on Veneer waved at me, telling me goodbye as I sat on the back of the truck heading toward the light.
You fool!
Thorsten snarled down on me, soaking wet, his white hair clinging to his face, framing it perfectly. The small lines on his handsome face were more pronounced. What? I looked around, dumbfounded. My back was against the tiled floor and my feet dangled into the pool.
Looks like you've beat your own record.
The woman stood.
27 minutes. Can you find other experienced divers you trust?
I know divers in Veneer would love the challenge of these waters, I said, coughing afterward and willing my lungs to work again.
He will map the waters, but not be a part of the retrieval team.
You should be a little more careful when expressing your feelings for your pet. I personally don't give a damn. Find your happiness in this miserable realm however you can, but others have a vested interest in setting the rules and enforcing them.
I don't know what you're talking about. When can we have access to your equipment?
As soon as you put together a capable team. I'll not risk being exposed to something that still may not happen. Until then, you will have my protection, which I promise you. And once you return with a team, you will have access to every resource I can muster for you.
She walked toward a hidden door.
I'll have my man escort you both to a hidden exit.
What was that about? Do I really have a dive job? I asked, wondering what this meant for us.
What the hell happened down there? I kept calling you.
I don't know. Everything happened so fast. He ran the back of his hands along my cheek and lifted my chin into a kiss. It was fierce, burning hot, and full of desperation.
I won't let you go so easily.
I'm sorry. Chapter 19. Cal. We reached the town car, and Thorsten rounded on Geo straight away, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him against the vehicle with a loud, rocking thud. Geo didn't fight back. He merely held up his hands in the act of surrender. I didn't understand why he was angry at the other, but I wouldn't have been sad to watch him get the crap beat out of him.
You nearly ruined this entire meeting because of your useless skulking about.
You never would have volunteered the dwarf, and now look at him.
He gestured to me.
I'm sure that deep inside, he's happier than he's been since meeting you. He gets to do what he loves and has some freedom from the house. You no longer have to worry about showcasing him at any other event, as you can just demote him to your servant.
Don't speak for me, I said, folding my arms. But the creepy bastard was right. Diving was my life, and being in that interview made me feel like I was on solid ground again. I didn't know what the future held for Thorsten and me, but I could speak with authority about diving. Thorsten let him go after pushing him against the car again, pointing his finger in his face.
You are my heir, Geo. So I put up with more from you than I would have anyone else. but if you overstep your bounds again, I will crush my entire house when I leave.
Once we reached the apartments again, I followed Thorsten upstairs. I wanted Thorsten to realize that letting me join the dive team was a good idea in a non-threatening way. He tossed his coat on the soft chair in his room and worked to remove the large decorative bands around his naked arms. "Thorsten," I said, entering unhurriedly. "I fucked up tonight, but I am good at what I do, and I love it more than anything else besides my father and you."
You already got the job.
He sighed, still not looking at me.
No need to oversell.
"I suppose you're right, but maybe I feel like I have to because, for the past month, you've had this oppressive control over me. I don't think you know how that feels, to be stuck inside with a boot against your back."
Really?
He turned to face me and sat on the ottoman at the foot of the bed.
That's how you feel? Even after you've rejected my advances and I've given you your space? Have I ever forced myself on you?
"No, you've been very respectful, but you also put a collar around my neck with poison that could kill me at your word. I can't even see my father and have no way of confirming if he is being cared for. I don't know what you're thinking about. You remain silent on a potential threat to me, and you may leave me alone."
Fine. I'll show you proof of my word, and I see no reason to sugarcoat the truth from you or anyone else. My silence is not the same as lying to you.
"Then don't sugarcoat it. When my father first took sick, he did nothing but brush it off like it was nothing. A headache, a stomachache, a minor pain. All he has to do is lie down and rest, and he'll be as good as new. He pushed himself to keep diving, even when the spores infested his lungs because he didn't want to worry me, or maybe he didn't think I could do it alone. It wasn't until he had collapsed that I could get the truth. He was dying. He planned to die on me without telling me anything or giving me a chance to help him recover. Silence may not be the same as lying, but it still means you don't trust the other person, and you're choosing to place all the burden on yourself." He seemed calmer than before, and that relieved me, but I still didn't know what he was thinking.
The diving job is for the rune I had spent centuries searching for. With it, I can return home.
"Rune? The one you said you got from the deal you made with Jackson's friends?"
No, that was a fake. Some of my kind don't want a portal opened. They want to remain here because it's the only place they know they will have any power. One of them is a powerful man named Fellman. He must have found out I, or apparently others, searched for it and hired some dwarf expert to recreate the rune. The bastard created several perfect replicas and scattered them all over this world. I believe now that the original never left the station. It is in the abyss.
My lips parted before I knew it. My dad knew what that rune was. He called it worthless and wanted to leave this place that very night. Did he ever encounter these fakes? "What will happen to me when you leave?"
Geo will take over as my heir. He will want to kill off the servants he thinks are no good and start fresh to build his own legacy. However, I intend to give my servants enough funds to support themselves, free them from the bands, and aid them in escaping. As for you, I've grown quite fond of you. I want to take you home with me, even if I must force you. I'll keep you in my mountain castle and guard it with my life. But would that make you happy? Living with you unhappy for a month is enough to know there's no point in having you by my side if it doesn't make you happy too.
"Do you want me to come? Because I don't think I can live without you too. But I can't leave my dad behind," I said, unable to believe that these words were coming from my lips and that I had meant every word.
We have more advanced tech than here. He can receive care at my home.
He held my hand. I could hear the desperation in his voice.
I can't say what will happen to the two of us here or back home, but I fear that if we stay here, nothing good would come of it.
He steadied himself, his grip lessening.
It would be unfair of me not to propose the alternative. I let you go with the servants, free you of your collar, give you enough funds for yourself and your father, and—
"When can we leave? As soon as we get the rune." I had goosebumps. I didn't want him to finish the alternative option. I thought of asking him to run away with me somewhere, but thought of the story of the Titan and his human lover. They were hunted down to the point where they opted for death by their own hands. Thorsten and I could be together only if we left this world, and not by death. He planned to avoid the tragedy he believed we were destined to suffer. I couldn't say this would be easy, but I was prepared to follow him anywhere.
Yes, we go straight away.
His silver eyes danced.
I'll do right by the madam and inform her of the portal's location by letter, but that is it. We leave it all behind and start anew. I'll give you time to think about your answer.
There's nothing to think about, I replied. You say I'm your fated one, right? If so, then let's not make any plans. If I'm meant to go with you, then I will go. If not, then I won't. Isn't fate supposed to be that simple? He chuckled.
Since when has anything concerning us been simple?
Touché. I laughed with him. I don't want to live without you, Thorsten. It was a simple confession and an admission of my vulnerability. But I was afraid for my father's safety. What would he do if he discovered that it could have been my father who tricked him? Would he be so happy to return home that he wouldn't care? Would he hold a grudge? If we dive for this rune, and it's either not real or not there, what would happen? He sighed hard.
Then I will have to find that dwarf and extract whatever information I can from his lips until he gives me something tangible to go on.
I walked over to him, putting my arms around him and bringing him close. I didn't know how I felt about anything that was happening. I needed to find my dad and figure out what was going on. I wish I knew just what to say or do. The only thing I knew how to do was cling to him, and he held me tighter, pressing his face in my neck and taking a deep breath. It was in this moment that I knew we were both the same. We only had each other to rely on, and it was as difficult to admit as it was to let one another go.
Chapter 20. Thorsten. 1 week later. Trust seemed to be a big deal amongst dwarven dive teams, and I wanted my mate to feel comfortable working with familiar faces. I had Geo find and contact some of Cal's old dive partners from Veneer, teams he might have joined, and those who knew him. I also wanted to keep this mission away from the prying eyes and ears of Jotun as much as possible. He didn't have many friends. He must have been a very lonely person, but he packed up everything and moved here to Jotun for the sake of that blonde dwarf. He must have made an impression on him. Were they lovers? That blonde had a hollow of Cal on his person when he was captured. Jealousy simmered within enough to make me laugh. I was jealous of a junkie dwarf. There was no reason to harbour any ill toward him. I had stolen his lover and toyed with him that very night. Now he loves me as much as I love him. But something still gnawed at me. Deep in my heart, if I faced the truth of what's best for Cal, taking him home with me might not be the best decision. Dreams of taking Cal home plague my nights. His naked body wrapped in the furs of my kills as we make love on my bed in my real home. I pushed whatever problems that may arise into the bowels. But that wasn't reality. Back home, he would be nothing but a curiosity, a wonder to gawk at, and deemed inferior. I would keep him inside my castle, unable to go anywhere without me, as is his fate right now. Could he be happy? Or was I condemning him to the same fate I suffer from now? Longing for the air of home and our food, our people, our world. Perhaps that's why he didn't wish to give me a straight answer, and instead relied on fate to provide us with the answer. Maybe it was all bullshit to distract me, and he planned to make his fate by finding his former lover and reuniting with him. Bingo, as the dwarves say. That was the critter gnawing at my conscience. Since recovering from the acid attack, Cal had slept in my arms every night. His breathing was always slow and steady against my chest. The beat of his heart now matched mine completely. How could I think of letting him go when touching him opened up every possibility to which I was free to explore? My worries faded with each smile of his. Even now, the sun in this dreary place seemed to find only him, highlighting his soft, inky strands like a halo. Yes, I concluded that I was very selfish. But what other choice did I have but to let him go? Could I let him go? I wanted so terribly to reach out to him and take him in my arms right this moment. To hell with whoever sees the rocking vehicle on the side of the road. Here. I handed him a small tablet, once our car stopped in front of the inconspicuous shop on the city's 3rd level. It was a secret location I used for my secret business deals. "No one uses pencils and paper," I said, looking at the archaic notepad in his hands. He chuckled.
"Not everyone can have access to the latest tech."
"But I do, and now so do you. However, I removed the ability to make calls or access the net."
"A digital collar around my neck now?"
"It's better than a cage." I pressed a small folder icon. "You can also do this." I tapped the video, which played a delayed stream of the hospital room his father rested in.
"Oh my."
The video uploads to the device every 20 minutes in 10-minute video segments. He took me by surprise in the most delightful way and reached up to kiss my lips. His salty kiss reminded me of the calm waters back home and the raging, crashing seas of this realm, and it drove me wild with desire. I wanted to take him in my arms and cover him with kisses. I laughed to myself, for he was clumsy in the way he piled on his affections too freely, and it was rubbing off on me. Our kind played games with love and affection, giving and taking when needed to wrap the other around our finger. I found it challenging to do that with him, and he was not a master at manipulation, but I planned to never tell him that, at least, not soon. I told him of my plans for Gio and me to remain in an adjacent room of this horrid little place, away from his former partners. Our kind rarely made it a habit to appear to the dwarves we hired unless we had to, and I saw no reason to do so now. I trusted him to handle his old partners. They looked like a ragtag bunch of colourful-haired misfits who regretted coming to this abysmal place. They wore light tank tops and short shorts, etc. One was a young dwarven woman named Lala, who complained about the gloomy weather. A tall, skinny fellow dressed in black with black hair who looked like any punk in the lower districts, who went by the name Raze. Shani was a petite girl who clung to Raze like a lifeline. The other two were Dean, a muscled, dark-skinned dwarf tall enough to be one of our teenagers, and another sitting near him named John. They all seemed of minor note, but one other, the one they all called Marcus, was drawing far too much unnecessary attention. When he entered the room, he argued with Cal, claiming he owed him. I waited for Cal to shut the other down, which he tried to do, and moved on with the meeting, but Marcus would not let go. His light brown eyes were full of mocking fury. "Who is that soon-to-be dead man?" I whispered to Gio.
Marcus Johnston, 29, been a diver since he was 13, can hold his breath for 13.4 minutes.
Once he placed his hand near Cal's backside, I had enough and emerged from the shadows, much to the shock and awe of the other dwarves. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am your employer, and I've paid a lot of money to get you all here because my Cal says you are the best at what you do." I stood between him and this Marcus. "Tell me how much he owes you so this useless squabble can cease." He placed his hands on his hips and lifted his head with the haughtiest smirk. He didn't seem at all fazed by my presence. Perhaps he had seen our kind before, or he was pretending. This little shit was about to say something foolish.
"The only way for him to pay me back is with that sweet boy pussy of his."
He laughed and turned to the others.
"Come on, we all know he would rather be the woman."
He didn't finish before I had him in my hands. He clawed at my hand, which wrapped around his head, choking and gurgling as his hot blood trickled down my arm. His attempts to fight back were meaningless.
"Thorsten, stop!"
I heard Cal's voice through the white, fiery rage, and the reality of what I had done to this once-living thing hit me. The brain matter stuck to my fingers like sticky rice, his skull and pieces of hair lay scattered by the force of my crushing blow. "Is there anyone else here who thinks he owes them his boy pussy?" The dwarves shook their heads collectively. Cal moved his perfect lips to speak, but didn't. "Good," I said, not wanting to waste time on their whining. "Come to Dock 3 at 5 a.m. My man Gio will provide you with identification tags. If you lose them, you're out. Your accommodations are on the upper 3rd level of the city at a hotel called the Saints. Your team passcode is 6749, and you will be given funds to enjoy the city as you please during your time here. Geo carried the pitiful mess out the back door, and now Cal and I were alone.
You didn't have to do that. That was too far.
I lost control. I apologize. But back home, I would have done far worse to him for speaking to my mate in such a manner.
This isn't your home. I mean, I didn't mean it like that.
I'm well aware of that. I don't need you to remind me. But while I rule here, I make the rules, and this world no longer has a place for your dwarven sensibilities. I took a deep breath to calm down. He was the last being in this world I wanted to fight with. I don't want to fight you.
You killed someone who came all this way to help us leave this place. Have you ever heard the phrase self-sabotage?
I laughed at him, but in the back of my mind was that nagging little critter of self-doubt. He was one man.
Sometimes all it takes is one to make or break a crew. Now, their morale is lowered. Marcus was an ass, but they knew him more than me, and if you had consulted with me before calling my old crewmates, then I would have told you not to bother with him. Let me call in a friend, one who may have enhancements that could be more useful. Jackson. I know he was in a bad way when I saw him last, but...
Who? I pretended like I didn't remember the blonde. No way.
He doesn't have to know anything.
Absolutely not. I'm strong enough to do the job of an enhanced dwarf.
You're going?
He asked, shocked by the news. Of course.
Weren't you weakened the last time you were in cold water?
Don't say that out loud, I scolded. It wasn't necessarily the cold water, but how dirty it is. I was born with a delicate constitution compared to my siblings. I hated admitting weakness to my mate. With a proper dive suit, I should be fine.
We may still need one more for the dive. It's always good to have a backup.
Why do you care so much if this Jackson joins us? I walked over to him and lifted his chin, my earlier doubts and insecurities plaguing me. You care for him so deeply that even now you beg to have him near.
Jackson is my friend, nothing more. Yes, I am worried about him, and it's difficult to leave without knowing if he's okay. What's wrong with being worried about him?
He shot back and turned his head away from me. I gripped him by the shoulders, careful not to hurt him. Don't become greedy over a little taste of freedom. He gazed up at me with an angry glint in his green eye. But he didn't protest. You belong to me. He's gotten better.
I can't.
He pulled away, his eyes fixed on the puddle of blood left on the floor. And when he stepped back, he slipped and would have fallen in the blood had I not latched onto him. He cried.
I'm sick.
He cried hoarsely.
I can't believe it turned me on to do this even after you. And his blood is still... Something is wrong with me.
If something is wrong with you, then it's also wrong with me. We belong together as two degenerates then. I wiped his tears. Don't think of what others may think of you. Put them all aside. Whenever we are together, the outside world dies. I placed him on the table and lifted the tunic. His body was as heated as a furnace.
Thorsten.
He called me, and it only heightened my need to take him. A habit I was learning he enjoyed doing often.
Hurry!
He panted, surrendering himself to me as he lay panting on the old wooden table.
Chapter 21. Cal. I felt my head and groaned. It was hot, which meant I was running a fever. This was not the best time to get sick, especially now that I was outside that castle and in the crisp sea air. The city provided a gothic backdrop, the gloomy skies forever rising above. The ship we were on was large, but not like the fishing boats I was used to. It was a massive luxury liner adorned with advanced tech. A Titan ship for sure. Seems the madam held up her end of their bargain. Surprisingly enough, everyone arrived on time for the job, and no one spoke to me beyond the courtesy greeting. I didn't know what they were thinking, or if they thought I had gotten them into something they couldn't easily walk away from. I needed to make it right, and give them a reason to trust, because trust was everything once you were in the water. Divers who went alone rarely lived for a long time, so crews, even a bunch of strangers, were better than none. I just want to say, I said to the group as the ship swayed on the water, I know we may not have begun on the right foot. What happened to Marcus was unfortunate, but he was here to do a job, not harass me. I understand if that isn't good enough. I held up my hand to prevent Thorsten from interrupting. He settled down, watching the exchange. If you don't feel comfortable here, then we will cover the costs of your journey home, and I promise to split my salvage with you so your trip here won't be for nothing.
Look.
Ray shifted in his seat.
I knew somebody was going to kill Marcus one of these days. I didn't know it would be for that, but it was bound to happen.
He glanced at Thorsten sitting nearby and glanced away.
Asshole or not, he didn't deserve to go out like that. It was fucked up, but life goes on. I'm here to make my money and go home, not split the rubble.
I need parts for a new PC. I won't get it by taking scraps,
Lala said, adjusting her wetsuit. Everyone else remained silent, but no one moved to leave.
Good.
Thorsten spoke up and then pointed at the hollow of an underwater city.
Many have braved the waters here in Jotun, hoping to walk away with wealth. However, our waters have also claimed countless lives. Soon, we plan to travel deeper than any crew ever has. This is a simple salvage run where I receive the first choice while you divide the rest amongst yourselves using the crates. Considering how much is down there, you all could walk away with a lot of money, enough to retire. Today, we will focus on completing the underwater city map using sonar and infrared tech.
Ray's pointed at the digital screen.
This mapping system is badass. Look, we can already see most of the city.
Why go with sonar and not straight imagery if it's this advanced?
Lala folded her arms. The sound of the water could tell us if life is down there or if there are any major obstacles to look out for. We can also use the infrared to pick up heat sigs, I explained, hoping we wouldn't argue over the right equipment for the next hour. Dean stood up and cracked his knuckles.
I admit I've never worked directly with the client, Titan or not, watching me the whole way, so I'm nervous, but I can operate the sonar.
Don't worry, I don't bite.
Thorsten smiled wide, almost pompously. Let's get to work, I said, grabbing the beacon equipment and ordering Lola to help, while John and Dean focused on the sonar and infrared tech. We dropped the beacons into the water and waited 30 minutes until we could read the results, which were all over the damn place.
Proximity to the abyss is jamming our sensors.
Which means something down there has a lot of power. I looked to Thorsten, who seemed happy to hear the news.
Let's monitor for sources of power. Our search just became easier.
I'm sure that's what everyone says, but obviously the dive was much harder than they expected, or whatever it is that's down there would have been retrieved ages ago, I said, wanting to temper Thorsten's excitement.
True, but it also means the place we're looking for is closer than I thought. If all I have to worry about is the retrieval, then it's a step up for me. I hate looking for things.
Dean, a tall, stocky fellow with whom I had been on several dives with, tapped at the monitors and chuckled.
Yeah, it seems like the location is a cakewalk, which means this might be one of the most dangerous dives we've been on if we attempt this.
You mean when?
Ray's corrected.
How many teams attempted the dive here?
Dean looked at his monitor.
From my research, they reported only 200 dives. Only 8 were successful. That's a 4% chance of success.
We'll hone in on the area to get a more accurate reading.
Thorsten sat and waited. The bits of sunlight began peeking through the thick clouds and reflecting beautifully off his skin. Dean approached to sit near me but moved to the other side.
How you doing?
Fine. I will be even better once we do this dive. I guess.
I was worried about you when you got up and left with a short goodbye. You look different. Your face and eye,
he said, looking at the scar on my forehead. My eye was covered with the patch. I'm fine. I smiled wistfully. This city is tougher than it looks, I said, not wanting to tell him the details. It wasn't as if Dean and I were friends, but I knew him longer than the others, and I've been on the most dives with him. I wondered if they knew Thorsten and I were sleeping together. Perhaps they knew but said nothing. Did they think I was his whore?
How's your father?
In a hospital.
Really? Does that have something to do with this job?
Sort of. Thorsten stood.
It'll take until the next morning to get the full map of this place. The ship is large enough for everyone to find a room to sleep. Food is in the kitchen,
he said, giving me a lingering look that suggested he wanted me to join him inside, most likely to the captain's quarters. Well, I guess that's my cue to call it. I've been up all night preparing for this. Let me know if you find anything.
No problem.
Dean looked like he wanted to say something else, but changed his mind. I traveled the large hall to the vast bedroom office of the captain's quarters. If this ship was a small home, this was the master bedroom, with its hardwood floors, soft white rug, and king-sized circular bed.
Enjoying yourself?
I haven't been on a dive since coming to this city, and the challenge of the abyss is a diver's dream.
That's not what I asked.
Yes, I am. I was nervous, as if I were alone in a room with him for the first time. I wondered what the others thought of me. Was my departure too obvious? Did they whisper things about me behind my back? I wanted Thorsten, but would the noise of our lovemaking reach their ears? He sat on the bed, pulled me between his legs, and began peeling off the wet suit until my bare chest was exposed to the warm room. I like it when your hair is loose, I whispered while undoing the knots he used to keep the white strands in check. I felt a headache worsen, maybe from coming too hard.
Did I squirt some into your brain?
Thorsten laughed when I complained about my head. Gross, I chuckled and winced. Maybe it's the changing weather here or something.
You could be catching something. The Thrall Guide says humans catch a virus you call colds.
And your kind don't catch colds? I asked, lowering my voice after realizing they could hear us.
How many times do I have to tell you to let the outside world die when we're alone?
He knew what I was doing. It's easier to do that when we make love, but after, it's difficult. They need to respect me if I'm to be a dive leader.
A lot of my kind take orders from me without respecting me. They respect my power over them. The same goes for your teammates. You can fire them, my love.
The knock at the door startled us. It was Dean informing Thorsten, or me, that the equipment had fried. I waited for a good 5 minutes before following Thorsten to the surface, and by the looks I received, my plan to hide what was going on didn't work. What happened? Do we have the tools to fix it?
Nope, and the wires are fried to bits.
What were the results from the last minute before malfunction?
Thorsten checked the screen.
The meter went haywire around this point.
Ray's pointed at the graph. We won't be able to send any more equipment down there. I huffed. I'm going to suit up, take a test dive, and see what I can find in the area.
No, you're not,
Thorsten said, looking at me like I had lost my mind. We can't rely on tech. It'll be a quick look around and back to the surface.
Alone?
We've done it before.
Lala intervened.
I don't mind doing it myself if I have to. It's just a quick elevator ride down.
Are you sure? I asked, unsure of letting her do it.
Yeah, I'll be tanked up, and it's a quick dip.
Good.
Thorsten grabbed one of the tanks chosen for her based on her weight, while the others helped her get suited up and ready for the dive. I set up the elevator, a cane attached to the ship's edge, a long thick wire with over 10 small standing and gripping platforms attached. We used it for quickie dips to scout the waters below when equipment wasn't available. We used it during actual dives to conserve energy on the way down. My hands trembled. I didn't know why I was nervous, but I was. She was ready and stepped onto the starting platform while Dean lowered her into the water using the crane. Thorsten watched me as if he was scolding me with his mind. I didn't know how he expected me to lead this team if I didn't stick my neck out at all. 10 minutes had passed when Dean pulled the switch to raise the elevator, only to have it sputter into smoke. Shit! Put out that fire! I ordered and checked the water to see how far it pulled her up. Why isn't she giving us a signal? I sighed.
Give her time.
Thorsten moved to touch my shoulder, but didn't.
She's here because she's talented, right?
Yeah, but fuck it. I reached for my flippers and prepared to make the dive. Everyone was already required to wear a rad suit if we needed to do these quickie dives. It was just a matter of getting into the water as fast as possible, and I didn't need a tank. I dove in before he could catch me. The waters were murky, making it impossible to get a clear visual. Still, I followed each platform into the abyss. It didn't take long to reach the last platform, but Lala was nowhere in sight. Where the hell did she go? What happened? I thought, letting go of the wire just a little to venture out more. It was stupid, but I trusted myself to find my way back to the platform and didn't plan to go far. I saw a flipper lodged in a thick piece of metal scaffolding and rushed to it, but the wearer wasn't in them. What the hell happened? I wondered as I tried to decide if I should venture deeper inside what looked like a small, rusted metal tunnel. No guts, no glory. I ventured into the dark, using my sense of touch to navigate until I felt something hard and then soft obstructing my way. The hair tangled in my hands told me all I needed to know. I pulled at her, hoping to dislodge and bring her along, but the tank wouldn't budge, and the hissing sound was like a warning alert. I felt lightheaded, like I was spinning in the dark. Help! I wanted to cry out. Water slowly seeped inside my nostrils. Something grabbed me. I panicked and kicked to no avail, and was dragged back to the surface before the water threatened to invade my body. It was Thorsten. He had flung me back on board.
Are you insane? Never do that again!
Dean sighed and approached me.
We managed to get a visual on Lala. She's dead.
Chapter 22. Cal. Letting her go was a mistake. I wasn't going to use a tank for the quick dip. The moment she said she needed one was the moment I should have realized she wasn't fit for the job. But I was so used to going along with whatever Thorsten wanted that I didn't speak up against him to make the right call. It wasn't his fault. It was mine. If I was truly the team leader, then I needed to act like it. She was lodged inside a tunnel that was hidden behind some large metal structure, perhaps a building. I think she left the platform to explore, and the tunnel became smaller going in than expected. It lodged her body there. I tried to move her, I said, confirming Dean's visual confirmation of her body.
She knew what could happen. It was dumb of her to explore without a team, just as it was stupid.
Ray stopped and looked at Thorsten with apprehension. I was almost sure they knew about us. No, you're right. I was an idiot. I knew better than to let go of the wire. I looked to Thorsten, who sat down. I could tell he was suffering even with the suit on. He was missing the headpiece that would have sealed his suit from the water, and the water touched him. I felt like someone was bashing my head against a rock, and sitting down was all I could do to keep from spewing my lunch on the deck. We would have to return home soon. I made a stupid decision, and my stupid decision caused...
That's enough.
Thorsten stood, hiding his discomfort well. Yeah, we should call it, I said, knowing he needed to leave. Ray sighed.
She probably would prefer a watery grave anyway.
Bullshit. She wanted the waters back home.
John said, not taking the news of her death lightly.
We have to get her.
We will. When we return, I said, hoping to diffuse any possible squabbling. I also believe that tunnel leads somewhere. I was feeling the cold myself.
It does.
Thorsten headed for the door, near the warmer interior of the ship.
I recognize the writing. It's a door leading to the main hall. If I remember the layout, it's a T-section station piece. To the right should be a storage area, to the left is security and maintenance, and straight ahead should be transport.
I didn't know we had so much info on what's down there. I thought we needed to do an assessment.
Dean was surprised, and I knew Thorsten had said too much. We're trying to reach a research center that existed here before the Titans came, I said to cover for Thorsten's slip.
Shit.
Ray smiled.
Well then, when do we loot it?
I'll contact you when the mission begins.
As for poor Lala, we need to bring cutters to get her free. She might have panicked, and once she realized she couldn't...
We'll cut her free once we return.
Thorsten disappeared further inside.
I don't care what you do in the city until then. Just make sure you're on call.
When we returned home, he leaned against the closed door. The sooner we get you out of those wet clothes, the better you'll feel, I said, unfastening his suit. A thick metal structure was blocking the tunnel.
You idiot!
He rounded on me.
Don't you ever do that again. What the hell were you trying to do? Get yourself killed.
I'm sorry I made you worry. Letting go of the wire when I was down there was really dumb. I will admit that you had every reason to worry. I swear I won't ever do it again.
See that you don't.
Before you go to bed, I want you to give me permission to contact Jackson. He scoffed at my request. Jackson has tech implants, which we can use to widen the metal structure so our equipment can get through. I also think it would be better to leave Lala alone. Right before you grabbed me, I heard a small hiss when I pulled at her. Dislodging her could damage the tank, causing it to explode even if we try to get her out on the other side.
You're saying we should bypass her?
Yes, it would be safer. Perhaps we can come back for her once the dive is over.
Hollow words, little one. Once these dives are over, everyone parts ways.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm going to rest. Don't follow.
He walked away from me and headed to the stairs.
I'll hire someone with tech implants like Jackson's.
He left me downstairs as he headed up. I was tired and cold from the sea. By now I was convinced I was sick and should head to bed right now to rest, but I had also noticed the perfect and perhaps rare opportunity. Thorsten had forgotten to lock the front door. If I leave now, I could be at Jackson's place in 2 hours, and if he has access to a car, then I may just make it back here before Thorsten knew I was gone. I opened the door slowly and peeked out into the vast empty hallway, which housed the entrances of the many Titan apartments here. I took a deep breath and walked out. I half expected Thorsten to reach out and grab me as I trotted down the castle hall, but I made it to the elevator. I expected Gio or someone to scold me and tell me to return to my master, but no one stopped me in the lobby, the courtyard, or when I reached the massive castle doors. Was it always this easy? Like a runner hearing the gunfire, I bolted down the street, running and running until my lungs burned, and the sight of the high castle was further in the distance. Reaching the second level, I sat down on the bench for a break until I spotted the flying police drone announcing a curfew and urging everyone back to their homes. A curfew? I've heard nothing about a curfew in the days I lived in the lower level. Or was this the bane of living too close to our conquering titans? I did what I could to avoid attracting the drone's attention as I ran for the entrance to the third level. Chapter 23. Cal. Jackson, please come out! I knocked on the shutters. His house was near the fifth and final level, near its own set of docks leading toward the sewers. The stench was unbearable. I didn't know how Jackson or anyone living here could stand it. After a minute of me banging on the door, a man with a bird face came to the door. It was Joe.
You!
He gave me a look as if he wanted to tear me apart. He really had some nerve, considering he was the one who sold me out. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not the one who tried to sell somebody here. You are.
They had us chained up in that shithole. Jackson was near death, and that monstrous Titan was torturing me. What the hell was I supposed to do? The moment I saw how he reacted to your hollow, I knew just what I had to offer him to get us free.
My hollow?
Jackson's hollow of you. Gods, you probably don't even remember letting him take one. You're so into yourself, though it looks like someone took you down a notch or two.
He pointed at my scar and covered eye. I tried to remember the hollow. Could it have been when we were fooling around with the recorder before he left Veneer all those years ago? It was such a throwaway moment. Not much of note happened. I couldn't believe he saved it.
Anyway, you're doing well for yourself besides looking like a drowned rat.
Where's Jackson? I said, already done with him. I felt a timer ticking above my head. I was hoping to be back before Thorsten discovered I was gone, but that was looking less likely. Just when Joe would say something, most likely nothing that would help me, that beat-up old car pulled up, and the two who claimed to be Jackson's friends got out. I sighed, not prepared for this at all. I remembered what Thorsten said about the bullet that almost hit me. I needed to keep myself in check.
Joe, for fuck's sake.
Davy sauntered over, ignoring me.
I didn't raise you to be like this. Let's go home.
He escorted the protesting Joe out the door.
Good thing you got away.
He acknowledged me for the first time.
I heard they do awful things to street rats like us, but I won't apologize for saving my family first.
They drove away without another word, leaving me standing in front of Jackson's small metal house alone. When I turned, Jackson stood near the doorway, a thin black cigarette between his lips.
Cal?
He breathed, but he didn't look at all happy to see me, but he stepped aside to allow me inside. Did you know they sold me? I asked, closing the door.
Only later, and he and I already traded our blows over that.
It wasn't the cleanest of living areas. Like most of these houses, it was full of tech, either from salvage jobs or pieces someone was paying him to fix, whatever it took to make a dime.
I saw you a while ago at some fancy thrall party.
You saw me? I exclaimed.
We were working on the way to save you. You have no idea how hard it was for me to hide near that castle. That bastard wasn't letting you out so easily. And then, like magic, you appeared. You seemed happy with him.
He punched a hole in the wall, contrasting the calm way in which he spoke.
My Cal would have hacked every damn thing in that place and freed himself if he had to. I don't know who you are.
Thorsten.
So it has a name? Didn't think they had those.
He poured himself a clear yellowish-green liquid, most likely booze made with seaweed. I don't want to fight. Thorsten saved my life more than once, when your friends tried to kill me. Maybe he had his own reasons for doing it, but he looked out for me and made sure my father received medical care.
Why the hell would my friends want you dead?
I don't know, ask them. He cleared his throat. He was still angry, but I didn't care. I was not going to apologize to him, even if I was touched that he tried to help me. I had to at least try to save my dad. I spoke up. And I couldn't pass up someone willing to help, even if they wanted something in return. I made stupid choices and did some stupid things, but he still came through.
And I didn't.
It's not like that.
Then what is it like? I'm a fuck-up. I tried to help too, but I guess trying doesn't matter. It's about who comes through and who doesn't, right?
He huffed and sat down in a ragged chair.
I never thought I would see the day you would become like any whore in the city.
To hell with you, Jackson, I replied, getting heated. That's not how being a thrall works. They don't believe in having sex with our kind. I explained, trying my best to save face. Denying my relationship with Thorsten hurt. He was the only man I've ever loved, and here I was pretending nothing was going on between us, including being afraid of being heard on the ship like he was a dirty secret. If he didn't care about anyone knowing when he had the most to lose, then why should I? It made me sick, this fear. I knew what it felt like to be treated this way back in Veneer, to be toyed with and sat aside. It wasn't fair.
He was fucking you real good at the shop, and on that fancy dive ship.
How?
They think they are so secretive. When they leave the safety of their castle, anything goes. The Prince of Jotun meeting up with a bunch of foreign divers and none of us would notice? Yeah, right. There's a fucking vid of you two fucking. And someone on your team got paid big bucks for details about the ship and what goes on there.
He gulped down his drink and poured another.
Dive teams are already forming to beat you guys to the loot.
I swallowed hard and licked my dry lips. There was a vid of us making love. There was a vid of us making love, and Jackson saw that. Where is this vid?
Where the hell do you think? A vid of an actual Titan and one fucking a human male. It's all over the fucking net.
He sighed.
At least I now know why you didn't fight hard enough to escape.
Jackson, I know you're hurt, but that's no reason to take your bullshit out on me. I'm sorry, but I can't return your feelings.
Then why are you here?
Because I wanted to see if you were okay, and I need to find my dad, I said, wanting to forget about that vid and finish the task I came here for. He shook his head and smirked like I was an idiot.
Shouldn't your wonderful Titan lover have that info?
He should, but he never told me. I choked out the words. If you help me, I can talk him into letting you in on our dive job. I'm surrounded by old teammates, but I don't know any of them that well. I mostly stayed to myself, and I guess I'm paying for it. I don't trust any of them to have my back down there.
His little collar seems to be rather loose if he's sending you on dive jobs.
My collar. My voice was barely above a whisper. I had almost forgotten about this thing. It was becoming apparent that Jackson didn't want to help me, yet I couldn't do this alone. Perhaps I could use this collar as my excuse to get him to help me. He may not like me, but would he just toss away years of our friendship and be okay with my death? I need to do something about this. I lifted my neck so he could get a good look. It looks beautiful, but it's full of poison that could kill me in seconds. I've seen it in action. I tried not to picture Diana slumped on the floor. Jackson grinned as though he had heard the best news yet.
I knew you weren't happy with him. You gotta pretend to be, or he'll kill you. That's why your eye is messed up. He did that, didn't he?
He sat down his glass and wrapped his arms around me. I didn't like the crazed, wide-eyed glint.
I knew it.
I wanted to protest that I didn't believe Thorsten would ever use it on me, but I remained silent. When I moved away, he filled a dirty shot glass with more booze, gulped it all down, and poured another.
That's why they're working on getting rid of them for good. Killing them all, so no one has to go through this shit ever again.
What?
A resistance. Each city has a cell that's getting stronger with every day that passes.
And there's one here too. How do you know any of this?
Why do you think they don't show themselves to us? They have no real power besides the human goons they can pay off. There isn't that many of them compared to us.
If it was that easy, we could have done it ages ago, I argued. Did you even see this so-called resistance?
I know Mel and Davy are members. I was in for a few months until I betrayed them for you.
Betrayed?
That silver ball. I knew it was important because the resistance sent me to steal it and bring it to HQ, but I wanted to sell it for you.
And you didn't bother to warn me that we were messing around with something that important, or that some group of rebels might be pissed off once they found out you sold it to a Titan. I'm in this mess because of you and your fucking friends, and you have the nerve.
I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you, I promise. We'll get this collar off of you and get the hell out of here.
He grabbed a piece of scribbled paper with a few pictures printed on it and a map from the pile of other documents and handed it over.
See? I planned the whole thing out. We would have been on our way here by the time Davy and the others figured out what we had done.
The paper, wrinkled with alcohol, described a place in the African desert where humans and Titans live away from sanctuary cities, a safe small town called Sahara. Sahara? Humans and Titans are living together?
We can say fuck all of this and get the hell out of here, get a boat, and go there and live our lives in peace together if you don't want to fight.
In peace?
Some resistance members don't want to fight the Titans. They just don't want to be subjugated and live in filth. They eventually quit it all and go here. They say outcast Titans go there too, and there are no rules. I might not like them, but if they stay out of my way, then that's fine by me.
He took another swig, and I noticed his hand shaking. I wanted to ask when was his last hit of drugs, but I left it alone.
Everything will be okay. You'll see. We'll remove this fucking thing and lie low until we can get the fuck out of here.
Chapter 24, Cal. The door opened and Davi arrived again, this time alone. I didn't like this at all. A chill stung me, giving me goosebumps. I wasn't ready to hear any more bullshit. I've made my peace with why he sold me, but I was not going to be the trusting fool next time. I didn't know how much I wanted to believe Jackson in this fairy tale town of happy humans cohabiting with happy Titans. Still, I stuffed the papers in my pocket just in case. It certainly sounded promising. I know I all but promised to return home with Thorsten, and I meant it. If he wanted me to go, then I would. But perhaps, if this search fails, then this place could be the alternative we needed. The old woman's words crept into my head again, along with her story of the Titan and his human lover opting for suicide in the end. Are we too destined for tragedy? Thorsten certainly thought so, and now I was believing it more and more as well. Jackson didn't seem all that pleased to be interrupted by the man. He stood between us as if the two were ready for a showdown.
You foolish, Jackson.
He now spoke in that Jotun accent, the one they seemed to use for each other, but not for outsiders. I no longer cared. What I did care about was his hands tucked into the front pouch of a black hooded sweater he was wearing. Did he have a gun on him?
You're not one of us anymore, but we gave you the benefit of the doubt that you wouldn't run about the city spilling secrets.
I ain't spilling nothing to the city. I'm talking to my man.
About that stupid fucking desert colony you don't know exists. We know bandits create little pamphlets like that to entice scavengers to bring the goods to them.
I'm sure bandits also kidnapped the Titans and forced them to give photo ops too.
I'm just trying to be a good friend to you even when you don't give me much of a reason to be.
Fuck you, Davy. You want to protect your secrets that bad? Even against someone who has more of a reason to hate the Titans than you?
Have you ever heard of Stockholm Syndrome?
He looked at me and back to Jackson. Like the wind, his accent vanished. I wondered if they did that subconsciously.
It's when a captive sympathizes with their captor. They become the ally of the person who should be their enemy.
And yet, he is here.
How did he get here? Care to explain?
Coming here was a mistake. Something told me that if Davi didn't like my answer, I would see what he was hiding in his pouch. Aborting this entire mission was for the best. The sooner I returned to Thorsten, the better. I ran off. And you have some nerve to question me. The only person who is a proven liar is you.
You're too much of a liability. You think your master won't come around here to hunt you down?
He doesn't give a damn about me. I winced when I spoke those words.
What is this about a collar?
He gestured to the band around my neck, and now Jackson stepped aside, and I took it to mean that he was no longer a threat to me. I hoped. The collar would kill me. It uses voice activation. I need to disable that.
We got some skilled hackers on our side. We can see about disabling it in exchange for something.
I just need to find my dad.
You want a guy dying in a hospital to hack your collar?
Come on.
We need this. He's been on the inside longer than any of us. If he wants our help with his dad or that collar, then he has to give us something.
I was at a loss because I couldn't think of anything I could know that would be of any use. Or, better yet, I didn't want to give them any information about the rune. There was no way I wanted to be the cause of why Thorsten couldn't return home, and I still didn't trust Davy. What do you need to know?
That rune?
No deal. I haven't seen that thing since you gave it to him.
Then what good are you?
The last time I trusted you, I ended up sold and made a whore.
You made yourself a whore. You could have ended it all. We tried to help you.
You tried to put a bullet in my fucking head.
We knew we couldn't save you. It was a mercy.
Mercy? Would you have done the same to your brother? He remained silent.
Stop being an asshole, Davy.
Jackson dashed back in front of me. I wondered if he worried about what his friend would do. Davy kept his hands in that pouch. There was nothing to gain from coming here, and I didn't want to linger any longer than I had to. Davy grabbed my arm when I tried to walk past him, and Jackson pushed him away, knocking him against the wall.
You're my best friend, Davy. We've been through a lot together, but you're going too far. Don't think for a moment I won't crush your head like a twig if you hurt him.
This was getting out of control. Davy reached into the pocket again. Fine. You want that rune, I will get it for you. But I need something out of this. Now my hands trembled, but I hoped I looked the part of a confident, controlled person. I need help finding my dad.
Then we'll make it an equal exchange. We find your pops and you hand over the rune.
If I return, I might not leave again, at least not when I want to. However, if I can get Jackson recruited, then he can act as a liaison. Our dive team is on the upper 3rd level. That's where Jackson will stay for the job once he's hired. This is the only in you we'll ever get. He thought about it for a long while, and now he removed his empty hands from the pouch.
Jackson, let's talk alone. Yeah.
They went off to the back rooms, and I tiptoed to the door, but a small glint of light reflecting off the shack across the road stopped me, and it occurred to me that so far I'd never seen this Davy without Melanie. My body froze, and I glanced out the window like a fool before backing away. I couldn't hear what the two were discussing, though it wasn't rocket science to figure out. When they returned, Davy looked at the collar.
Would you mind us placing a mic on it?
Hell no, if he finds out.
Do you have any idea how valuable the info we can get from a Titan household? You can make your death mean something rather than die like the rest of the sheep.
Shut up, Davy. He doesn't need this right now.
He doesn't need your dick either, but that won't stop you from trying to give it to him.
He rolled his eyes.
With the mic, you wouldn't have to leave the Titan side. Once we find out where your pops is, we can just tell you.
I walked past, not taking the damn thing. No, that's far too risky for me. Just give the info to Jackson. Like I said, I won't give you anything else without getting something in return. I looked to Jackson and whispered the passcode of our dive team. Meet up with a dark-skinned guy named Dean. They're staying in a hotel called the Saints. He nodded and let me go, and seeing this as my only chance to leave, I took it. The rumbling thunder was like a roar inside my heart. The skies cracked open, and a gush of rain soaked the streets again. Damn it, my clothes were going to get wet again.
Chapter 25. Thorsten. I waited for him by the apartment's entrance, my legs crossed in the chair facing the door like a disapproving parent catching their child sneaking out. I was weak and sleepy, and would love nothing more than to be in bed with my mate right now. I never should have told him not to come with me, but I didn't think I would make good company for the night. When I overheard Hannah inform Gio of Cal's disappearance, I got out of bed and checked the keypad lock. One mistake, just one, and he took advantage of it. But there was no need to dispatch the dogs known as the Suits to hunt him down. I knew where he had gone and why, and I also knew he was on his way back to me of his own free will. He entered quietly, and the moment he saw me, he knew there was no point in protesting.
Sorry.
I was in his face before he could utter another word. You fool! Do you have any idea how many saw you leave? Anything could have happened.
I needed to recruit Jackson. I trust him.
You must truly think me a fool? I spoke a code in my language and winced at the fear in his wide green eye as he gasped and held the collar, trying his best to pry it free. Instead of the needle, a voice came from the collar, his voice and the other dwarves in the room. Now you know the other use for the collar. I know your wannabe lover, and his merry band of freedom fighters are trying to steal the rune from me. They aren't the first to try. He sighed as relief settled on his beautiful features.
If you were listening, then you would know I didn't say where it could be. I think one of them had a gun and was prepared to kill Jackson and myself to tie up loose ends. I had to pretend I was on their side.
Such a perfect liar. Such an excellent manipulator for one who claims he cannot do it. You need to stop playing games right now. You are treading on thin ice.
Okay, you heard everything. Then you know that I can't fully trust my team, and there is already bad blood brewing since Lala's death. You may not trust Jackson, but I do. I know him more than anyone on my team. So yeah, I recruited him behind your back because you don't trust my judgment, and I don't care about any resistance.
What am I supposed to make of this little one?
I know it sounds bad, but if I was on their side, I could have told them that the rune they are after is a fake, and that we are diving for the real one.
He approached me cautiously, placing his small hands on my chest. Don't pretend you did any of this for my sake.
Fine, I didn't leave for your sake.
I understand you wish to return to your lover. Jealousy now guided my words. I should have known this would end terribly between us. We were too different.
Jackson is my friend, not my lover.
Stop playing the fool. You know what he wants.
I do know, but instead of focusing on what he wants, why not focus on what I want? I want you to trust me, but you don't, which is why you didn't tell me where my father is, and why you didn't remove this collar.
I grabbed, lifted, and carried him up the stairs to my bed. He pressed his lips against mine in a way I'd never experienced before. His kisses were fierce and desperate against my languid yet dynamic moves. I bit into his neck, sucking at his skin, before littering his body with bruising kisses. You are mine, I whispered as I entered him. The words repeated until I couldn't remember if it was me or him who spoke the words. Shame was all I felt right now. My mate rested against my chest as usual. His breathing slowed, a clear sign he was asleep. I allowed myself to get carried away by base emotions and fear. He doesn't know that there is no poison needle in his collar. It's merely a tracking and listening device. He doesn't know that the reason it's better not to tell him his father's location is because my enemies will use it against me. Of course, he would be afraid and doubtful of my feelings for him. I caused this desperation in him, and I had the nerve to accuse him of leaving me when running away would be the wiser thing to do. I squeezed my brow and grimaced. I would need my meals brought up today, and I surely couldn't call for a dive, especially since the storm wasn't letting up soon. The waters would be too much for the dwarves to handle, even with equipment. The room was still dark from the lack of sun, although it was the morning, and I felt him stir awake and sit up. I wonder how long he had been awake. He didn't look at me, but I noticed his creamy skin was red. Last night his body was on fire, and he didn't look well at all. I'm sorry. I felt like shit. You're suffering because of me.
It's a virus that's making me suffer, not you. I wanted to be with you.
You're not diving in this condition. Before he protested, I covered his lips with my finger. No, you messed up down there because you couldn't do it. I won't let you go. You can monitor the dive from the ship.
Thorsten.
He sighed and leaned against me. Something was nagging him, and I was a part of it. I wanted to alleviate his fears. About your father. I brushed my hand over his warm cheek. He's here.
He's here?
Yes, he's in a level 1 hospital under an alias. He knows you're alive and doing well. I understand if you don't believe me.
I do. I just want to speak to him and let him know I'm okay with my own words.
You will, when this is over, I promise.
I don't know what to say.
Say nothing. I picked up the paper that slipped from his pocket containing the map to this desert place, far away from the gloomy skies of this region. Africa, never heard of the place, and from here it was a long journey across the sea to reach it. They say the air and water are clean, and what a sight. Titans and dwarves working together to build their community. It also didn't look like our arrival had destroyed it. Why did the council tell us we destroyed the entire realm?
Do you think a place like this truly exists?
I don't know, it looks nice. Would you rather live here?
Going home is important to you. You've wanted to do it for a long time.
I know, but perhaps your beliefs are rubbing off on me. The power behind creating your own destiny and all that.
Oh?
It was fate that guided me here, and perhaps has kept me here to find you. However, I volunteered to lead this project. I oversaw the creation of the portal and its station, and I learned rune-smithing to create a shield. I did this of my own will. I kissed his smooth hand. Perhaps with my will I can create a world where we can go anywhere we wish. We don't have to be beholden to one realm over the other.
You think that's possible?
I nodded. I didn't want to tell him what I would have to do to make that a reality. And for that wish to come true, it would mean destroying those who challenged the very existence of the portal, men like Fellman. I cupped his face and chastely kissed him on the lips. I love you. You do not understand how terrible it is to admit this. He looked at me, his expression softening before he turned away from me again.
I love you too.
Then will you trust me without knowing why? He nodded. I'll hire your friend. I don't like him, but he will protect you. But if he tries anything with you or the rune, I will kill him.
I understand.
Give me time to recover, I said, pulling the covers over my head. It felt like my body was made of lead. I'll run everything by Geo later, and I also want to spend more time with you, a whole day to ourselves.
Okay.
I could hear the smile in his voice, but also the uncertainty.
What will we do? Have dinner?
No, better. I'm taking you somewhere special tomorrow morning. I dressed in a garment I didn't think I'd have to wear anytime soon. We preserved it for council meetings as a reminder of who we are or some nonsense. It was a long white tunic, which I tied with a crimson and gold sash around my waist, and he looked ravishing in a similar coloured tunic and loose pants I had just bought. I kept a blindfold around his eye and led him through the massive stone halls of the castle until we reached the place I wanted to show him. He gasped when I removed the wrappings. Once we were seated, I held his hand to let him know he was safe with me. We call this room the memory sphere. It's a place we can go if we're feeling homesick. I never felt the need to come here. Why remember something if you plan to see it again? But I wanted to share this with you. I unlocked the holo through voice activation and watched as the room lit up in an array of vids of our world. a collection brought over and salvaged by our kind. Some were family gatherings in green, lush, sun-drenched fields, hiking in the mountains and hunting in the thick, dense woods.
It's so beautiful.
It's my home.
It looks better than this place.
He smiled.
Everyone looks happy. I'm surprised to see beaches.
I laughed. We have more temperate areas at the southern axis, not far off from how your realm was before the calamity. I ordered the Hollow to take us to a place of glowing orange and reddish skies. I paused it once we reached the city. Like your realm, before we arrived, we have countries and cities and towns, different rulers and royal families and lords. This country is mine, southern Esmir, and this is the city of Gelcardia. I slowed the speed so we can move through the city, watching others of my kind live their daily lives. I turned on the audio to hear the sounds of the city. He rested his head on my shoulder.
Thank you for showing me this.
I wish I had vids of my castle.
How did you find that rune? Does your world have magic?
Only in the stones. One has to train for decades before they can harvest and shape them to unleash its power. Like the one you have is for protection. There's another that creates a strange phenomenon that causes one to float, though briefly, and the tips of your toes can still touch the ground. These runesmiths can mix the properties of these runes and create new ones with new abilities. The Traveller's rune was forged entirely by accident. They are rare stones. One could dig for a lifetime and never find one, and we have a very long lifetime.
How long?
Millennia.
How old are you now?
450. I just received my own castle a month before departing for this place.
So you're like what? Just reaching adulthood?
100 years ago.
I'll be a wrinkled old man in 30 years.
And I would still love you.
Do you really believe I'm fated to be with you?
He looked at me, his brows brought together by pain.
It sounds like a cruel fate. When I die, then what will happen to you?
I haven't thought of it. I can't imagine I would want to go on without you. Perhaps that's when I will end it.
You can't do that.
Yes, I can. It's not as if you would be here to stop me.
I don't want that. You would still be so young and have so much of your life ahead of you. You could find love again, have children and everything. Don't you dare even think of throwing all of that away for me. Promise me that no matter what, you will fight for life. Even if you think all is lost, choose life.
I wanted to change the subject. I didn't want to fight him when we should enjoy ourselves together. But he had a point. Time would extinguish him in a few short decades. I didn't think of this at all. I promise, I will do whatever it takes so that our end isn't a tragic one. I hoped I could keep such a promise.
Chapter 26, Cal. We called in the crew for the early morning mission. This was it. No holding back or postponing another day, no matter how either of us felt. Though I believe Thorsten fully recovered, I didn't know what he was thinking. But I prepared myself to follow him no matter where we may go. The thought of him wanting to die after me was not something I was happy with. But I understood the helplessness he felt at not having any control, and perhaps this was his way of getting it back. But we would have to cross these bridges once we crossed them. For now, the dive was my #1 priority. I needed to push everything else aside or I would be a danger to my crew. I still wasn't feeling up to par, but I would do whatever it took to hold myself together to see that this mission was a success. I brought food for the crew along with a few snacks to stave off my headache. It was still dark when we met at the docks, and this time Jackson was among the faces of the group. I crossed my fingers hoping everything would work out, but I knew that even if it did, there would be a few bumps along the way, especially with the way Jackson and Thorsten were giving each other dirty looks. "Thanks for coming," I said to Jackson as we boarded the large vessel.
We'll talk when we have time alone.
Sure. I hoped that the wealth he made from this dive would be enough to temper the disappointment he would feel once he realized that Thorsten and I were leaving together. I put down my gear and went to work checking the equipment we had on board to make sure nothing was damaged or out of place. I went all out, making sure I took every precaution to ensure the safety of everyone during the mission.
Everyone is here, so let's head out.
Thorsten ordered the ship to move.
I see no point in giving you all a speech about how dangerous this job is. You already know. Just don't get greedy, stay together, and don't break the tether.
I'll supervise the dive from up here. Before you head in, I want you all to report via radio. Everyone agreed, but there was another change in the plan I needed to inform everyone about. Also, I know we discussed removing Lala. However, I heard her tank hissing when I tried to move her, so we've decided to leave her down there and perhaps retrieve her safely once the mission is complete.
You mean leave her ass in there?
Ray's buckled the safety harness he would attach the tether to.
Why? Her tank should be empty.
That's foolish. You assume nothing on a dive. If he says we leave her, then we leave her.
Jackson chimed in, which Dean didn't seem pleased with at all, and yet he settled down anyway with a mumble at how wrong it was to leave her. Ray sighed and took his place on the platform.
I came here to loot and leave and brag about it on my way home, not rescue dead chicks.
Is there anyone else who disagrees with Cal's call?
Thorsten gave them all a look like he would tear them apart if they took issue with it, and no one dared to raise their hand.
Good.
Everyone was ready for the dive, checking equipment and making sure their suits had no holes. I checked Thorsten's radio and camera, making sure we secured everything before he sat down on the platform. Think the double insulation will work? I asked, referring to the extra protections he had added to his suit to stave off the effects of the water.
Not by much, but it should give me a chance.
Okay. I sighed, still nervous and envious at the same time. This was probably every diver's dream challenge, to brave these chilly waters, to explore a long-forgotten city and a Titan lab at the same time. No wonder so many died trying. But I swore to him I wouldn't go, and I couldn't expect him to keep his promises if I broke mine. I checked each crewman, hoping this mission ended on a positive note for everyone.
Cal.
Jackson approached. Yeah?
We should talk, we need to.
Sure. We headed inside the ship and I turned to give Thorsten a reassuring smile before I disappeared inside. I didn't want to give him any reason to believe that I wanted anything other than us leaving this place behind together. Jackson reached out for me to face him, and when he leaned in for a kiss, I pulled away. Jackson, I can't.
He's not watching, and soon you'll be free of him.
Jackson, I think if this dive goes well, you could walk away a rich man. You could go anywhere you like and do anything you please.
Me. You. I'm not hearing a we and us.
Jackson, I'm sorry, but I can't be with you.
Yes, you can.
He chuckled, but not amused.
We might be able to take off that collar.
He slipped the recorder into my hands.
Try to get one of them to speak. There's this tech guru within the Resistance. She modulated the sound of their voices and mimicked the sounds. Her AI is amazing.
It's not that. I love him.
What the fuck is this? You told me you hated him and had no loyalties to him. Now you love him.
I didn't say that. You just assumed I didn't because of the collar.
You fucking said you wanted to get away from him.
I thought Davy was going to kill us. I felt like I had to say anything to get out of there.
No, you're lying right now. That bastard did something to you.
He touched my red cheek and his eyes widened with fury. Jackson, he didn't do anything to me. I'm just under the weather. Please take the money and go. Live your life.
Fine.
He stepped back and away from me and left me alone. I felt like I could breathe again. It went horribly, yet better than expected. I emerged from the interior to find Jackson sitting across from Thorsten on the platform, and I prayed everything would go without a hitch. I had chosen the seated platform this time, the safest of them all. The divers sat in a circle and gripped the bars in front of them. Each sitting area contained a small screen I would use to debrief them, while Geo prepared the crane that would lower them down. I pulled up the hollow of the map of the lab, doing as Thorsten instructed, which was to not show the entire layout. And sure enough, there was a docking bay leading inside. Thorsten began.
The tunnel we found is an extended docking hatch used to connect two rooms. There's a good chance the bay could be free of water, considering each section of the station was like a small island of its own. The builders sealed the station's individual compartments in case one section was compromised.
If it is, then make sure the area is secure before shutting down your oxygen. Just because I'm sending down fresh tanks doesn't give you license to squander what you have. Treat every tank as if it is the only one you have.
Question.
Ray's raised his hand. Shoot.
Can we break the tether once we're inside the station? It's going to be very difficult loading up my crate if I'm stuck to everyone.
Inside the station, and only if it is free of water. If it isn't, then manage. I said prepared to explain the game plan. If the large scaffolding is removed, you should be able to bypass Lala's body and enter the tunnel. Hopefully, it leads directly to the station. To keep from suffering the same tragedy as before, I don't want you wearing tanks inside the tunnel. Only use them while you're being lowered into the first level of the abyss, and while Thorsten and Jackson are moving the scaffolding. You will then remove the tanks and place them on the float crate I'll send down with you. That should make them easy to transport through the tunnel. Take puffs of air only when you need to. Float crates were crates we attached flotation devices to, so we could inflate and deflate at will. It made it easier to transport heavy equipment and get it to the surface without issues.
There's a chance a sealed hatch into the station is waiting for us. I want Dean in charge of cutting it open.
If it goes over 10 minutes, leave the tunnels and come back to the platform, and I'll raise you up, and we can try a plan B. Everyone seemed ready and eager for the dive, as the crane carrying the platform with all of them on board hovered above the water. I ordered Geo to lower the large loot crates the divers would use to load the goods onto during their mission. 7 for every member of the crew: Thorsten, Rays, Dean, Jackson, John, Shani, and myself. The crew would toss the loot into the crates, which would remain underwater below the ship, and will be the last to leave the water before we depart. Chapter 27. Cal. I watched Thorsten as he disappeared into the water. I knew this would be harder on him than anyone, but I also knew that none of them wanted this as much as he did, or was as determined. I saw everything through his eyes, technically. The murky water, the trash that floated by, everything. Geo lowered the crew down until they stopped just above what used to be a tall building under the sea. This was only slightly lower than before. Do you see that scaffolding inside of that building?
Yeah, it's tough as shit to see, but we got a visual.
Good. I hoped they wouldn't need to go any lower. I listened as Thorsten and Jackson planned the way they would lift and bend the metal before they went to work. I could hear the metal on the radio twisting and giving way.
Seems as if you are in your element.
Geo stood a little too close for comfort. Yeah, I guess, I said, shifting away while keeping my eyes on the action. So far, everything was going according to plan, but one hiccup could be fatal on a job like this. Thankfully, we found this shortcut, or it would have taken months of planning a floor walk to find it. A floor walk is as it says, where the dive team is weighted and sent to the actual underwater streets and have to trek or float to get around. I turned off the radio, though I could still hear them. I didn't want to disturb the crew as they worked, but I was ready to hop on at any moment.
Do you really think he will unshackle you? The walls aren't that thick.
Is that what you do? Stand around eavesdropping on us? I was disgusted.
I'm merely protecting my investments, knowing what I'm getting and what my assets are when it's all said and done.
You don't care about him at all, do you? You're just a parasite salivating at your host.
He knows what our arrangement is. I worked hard to make sure this house remained in power for my ascension, and now it is facing near shambles because my host couldn't control his cock. Now he thinks he can just run off to some desert paradise with what essentially should be my property.
I turned to him, surprised. You eavesdrop everywhere, I see.
He's lying to you, to make you feel better. He's wanted to go home for too long to just give it up. And you think you are suffering from one of your dwarven viruses. How wrong you are. Being with him is making you sick.
Like a coward, you talk crap once he's gone. Say all that when he gets up here. I spat, not wanting to hear him try to weasel his way into my head and fill it with doubts.
Considering how weak he will be once he gets back, I think I will.
He chuckled, delighting in annoying me.
It doesn't have to be this way. You don't have to die with him.
Let me guess. You will say I can work with you to hurt Thorsten, and then you kill me and laugh in my dying face.
I will need to build my own legacy, and it must rival his, which wouldn't take much. Thorsten acquired vast amounts of wealth, of course. but a few straggling servants and one scarred-up thrall is hardly a difficult legacy to surpass. Technically, you aren't even official, so killing you is pointless. You have skill, and you're doing an okay job of leading a team. You can live on the second level as my diver, you put together your team, and do what you do best. I will even give you your own shop to run. I will still care for your father. You will have your dream job and everything you want without the shackles.
What an asshole. I'm sure you're offering this to me for a reason. Thorsten and Jackson finally bent the remaining metal, but something was wrong. There was a slight tremble in the water. Thorsten, get back to the platform! It was too late. The debris kicked up, creating a cloud, as unstable chunks of the building separated, and all I could see were moving particles and stone. Thorsten, talk to me.
I can't get this damn thing off.
Stay calm, what is it? I heard him cry out in pain.
Shit. I tried to hold on to him, but it was too late.
What the hell is going on?
We lost him,
Dean chimed in.
I think a piece of the building sunk him.
I grabbed my gear. I'm coming down.
What? Your job is to supervise above the water, not come down here. He knew the dangers.
Fuck, I cried out.
Don't be so quick to give up on me, I'm fine.
Thorsten! I sighed with relief once I heard his voice again. Are you on the floor?
No. I landed on a sturdier building and I got the boulder off me. It's going to take a while to get back up, though. Tell them to start the cutting without me.
Okay, you heard him. Keep working. I ordered, heading back to the screen, and after a few minutes Dean had announced his success at cutting an entrance large enough for everyone to float their tanks inside the station. Good.
I see the platform. I'm almost up.
I saw him go inside the white rusted tube, and after removing the tank and activating the flotation system, he pushed it ahead of him and caught up with the group who were now using their headlights to see.
My light is broken.
Thorsten sighed. I could tell the water was getting to him as his voice sounded weaker. I'm sending a drone to scout the interior of the ship, I said, dropping the little machine in the water and controlling it on my other screen. I couldn't see much of anything unless the drone practically bumped into a wall. The space is dark, but small.
We're inside the emergency hatch that leads into the airlock,
Thorsten said, entering the area.
We can cut through the hatch to get in, reseal it, then depressurize the airlock and push out the water.
Okay, I said, waiting for them to follow the plan. Once I heard them celebrating the fact that they were inside the airlock and water-free, I smiled. So far, everything was working out. Is there a way to get my drone inside the airlock so I can see what you will be dealing with?
Hold on.
I heard Jackson say before placing the drone inside what looked like a maintenance shaft. I managed to control the drone through the small tunnel until it reached the inside of the airlock the crew was trying to enter. I noticed that the airlock was only partially full of water, which meant there was a good chance that the station wouldn't be completely full of water. This was good news I relayed to the others. I floated the drone to get better visuals inside of the airlock and noticed another shaft leading inside of the station above. That's what I wanted to see. I smiled when I saw the station past the airlock. There's no water inside the station, at least not on the other side of the airlock.
Good,
Thorsten said before ordering everyone inside. I watched on the monitor as the rest of the water left the darkroom, and I saw the shadowy figures of Thorsten and the others through the little drone.
Now, I can remove this tether.
Reyes sighed, his oxygen hissing before he turned the valve off.
If we're lucky, we should at least be able to turn on the emergency lights.
Holy shit, this thing still has power.
One can hope.
So, how do we loot?
John spoke up. I'll focus on getting the power on. Explore if you like, but remember our deal and why you're here.
Me and Cal will map out as much of the ship as possible until then.
Jackson lifted the small drone. Maybe Thorsten needs me for something, I said, not wanting to go.
Cal, stay on task. Mapping the ship so the others won't get lost is wise. I don't know how long it will take me to get some power here.
Fine. Jackson, we're looking for the storage room as our main objective and any other waterlogged rooms. If we can find multiple safe exits, that would be great too. I said, feeling embarrassed that I needed to be reminded to stay focused.
Good,
he said, carrying the drone away. Once Jackson was alone, he held the drone to his face so I could see him better in the dark. I hoped he didn't bring up our past conversation. Now was not the time.
Okay, I'm alone.
He said, brushing his wet blonde strands from his face. Do you see any other exits?
Cal, I don't know what the hell he did to you, but you no longer have to pretend you love him.
Jackson, it's not pretend. It's true. Great. I knew it. Gio let a small chuckle escape his lips.
I warned you. I told you he had brainwashed him, and it was too late to save him.
What? I turned to Gio, taken by surprise by his words.
Cal.
Jackson said my name as if he could read my thoughts. What the hell is this?
Did you think I would rely solely on you?
Gio folded his arms and stood over me, causing me to back away from the table the monitor and other tech equipment were on.
You don't need him. I'm already down here now. Where can I find that damn rune?
Jackson, no! I tried to push Gio out of the way so I could focus the conversation between the two of us, but Gio grabbed me, pulling me away from the camera.
Hey, don't you dare hurt him.
I'm not hurting him. I'm restraining him.
Gio laughed.
You don't have to do that. I know what it looks like, and I don't mind killing that rapist Titan bitch.
Jackson, don't do it!
He'll be weakened, so killing him should be easier with those advanced implants I paid for.
Gio cut off the radio without giving Jackson time to reply. I gripped the table, trying my best to prevent him from pulling me back, but he yanked at me without much effort at all.
Chapter 28. Thorsten. The power turned on made my job much easier, as I wasn't sure if this dwarven-made cutter was enough to get through our security door. With access to the security room, I could unlock maintenance and every room not full of water. I could even divert water from some rooms into others. I could activate the repair drones to seal any holes. My only plan was to unlock the area where the now-torn portal was located, to retrieve the rune and open storage for the humans, and leave. The rest of the team was free to salvage what they could. So far, the passage in and out of the station made this trip a lot safer, so I felt comfortable heading back up. The man who called himself Rays approached with the petite redhead named Shani by his side. The girl had barely participated in the planning, and seemed to only be here because something glued her to the hip of this man.
Fuck yeah on that power. I was sick of these headlights. Everything is just a few inches taller than normal. This is a whole-ass Titan station.
His cunning eyes shifted to me.
No wonder you wanted to keep it a secret even from us.
I thought you'd be looting everything in sight, I replied, not in the mood for a conversation. I just wanted to take the rune and go.
Yeah. Well, we have one problem. Where's the fucking loot? This place is damn near picked clean.
We haven't entered the storage room yet.
Yeah, where is it? 'Cause I didn't come here for nothing.
And what the hell would you do if you did? I was tired and weak, and my patience was wearing mighty thin.
Not be very fucking happy.
He gripped his gun, making it plain he had one. Of all the people to pull this shit, I didn't think he would be the one. And I thought you were the smart one.
I'm the wannabe rich one. Now I'm not the type to show my hand so easily. But I can either go for the guaranteed pay or the not guaranteed pay.
I walked closer to him, ready to fight if I had to. I could move faster than the average human despite my size, and I was stronger.
Get back, Shani.
He turned to push the girl back, and I took that opportunity to attack. I delivered a punch to the throat, feeling the bone give way. He was dead already. It was just a matter of when. He slid down the wall, clutching his throat instinctively, and looking up at me. His eyes widened as if the reality of the predicament he was in had finally taken hold. He was going to die. I reached out and clasped his head, twisting it until I snapped the brainstem and he fell dead, put out of his misery. The woman let out a gut punch of a cry and kneeled over him. She took hold of his gun, and I reached out to her to attack, but she fired, splattering bloody chunks on the wall. The other two, the big guy named Dean, and a smaller man, the one called John, approached.
What did you do?
Dean exclaimed, turning away from the carnage. He attacked me like a fool, and she obviously killed herself. I gestured to the gun still locked in her fingers.
Why? What did he attack you for?
Dean marched over, but John grabbed him, holding him back.
We're down here in a station only he knows how to navigate, and his man above sure as hell won't leave without him. Let's not pretend we don't know why he attacked.
I see. So the humans expected this attack to happen to me, which only meant... Who hired you?
We didn't see his face, but someone who has a vested interest in you not making it back to the surface.
Shit!
Dean kicked at nothing.
Some asshole offered us all a lot of money to off you down here. Seems like Rays took the deal.
I licked my salty lips. Was it Jackson, or one of my kind?
The meeting took place before the new guy joined us.
Maybe you ought to tell us what the hell is going on.
I don't have to tell you anything. Once I get to the security room, I'll siphon the water from the storage area, and you can have at it, take your payment, and leave. I don't care. But you will not reach the surface until I'm on that platform. Now you can take that deal, or end up like the two of them.
We had already decided not to take the first deal.
Dean paced.
Cal, we haven't spoken much, but he saved my ass once during one of our dives, and John made it his life's mission to stay away from shady folks. Veneer is a simpler place than this. We just want to live better lives.
Then head to the storage room door. Do you see those markings? I pointed to the text in my language, which read, Storage Bay 3. Remember what that looks like because that is the storage room. It's full of water, but I can seal the hole and siphon the water from the maintenance room.
Whatever you say.
John shrugged. Once they left me, I headed down the damp, dank halls, the memories of this place flooding back. I was so full of hope for this mission. I wanted to prove to my family and peers that my weak body wasn't going to prevent my contributions to our empire. Finding a mate was a bonus. How naive I was to think that I would only find other titans in another realm. The only good that came from coming here was finding Cal, and although I planned to move with him to Sahara to build a life with him, I couldn't allow Fellman or anyone else to use our being stranded here as a means of controlling our future. The portal would just be found and destroyed, perhaps even before the madam and her friends could use it. The only way was to bring balance to our power structure, and what better balance than to protect the portal and give everyone the choice to remain or leave. That meant that I either had to remove Fellman and all those who were corrupt from power, or dismantle the portal and build it somewhere else. I already knew where I would build it if that place was true. That was the answer I had reached. Now I just needed the rune. I entered maintenance and sealed the door shut. I just needed to use the console to siphon water to one of the adjacent rooms, which would clear the water from storage in my lab. A loud buzz assaulted my ears, and like a dam breaking, a thick wave of water entered the maintenance room. I reached for my mask and headgear to shield myself from the water, but it was too late. The force of rushing water slammed me against the wall of the station, but I used all my strength to reach the console to reseal the doors and siphon the water from the room. I coughed and spat. How the hell did that happen? I sealed the door. I did it myself, and yet it opened. I checked the console. The order to unseal the room I was in came from an override in security. But how was that possible? No one else could understand the language to know what the hell they were doing down here. But me and Geo. Dread sat in the pit of my stomach. I checked my radio and called for Cal to respond, but nothing was greeting me but static silence, not his soft, gentle voice. I needed to check for other seals outside the room so I could get the hell out of there and back to the surface. To hell with the rune! Geo was my current problem. I thought I had him under control, that all he wanted was the wealth I would leave behind, but I was wrong. Damn him. I ran from the room and something hit me like a train, slamming me against the wall.
Chapter 29, Cal.
That should take care of that.
I couldn't see anything. I just heard his creepy voice hovering over me. Like before, I was afraid to open my eye. That same chill ran up my spine, just like before when I was in bed. A hand ran up my bare thigh. The chilled wind bit at my skin. Was I naked? Just get up and run, I urged myself, but it was like talking to a frightened child in a dark room.
You must taste sweet to have a noble willing to throw away everything to own. Thorsten seemed like he was having more than enough fun for our entire race.
His breathing became heavy until the ring of his cell stopped him.
Fellman, what do you want?
He said, sounding as if he was clenching his teeth.
I said I took care of him. The mission is a bust. He is dead. I will kill these stupid dwarves once they make it to the surface. There is no point in retrieving the rune.
I opened my eyes and grabbed one of the thick, heavy-duty flashlights and smashed it across the back of his head. I ran from the kitchen, where he had me on the table about to... That piece of shit.
Get back here.
He was coming after me. If he caught me, I was dead. I ran to the crew deck and hid under a bunk, naked and shivering as the day I was born. He ran inside with a large silver blade in his hands, and I covered my mouth with my hands, hoping and praying I didn't make a sound.
You had the chance to work for me, stupid dwarf. What's so special about Thorsten?
He lifted one of the bunks, but it wasn't mine.
Come on, dwarf. Did I really knock the wind out of your sails? Whatever happened to the brave man who rolled into a crashing sea to escape us titans? Most of your kind are so afraid of us, but you even became a lover. Now you hide like a child.
I grabbed a pocket knife someone left near the bunk and stabbed at his ankle before rolling out.
Bitch!
I felt the blade cut open my calf, but I didn't stop running. I ran until I was outside and dove into the water. I pulled myself along the dark, murky water, using the thick metal cables attached to the platform as leverage, until I was through the bent metal and inside the tunnel. A trail of blood followed me, mingling with the gloomy sea. I swam directly for the maintenance shaft that would lead inside the airlock. A near impossible and dangerous swim, but I was left with no other choice. I now just had to hold my breath long enough to hit my record without passing out. I cursed when I reached the small hatch that was supposed to take me into the airlock. Of course, it would be sealed during depressurizing the area. I searched around in the dark until I came across a small panel, most likely an emergency failsafe to enter or exit the airlock. I slammed my fist on the panel until it came loose. Between the swim down and through the tunnel and shaft, I was cutting it far too close to the new record I acquired during my interview with that Titan woman. I quickly used my teeth to cut the wires that shut down the airlock, which forced the hatch open, sucking the water and myself inside. Thankfully, like before, it filled up only halfway, allowing me room to breathe. I reached for the upper shaft and pulled myself inside. By this point, I was freezing cold, but at least I wouldn't have to swim through this shaft. Once I reached the other side, I dropped down, slipping and falling, but thankfully didn't break anything. My calf burned from the salty water as I struggled to my feet and prayed that I found Thorsten first. Limping down the hall, a trail of blood drew my attention, and I shrieked at the two bodies crumpled nearby. "Raise? Shawnee?" I noticed the gun in her hands and took it, though I had nowhere to hide it unless I shoved it up my ass. "What the hell is going on down here?" I mumbled as I kept going, fearing for Thorsten's safety. Gio mentioned something about someone killing him, and I immediately thought of Jackson. What an idiot I was to let him come. If something happened to Thorsten, I swear Jackson was going to die. For a piece of a station, the place was rather large, and still oddly clean if not for the gunk the water bred in here. I limped over to the pack of supplies and checked for a first aid kit, something to staunch the blood flow that ran down my leg from the exposed meat. I wrapped the bandage around my leg to cut off circulation, but it only worked a little. I wanted to call out to Thorsten, but didn't. Whatever was happening down here, I couldn't risk anyone knowing I was here. I limped away down the hall, going deeper and deeper. The place was too damn quiet. Where were John and Dean, at least? Were they in on it too? I had to stop Jackson before it was too late. I ran for a room bathed in blue light, thinking if any place had to draw the attention of a diver, this would be it. But there was no one here but a massive broken and burned machine, and empty and broken glass canisters nearby. Following the source of light, I found a clear case with what looked like the rune inside. It suspended the silver-like ball with the engravings around the base in the air. I felt an electric tingle running from the fingers that touched the glass, shooting up my arms and shoulders and spreading throughout my body. When I rushed back to the corpses, I grabbed Shawnee's pouch and placed the thing inside. Removing Ray's wetsuit and cleaning it the best I could of gore, I slipped it on. It was a bit too big, but better than nothing. I wrapped Shawnee's pouch around myself and checked to see which one had the most oxygen in the tank. Once the gear was ready for a quick departure, I limped down the other side of the hall and tried to move faster once I heard the squeak of rubber soles against the wet floor. And when I arrived, Jackson had Thorsten pinned against the floor, blood smearing the bottom beneath him. "Jackson! Get off of him or I'll shoot!" I pointed the gun in his direction.
Cal?
He stopped and stood up.
Why are you down here?
"Thorsten!" I heard him cough, and I limped to him to help him up, while Jackson looked on in shock.
Cal, what happened?
"You made a deal with that piece of shit. I thought you hated Titans."
He can pay us enough money to make it to Sahara.
Thorsten slammed him against the wall with a heavy splat.
Cal!
Thorsten ran over and took me in his arms.
Did he hurt you?
"Thorsten, he tried to rape me." Like a dam bursting, I couldn't hold back the sorrow, anger, and fear I felt, along with the relief of seeing him again.
Don't fuck with me, dwarf. If you think Geo would let you walk away alive, you are sorely mistaken.
Thorsten sneered at Jackson, who stood against the wall in shock.
I will kill him!
He lifted me and carried me to a strange room with several consoles inside and sat me down on a crate.
Hold him down, human.
Thorsten ordered Jackson, who followed along and did as Thorsten ordered him to do. I knew it had something to do with my wound, which was causing me to still lose a lot of blood. He grabbed an arm of a machine and pulled it down like a dentist positioning a light, but it was right at my calf. He then pulled down the wetsuit, exposing my skin.
This will hurt, but it'll be better than what it is now.
He said, typing away. The humming sound vibrated near my skin, and then came the small beam that seared and burned at the wound. I screamed at the top of my lungs while Jackson held me down, the smell of burned flesh stinging my nostrils. The bleeding had ceased, and the skin seared into an ugly, thick scar. Thorsten carried me back to the bodies.
What's this?
He asked, opening the pouch, and gasped and smiled at the canister.
You found it.
Thorsten placed it back.
Thank you.
He sighed, his face looking haggard.
You getting injured and almost killed was not worth this.
Thorsten, I know going home is important despite what you say. I understand.
Going home is important, little one, but my home is wherever you are. I won't live without you, and not just because you're my mate, but because I love you.
His lips were coppery with blood, his kisses wet and sticky. I looked at Jackson and then away. He looked like he was going through his own personal hell. Thorsten, Geo was on the phone with Fellman. They planned to kill everyone.
Damn.
I know. We weren't meant to survive this dive. This means the madam could be dead too.
Thorsten's smile didn't reach his eyes. He helped me up. My leg was still in massive amounts of pain, and all I wanted to do was dip it in cold water to fight the burning sensation. Jackson, there's no point in listening to him. He was going to kill you too after you did his dirty work. I said, wanting him to know, and hoping that was enough to make him leave us alone so we could all return to the surface.
What the hell is going on here?
Dean and John arrived with a sack full of goods. It's a story you don't want to know, I said, holding on to Thorsten's neck as he carried me toward the airlock.
Whatever you manage to get is yours to keep, but you won't be filling up a crate of goods, I'm afraid. But that much should be enough to keep you happy for quite a while. If you live to see this mission concluded.
Jackson seemed to have finally recovered.
That fuck's plan was to kill all of us, and he could still be up there waiting to blow our brains out once we reach the top.
Then we go up there and prepare to kick some ass.
Chapter 30. Thorsten. We left the station through the airlock, allowing the water to rush inside the station before sealing the door shut. We then opened the airlock leading to the tunnels. We equipped our tanks and prepared to make the climb to the top before I opened the airlock leading to the tunnels and submerged us once again. Without someone to operate the platform to lift us up, we had no other choice but to use the cables to climb, which meant I wasn't going to be in much shape to fight Geo. But I'll be damned if I just lay down and die or watch my mate be killed. But to our surprise, The platform was gone, meaning there was a chance that nothing was waiting for us but the raging seas above. "The platform is gone," I said through the radio. I wanted nothing more than to go to sleep. But I had to keep myself going for Cal's sake.
Which means he took the fucking ship. What's the plan?
Cal gestured for us to ascend with one hand above our head, holding our low-pressure inflator at the highest possible point so that we can dump air from our buoyancy control device if necessary. We had gone over these drills before. Dean reluctantly let go of his sack of goods. Together we made our long and slow ascent. I thought of what I would have to deal with once I made it to the surface. With Geo working for Fellman, I won't have a home to return to. I was returning to a whole new world.
John, let it go.
Cal finally spoke with a cough. His voice sounded weak. I should have waited until he was 100% before doing this dive, but I stupidly thought he would be safe on the ship. John was lagging until he released his sack while struggling and turning in the water. When I reached the surface, Cal was waiting for me, then Dean and Jackson.
John?
Dean dove back under. We can't wait for him. He knew to release that sack but didn't.
It will be a long swim back to the docks.
We're not going to the third-level docks. Dean popped up with an unconscious John.
Fuck, I can't do CPR out here.
I don't give a damn, I said, gripping Cal. Jackson was already swimming away.
Dean, if you're not confident in your skills to get him to shore, then you gotta drop him.
Cal's teeth were now chattering.
Goodbye, friend.
Dean released him.
Let's hurry and go. I can't take it.
I directed them to where we should swim, and somewhere along the way, Jackson must have joined us again. The docks that would take us to the third level were too far, but the docks at the lowest level of the city was manageable. My lids were heavy. I would pay dearly for this dive, and I wouldn't be strong enough to challenge anyone.
Come on!
Cal yelled at me when he saw my state. His skin turned a bluish tint. We made it. After what seemed like forever, we were climbing to the filthy planks of wood these people called a dock, and I fell to the ground, my vision blurry.
We have to carry him,
Cal ordered in a panic. A few hours later.
More heat,
he said as warm air rushed across my body, and the scent of pungent medicine wafted across my nose. Cal. I reached up and touched his smooth cheeks before running my fingers along his scar. Dark circles hung under his eyes. His skin was as pale as mine, his lips still a light bluish tint.
I guess I have a lot of these now.
He lamented about the scar. Are you okay?
No, and yes. I'm glad you're awake.
You need to rest.
Not yet.
He shook his head. I placed my hand on his forehead. He was burning hotter than ever. I brought his chin up and kissed him gently.
Yeah, that's fucking sweet and all.
A male entered the room, a dwarf, dressed in black leather and silver, and looking like any low-level punk.
But we didn't help you for nothing.
Jackson stood near the dirty grunge wall. Another dwarf woman stood by the door holding a gun, and another woman, a blonde, holding a recorder in her hands.
He's still recovering.
Cal stood over me like a guardian, and I couldn't love him more for it. But I told him to sit down. He was suffering and in need of medical attention for his leg and his exposure to the sea. I couldn't have him try to take on these people in his condition. What do you want for helping me, my gracious hosts? I replied scornfully.
Never seen one of you up this close. Most certainly not slumming it down here with us humans.
The punk kid grabbed a seat at the edge of the bed. Is this the part where you tell me how horrible I am for enslaving you and taking advantage of your need to have a safe place to live?
Yeah, actually, but since you said it.
He shrugged. No wonder you dwarves can't wrestle back your realm. Why don't you speak plainly and tell me what you want?
What I want is my planet back. But I know you can't give me that, so I'll take your language instead. I want you to speak it into that recorder, as many words as you can.
I chuckled. For what? Trying to impress us by creating a Rosetta Stone?
You know why. I'm sure your Stockholm boy there would appreciate it as well.
I spoke only the words needed to watch my love's collar fall. Cal gasped and felt the space around his neck.
Hey, I didn't push record yet.
The blonde woman scoffed. I'm not giving you my language. The punk gestured to the woman with the gun, and Cal held out his hand as if that alone could catch the bullet. But I can give you something better, I said, placing my hand over Cal's. The punk called his own guardian off.
Speak.
I can give you the High Castle. Now he chuckled.
And this is the part where you talk about how powerful you are and how you can just let us in.
Yes, actually. I am the Prince of Jotun.
Oh, a big fish.
It's true. And the man above me, the King of Jotun. I want him dead.
Bullshit. I can't believe Jackson is vouching for you. And we're supposed to help you get your revenge because you got outplayed by one of your own.
You think you're the first, don't you? I said, smirking at this naive boy. Isn't that how every generation thinks? That they are the first of their kind to do something great. Dwarven rebellions aren't new. We squash them, and we keep on living our lives far away from you scum. Now you can get angry all you like, but the opportunity I am presenting to you is one you will never get again. What you do with it afterward is up to you.
How would this plan work?
He asked begrudgingly. I can tell you the weak points of the castle and how to disable some of its security. I can let your hacker walk right through the front door with this. I held up Cal's collar.
Oh, hell no. So you can kill me with that thing.
The woman exclaimed. Her accent wasn't of the city, and her words drawled. I won't kill you.
So reassuring.
She mumbled cynically.
Fine, but your boy toy stays with my girl. If you try anything, she won't hesitate to blow his pretty little brains out.
That's not needed,
Jackson said, the fight out of him. Then this is perfect. Cal needs medical treatment, I replied.
I'm fine.
Your face is still bluish, I said, feeling his cold cheeks. You could have an infection or whatever it is you dwarves get. I looked at the punk. I want him taken to a specific hospital.
But...
No buts, I said, kissing him again. I remember our promise. I sat up, still in this dirty wetsuit, and wasn't at all better. But for Cal and those of my kind who are still alive and counting on me, I had to be strong.
Okay. Mel, take him to the location he says and stay there. I'll call you if I need you.
Cal wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me close, or more like guiding me close.
Be careful.
I will.
What does this rune do?
The punk the others called Davi asked. He twisted the barrier case, inspecting the rune inside. It belongs to another powerful person, and they will owe me and you a favor if I give it to them. I took it from him and dared him to take issue. The punk left, promising to gather far more of his group, yet refused to tell me how many. The other woman aided Cal to another vehicle. I didn't trust these people, but I knew that Jackson at least cared enough about Cal to make sure he left safely. Jackson remained in the house with me, as if he had something to say that couldn't be said in front of the others. I had my own words for him as well.
I'll never understand what he sees in you, and I'll never accept it.
He spoke in a snide manner.
But I got no choice but to accept it because I can't force Cal to want me. You see the way he looks, and he's burning up with a fever.
I'm well aware of that.
Being with you is no good for him.
I'm well aware of that as well, I said, ready to go. That's why the hospital you'll be taking him to is the one I moved his father to. It's another sanctuary city called Rapture. There should be a guardian by his door. Give him the passcode 7930. Tell him to supervise Cal's treatment and spare no expense. Once he's well enough to travel, take them to a ship waiting at the trade docks. It will take you to Sahara. Far away from me. With nothing left to say, he nodded and left me alone. I watched from the window as the car drove away, Cal's eyes watching me as I watched him. Somehow the city felt darker and colder now. I almost wanted to bundle up, but I couldn't give in to weakness now. The dwarf woman with blonde hair and beige freckled skin approached with Cal's collar. It looked like she was trying to tinker with it. "Let's get this over with," I said, taking it from her and snapping it around her neck with the code in place. "Don't worry, there is no needle." I hated seeing it on another. We used her car to drive to the castle, and once we arrived I knew something was amiss. The grand lobby was vacant of both Titans and dwarves, usually the sign of a pending fight. I grabbed the girl and ran for the staircase, instructing her on where to go and what to do, which she recorded it all. Once I got her safely inside and hidden, I spoke the words again, releasing the collar, and it was mine again.
Holy shit, that was intense.
"Keep your voice down, they know you're here."
Hey, don't worry about me. My biggest hurdle was getting in here. Now that I'm in, I won't be detected.
She smirked confidently.
I'm gonna hack the living shit out of this place, so if I was you, I wouldn't linger.
"I don't plan on it," I said. But really I had no plans to come out of this alive. The only thing I had planned was a backup to at least ensure that Cal made it out of this alive. I left her on her own. Whether the dwarves would be successful I didn't know, nor did I count on it. I got their hacker in. If she was good, then she could get the others in, and I needed the distraction. Chapter 31. Thorsten. Men in all black SWAT gear patrolled the halls above. They were Fellman's private security force, and they were most likely searching for me. I had only one true card to play if that card was still alive. Hiding like some rat was not how I envisioned this confrontation, but I brought this on myself. I could have amassed my own security force to rival Fellman's, but I was so paranoid about keeping the secrets of the portal under the castle that I opted to remain as covert as possible, and that meant working with a skeleton staff. I reached the hollow room and observatory. Usually this place was empty, yet one dwarven man, a servant with a neatly trimmed black beard and powerful physique, was there waiting for me.
"I'm not with them, and neither is my madam,"
he spoke.
"I see your mission was not a success."
The madame approached from the top floor, her black hooded cloak bellowing with each step.
"Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you."
She removed her cloak, exposing her beaten face, her swollen eye and puffy lips.
"You brought hell to my household. Half of my servants are dead, and I had to hide like a rat in this hellhole of a castle, and now every noble who wanted to go with me is being hunted down like dogs. They are cleaning house because yours was too dirty. Everyone knows about your sexual relationship with that human and is calling for your exile or death. And now your heir has taken your house and your wealth as lawful possessions, most likely because he kissed Fellman's ring."
There was nothing I could say. She was right. I've made too many mistakes, and now I'm paying the price for them, and unfortunately, everyone associated with me is paying as well. I pulled out the case with the rune inside. Her eyes widened in awe. "The mission was both a failure and a success, madam."
"Fate is a cruel mother. My portal is only half built."
"And Geo knows the location of the one I had constructed. It is probably compromised."
"Damn them all to Helheim!"
"All may not be lost. The schematics of the portal are in my house, and there may be a safe place for our kind to run to. A place not destroyed by our arrival. It's called Africa, in the desert. There is a city called Sahara, where it seems our outcasts had run off to. If I can retrieve the schematics, we can rebuild the portal there." She nodded.
"You should know by now that attempting to go to your apartment is suicide."
"I know, but I have to. And Fellman is the worst. I know he won't stop pursuing us all. He needs to die. Can you help me?"
"What do you need?"
"Access to the upper apartments and to Fellman's home."
"I have several of my own spies in Fellman's home. You will have access. My men carry a brand."
She looked to the dwarf servant by her side. He raised his shirt, displaying a circle with an eye inside.
"One of them should let you inside. However, make sure the schematics fall into Barris's hands, if not mine. He will remain within the castle and watch you."
I nodded. She closed her eyes as if struggling with whether she should say more.
I've spared more than enough nobles who will owe me. They are desperate to return home like I am. I hope the rest make it out alive. We don't belong here, even with all our power. I would hate to see a member of the royal family lose their life to an ambitious fool. So don't die. I'd hate to have to break the news to your mother.
I made a promise, and I will fight with everything I have to keep it.
To your lover, no doubt. I wish you both well. After all, they are not so different from us, just a smaller version of ourselves. They can even be our fated ones, and once the sickness passes, they can even live just as long as our hearts continue to beat. Isn't that right, Barris?
She smiled at the dwarven servant who returned her smile.
I was there at your arrival. What a beauty she was when I first laid eyes on her.
Well, I'm no beauty now, thanks to those bastards.
She groaned and hooked her arm with the man who I now knew was no servant. I think my mouth was ajar at the revelation, while my brain tried to keep up with what I had just heard. If this human was at our arrival, then he was hundreds of years old.
I already have a man inside who will let you in through the east entrance.
Madam directed me back to the task at hand.
Kill Fellman, kill them both.
Shots fired in the distance like a war had begun. The hacker had done her job, apparently. There is a dwarven resistance here to take the castle. They are no friends to our kind. After warning her, we parted ways, and I used the distraction to head to the east entrance of Fellman's apartment. Not even Geo had full access to my tech room. The schematics was safe, and I wanted to deal with him later. However, it wasn't the madam's servant who waited for me, but Frida herself. The servant was dead on the floor.
So, it is true. You're here to murder my father, just as he said you would.
Her red lips trembled. Frida, your father is obsessed with controlling us. We will never return home so long as he lives.
There's no need to go home. We rule, and this is our kingdom.
There was no getting through to her. Step aside.
I've already called the security force. They are on their way to get you as we speak. You will face the council and answer for your sick relations with a dwarf. We can resolve this in a good way. You don't have to die or be exiled. I pleaded on your behalf, and they have agreed to spare you if you kill that dwarf in front of the council. Prove to them that you choose us, that you may have indulged your curiosities. But that is it. They will let you keep your house and standing, but you will have to seek therapy for your fetish.
I knew it was the right call to send Cal away. No.
You reject me? Even when I make myself a fool trying to save you?
Yes.
You're sick and you need help. I won't let you destroy yourself over a curiosity.
She waved behind me, and I saw the guards were on their way. I gripped her by the throat and flung her in front of me to hold them at bay long enough to close the door.
It's too late. I already have men after that dwarf.
I hit her hard, knocking her unconscious. I just hoped Jackson and his desire to get Cal away from me was enough to protect him. By the time I reached the stairs, Fellman's body was sprawled at the bottom, blood pooling from his mouth. There was a dwarf nearby, a familiar one, a petite young woman who I recently named my head servant.
He's here, Geo.
It was Hannah. Why am I not surprised? I knew Diana didn't rig Cal's hair cleaner. She looked to me to the top of the stairs. I didn't need to hear anything from her. He must have promised her something, making her his thrall, or perhaps even sparing her life. She scurried up the stairs where Geo finally emerged. A small shriek escaped her lips as a glint of silver caught in the moonlight slashed across her throat. She reached out to him before tumbling down and joining Fellman at my feet. Geo stood at the top.
That stupid little bitch of yours stabbed me.
He came down with a limp.
I would have healed by now if he hadn't severed my damn tendon.
Good for him. I smiled, proud of Cal's bravery. I can't wait to tell him how well I've killed you. My body was weak, weaker than his, but I couldn't falter now.
You nobles have spent so long underestimating the lower classes. Did you really think I would be happy with just taking over your house when I can become a king?
You fool! How did you think you could cover this up? Geo laughed.
He's dead on your floor. I take it these human revolutionaries are your doing.
You can say that.
Then you have my thanks. I probably wouldn't have gone this far had it not been for this little attack.
Geo, you would run this place into the ground. Pining after the position of a king is different from actually ruling.
Well then, that's my problem to deal with, isn't it?
He swiped at me with a silver blade and I dodged. I needed to kill him fast. The security was trying to tear the door down to get to me. He swung again, and I grabbed a vase and smashed it over his head. You're delusional, Geo. How long do you think you can rule this castle? Fellman got away with it because he was at least of noble birth. I never believed you to be this stupid. He charged, and I blocked his attempt to stab me, but he only pulled out another blade and hit me in the ribs, driving the sharp object inside. I pushed him off and gripped my side to stop the bleeding, but it was pointless.
You don't know what it was like to be nothing but a bum begging for coin.
He lunged and I grabbed him, slamming him to the ground and kicking the blade away. I now had the high ground, the advantage. He spat a glob of blood on the floor.
This realm was supposed to be the start of a new life. You want to go home because you have your own castle, but what awaits me? Nothing.
Don't expect me to feel sorry for you.
Fuck you!
The door tore open, and I slammed the blade into his heart repeatedly until he stopped moving. The Titan guards were on me, leaving me nowhere to go or hide. Chapter 32, Thorsten. 1 month later. I didn't know how many days had passed, but they had at least given me a warm cell to stay in, which aided in my recovery. The madam's man, Barris, stopped by, reporting that they had survived the assault and my apartments and possessions had been confiscated and the portal destroyed. I gave him a bit of my blood to use to open my hidden compartment where they would find the schematics to rebuild again, and wished them well. A week would go by before I would receive another visitor. Frida now stood near my cell, still not pleased with me at all. They took Cal's collar, the only thing I asked for while trapped in this room. I suppose they figured I would use the thing to kill myself. Not likely. What happened to our dwarven rebels? I asked. I've heard no gunshots in a while.
The same thing that happens to all of them. We put them down like the rabid dogs they are. But don't worry, you haven't missed all the fun.
Watching a house I've never cared for getting divided by you vultures sounds more boring than fun.
Oh, it's so much better.
The wicked grin across her lips gave me pause. Please tell me this has nothing to do with Cal. The guards came and escorted me, shackled wrists and all, to the large black marbled stone council room. The chosen councilman formed a half moon, and I stood in the center of the circular room. This is a trial for my sins. Next to me was a cage big enough for a dwarf. Several nobles were missing from attendance, including the madam, who I hoped was on a ship bound for Sahara with everything she needed to rebuild the portal and use it. Someone had to get a happy ending here. I heard someone cursing and struggling. The voice was familiar. It was Cal. A Titan dragged him into the room. His hair was cut into a buzz cut, and the lens I had given him was removed, showing his milky white eye. He wore a beige tunic with no pants. The large nasty scar on his leg was seen, but the wound was healing as much as it could heal. I watched Frida with pure hate as she took her seat and smirked at me. What the hell did she hope to accomplish? Did she think some sort of ugliness would deter me? My love was the most beautiful person in the room. Cal, I spoke to him, taking my eyes off Frida to him. Remain calm, okay? It'll be okay. Lies. They locked him inside a cage, and with me chained to the podium, we couldn't reach each other. This is supposed to be my tribunal, not his. He was merely my thrall, who did as I told him to do, or I would have killed him. I lashed out to the council.
We know. It's no surprise that a dwarf would do any base thing to live.
One man laughed, an old goat named Scribe. He was notorious for treating his servants and thralls as little more than cattle.
I wish we could conduct this in a more formal way. However, we are still cleaning up the mess from your little venture. Did you know the madam also had hidden a portal?
Where is the madam? I said, looking around. Why not give her a tribunal? I said, hoping they couldn't make dew on that quip.
We would if she were here.
He replied, not at all amused, but at least I knew she had made away from this place. Sounds like that bothers you. Do you not wish to hear that the possibility of returning home was within our grasp? Or do you enjoy playing at being a big fish in a small pond? I argued, hoping to keep the focus off of Cal, who remained silent, his eye red and puffy from the tears, but his skin was no longer showing the signs of hypothermia or infection. I thought of what the madame had told me the last I saw her. I didn't know what magic was at work, but if Cal was the same as Barris, then as fated mates we really would die together. The group murmured about what I had just said.
Rumours!
Frida intervened.
Nothing but heresy. You couldn't have built the portal. You had gone mad below the castles and believed you did. Let's bring the attention back to that snotty-nosed creature over there.
We will have a discussion later about these rumours. Whether you get to take part is determined by your answer here. Frida rescinded the deal to have you kill this dwarf as a sign of your willingness to be redeemed, but we will put it on the table nonetheless. Why won't you kill him?
A young noble had spoken. I remember him trembling with fear at the party. His father was old and dying, and he was preparing to take over his house. He sat there, fingers crossed, reddish hair braided and long. His features were as delicate as a woman, soft and sharp. He didn't look disgusted or mocking in his tone. I love him, I answered, knowing I would get laughed at, and I was, but not by everyone here.
It's okay to love your pets, but you don't have sex with them.
Another noble chimed in, a robust man who leaned back in his chair and stroked his braided brown beard.
Dwarves love their dogs, but they don't fuck them unless we order them to.
He added the last part, and the nobles chuckled with delight while others shifted uncomfortably. Have you ever thought that perhaps we aren't really all that different? We can speak their language. I replied, our fate was sealed, and this was a farce. If we are to die anyway, then I'll argue my case and be damned.
We are intelligent.
Our bodies are the same for the most part. They can even become our fated ones and live for as long as we do. Perhaps they can even become pregnant with our children. The crowd now murmured loudly.
That is impossible.
Frida stood and pointed an accusatory finger at Cal.
That thing can never replace us.
That thing, I repeated, though I didn't intend to call Cal that. Can be the key to our race becoming more than just a few squabbling nobles hiding in a castle. I don't see many faces here. How many nobles were killed or chose to run away from your draconian laws? Do you think the dwarves will stop? They've seen this place and most likely have it in their databases. They know the very structure of our power, and sure, you beat them, but those were different times and circumstances. They now know that there aren't that many of us. When they return, their focus will not be on killing titans, but killing the dwarves who protect you, and dwarves are very good at killing each other.
Humph,
Scribe replied.
So, we should fuck our thralls to rebuild our population. What a ridiculous argument.
My argument wasn't meant for the hardcore dissenters, but the ones who continued to whisper uncertainties among each other.
Give the human male the worm.
The young red-headed noble requested calmly.
Why? Even if it were true.
The old man protested.
We have allowed you ample room to speak, Scribe, because of your age and wisdom. However, many of us were born here in the world of humans. Some of our parents are missing or dead, and it is because of Fellman's actions. We believe that the old ways need to be re-evaluated if we are to thrive here and make a home for ourselves.
The old man sputtered before falling silent once he realized his voice was not the majority. A Titan doctor entered the room with the box. Cal looked at me, his eyes full of fear. It's okay, little one, I whispered to him. He couldn't understand a word of what we had spoken before, so he was in the dark as to what was happening. It's a worm. It's grown in our realm, and it has many medical uses. I tried to explain to him to alleviate his fear. You see, it may make it possible for you to carry my child.
What?
Cal stumbled back and slammed against the cage. I know, crazy, right? I smiled. I don't know how this will react to your body.
I'll do it.
Cal breathed.
This can save you, right? That's why they want me to do this. I'll do whatever I have to.
Cal.
What do I have to do?
He spoke to the council.
Put it up your ass. The worm will do the rest.
Cal snatched the small curled thing that pulsated in his trembling hand.
Can I get some privacy?
No.
Cal sighed and turned to focus on me. That's right. I breathed. It's just the two of us. Block everyone out. He licked his fingers, and I would have fucked him in this court in front of everyone if they did not separate us. He hiked up his tunic and pushed it inside. He gasped and froze.
Ah! It's crawling!
His chest heaved before doubling over in pain. Cal!
It hurts.
He heaved and crumpled to the floor, and he stopped moving and crying, and there was nothing but the slow rise and fall of his chest. The guard opened the cage.
He will be taken and examined thoroughly.
The young noble ordered. I watched as they carried him away. The minutes felt like hours. We waited and waited until the doctor entered the room again, this time without Cal, and I swallowed my heart. Had I gone too far? Was I too eager to believe that somehow Cal could grow old with me on my time because it sounded beautiful? The doctor whispered in the noble's ear. It was apparent who was the new king of Jotun. The redhead nodded and turned his attention to me. I didn't care if they executed me right here and now. Just tell me if Cal is okay.
Thorsten, if you had to sentence yourself, what would it be?
The young noble asked. This was a trick question. It had to be. But I chose the only thing that mattered. If Cal was dead, then I was a dead man anyway. But I remembered my promise to him, that our fate would not be a tragic one, that I will choose life. My sentence would be exile. The nobles murmured yet again.
My vote is no.
Frida sat back, shaking her head.
My vote is also no.
Scribe chimed in.
Send them back to their cells as we deliberate.
I sat in my cell, counting the small cracks until I was going to lose my mind. A guard arrived and cuffed me once more and escorted me from the cell. We trekked the long halls until the lighting became dimmer. He guided me through a plain metal door, like something a servant would use, and we walked down the dirty, narrow hall with an unkempt cement floor. We weren't going to the council room. I asked where he was taking me until he guided me out of one of the back exits of the castle and into a back alley lined with massive garbage bins. It was a cold and windy day. The winds blew the stench my way, but like a mirage, I saw the most beautiful being alive waiting for me. A long black coat covered his body, and he wore simple servant shoes with no socks on. It was Cal, alive and unharmed. The guard uncuffed me and I scooped him in my arms and held him close, smelling his sweet scent and kissing his lovely lips. You're really here. I almost cried. Was this some trick before they gunned us down by a firing squad? The young red-haired noble appeared seemingly out of nowhere, but it was from the same exit the guard had used to bring me here.
You are exiled from Jotun City. If you come back, we will be forced to kill you.
Why am I free? I asked, holding Cal close.
In certain parts of human mythology, they speak of us and our war against Odin. They believed at one point that Ymir's body created their world, just as we know it created ours. Maybe one day we will discover how it's possible for a human to accept the worm, form the womb, and live as long as we can. Perhaps they can be our fated ones and our friends. Death is the end of that question. And many of us were born here, and have been around humans our entire lives. It's hard to think of someone as a pet when you know their hopes and dreams. I'm not saying things will change overnight or that we will breed with human women or men. But it is perhaps a start to better relations. Many of us also agreed that perhaps having a way to return to our ancestral home wouldn't be such a terrible thing. I wish you both well.
He turned and headed back inside. The doors closing and locking behind him was a beautiful sound.
Chapter 33. Cal. It was over. This entire terrible ordeal was finally over. It was now just the two of us in each other's arms, in a dirty back alley of a city that almost chewed us up and spat us out. I think I can have kids, I said, still dazed. The pain was horrible, but now gone, and I felt nothing at all. My fever was gone, along with the malaise that came with it. I fiddled with my hair some more, feeling at the small bald spot. They cut my hair. I groaned.
And yet you're still the most beautiful man in the world.
Thorsten kissed me so softly, and like always, I enjoyed the taste and feel of his warm tongue.
I don't think they will let me back into my apartment.
He laughed, and I joined him. We can try for Sahara, I said hopefully. I talked to my dad on the phone before those bastards took me. I say we get him and reach that place.
All of my assets are gone. I have no money for a ship nor a vehicle to get us to your father. We have no map to lead us there.
He sounded annoyed, but I knew it wasn't directed at me. He was used to making a call and getting everything he needed. Welcome to the world of a low-life human, I said with a small bow. We'll steal a car and hack whatever we need until we get everything we need. I took his hand, wanting to get moving before an army popped out of nowhere to stop us. We will wander until we find it if we have to.
Hold on.
He stopped and swept me into his large arms.
I don't want you walking around.
I laughed. Are you going to carry me all the way to this desert city?
If I have to.
We walked toward the street, and several Titans stopped in their tracks and watched us with disgust and disdain, while others simply looked on. But he wouldn't let me go. A pleasant surprise waited for us at the gates to the city. It was Jackson and my dad waiting for us in an old SUV. Dad! Thorsten released me and I ran to him, giving him a big hug, and felt relief when his hug was just as strong as it used to be before the spores appeared on his lungs.
What's this?
We were planning to storm that damnable place.
My dad laughed.
I'm glad you're okay.
Jackson almost hugged me, but looked at Thorsten and bumped elbows instead. My father approached and looked Thorsten up and down.
I can't say I will ever fully trust Titans, but thank you for helping me and for saving my son. Well, let's get on the road before it gets dark.
He entered the back seat and waited.
I, just came to say goodbye.
If you're not coming with us, then where are you going?
The Resistance isn't dead, at least not yet. No offense.
He said to Thorsten.
None taken.
Thorsten replied with a shrug. I wish you wouldn't do this.
If I go to that place, I'm just not going to be happy.
He gave me a knowing look, and I didn't argue with him.
See you in another life.
Jackson departed, leaving the three of us. You're driving, I said to Thorsten as I got into the passenger seat.
Naturally.
He replied with a grin, but it turned sour once he entered the human-sized vehicle that used to be called an SUV. He groaned and punched the roof a few times, creating a dent large enough to fit somewhat comfortably inside.
There.
Too bad we can't drive this car across the ocean, I said, laughing at our predicament.
Like you said, we'll hack and steal and figure it out.
Epilogue. Cal, sometime in the future. It's so hot here, but I wouldn't rather be anywhere else. Waking up every morning to the actual sunlight on my face and the man I love by my side was a dream come true. It turned out that Sahara wasn't necessarily in the desert, but it was very much near a desert, and as the posters suggested, it was not a Titan-controlled nor human-controlled town, but one ruled jointly, and even then no one imposed their will on another without need. As long as we could work hard and take care of ourselves, then we had a place there. We built our own home, and my dad and Thorsten met up with the Titan female called the Madam to aid in completing the portal that would take them home. Where they had it hidden, I didn't know. No one but a few select Titans knew, and I hoped that this time they would be a success. Thorsten regaled me with tales of his family, growing up in his realm, and what he would say to them once they saw my swelled belly.
How's my beautiful man?
Thorsten walked through the door, his hair loose the way I liked it, his shirtless body glistening with sweat. I can barely walk. I laughed. I sat my book aside when he rested near me and wrapped his arms around my belly while I stroked his hair.
It's almost done,
he said, referring to his portal. Good. Nervous? He chuckled.
Excited. My family will know I live and is better and stronger for it. They will meet the man I plan to spend my life with, and we can leave whenever we damn well please.
He sighed, his hand traveling in my pants.
You?
Nervous.
What the hell do you have to be nervous for?
His hand stroked me, and pleasure rippled through, my skin too sensitive to the touch. What if they hate me? I hissed from the pleasure.
If they do, then we kick them from my home. And as I said, we don't have to stay. This portal will remain no matter what.
I ran my fingers through the white strands and gripped them hard as I made a mess of the bed. He kissed my belly. He stroked my shaft again, and I panted heavily, but stopped when a pool of water soaked my ass. My water broke. To be continued and taken by the Titan. Homecoming.